How many lives can one person live? In general, we are trained to be good at one thing. Get an education, build a career, become successful, retire, get dementia, die. One view of the world is that with the advances of modern science and medicine, coming generations will have health spans of 120 years and can master multiple things and live multiple lives. But even in these current times, it is possible to embrace and nurture one's multitudes. You can dive deep in one thing and then another and then one more, gaining depth in multiple fields while you also get the breadth to join all the dots. I have aspired to that, and I wish I had achieved more of that. My guest today has mastered many crafts and is already at a young age living many lives. We should all want to be like Shruti.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Shruti Rajagopalan, an old friend and a woman of many parts. I first met Shruti 19 years ago when she was in college and was writing a brilliant blog that you couldn't help noticing. We became friends, and over the years, I have seen her become a force of nature. She studied law and economics, chose to turn away from an offer of tenure to build something new at the Mercatus Center in DC. She built an India program there. She started a great podcast called the Ideas of India podcast. She began the 1991 project so that we would never forget about the path-breaking reforms of 1991. She also runs Emergent Ventures India, which funds moonshot ideas from young people across the country. In my mind, there's no one who is doing more to build an Indian intellectual ecosystem today. And Shruti is a great public intellectual herself. She's been on The Seen and the Unseen many times, but we've never done a Life in Times episode. So when I visited DC in July last year, I got her to agree to sit down for a long session. My plan was to make it episode 400. Now, she hates talking about herself, so I conned her by telling her I talk about ideas, learning how to learn, etc., etc. Naturally, I am super cunning, and while we did talk ideas, we also spoke about her life and her work. After recording one session, we promised to continue on another day, but she changed her mind and said, look, the 400th episode should only be about you. So we recorded one brand new episode, which released a few weeks ago. However, she promised to complete this particular episode, of which we'd recorded half, and the second half took all of 7 months to happen, and it happened remotely. So ignore the talk at the start of this episode about this being the 400th episode, and note that the first half of what you hear today was recorded in July 2024. But I'm glad we got it done in time. Shruti is truly extraordinary, and I hope many of you get inspired by her journey and dig deeper into her work. Before we begin the conversation though, let's take a quick commercial break. Many of the things I have learned in my life, I had to learn on my own. I think you'll agree with me that our education system doesn't teach us so many things that we need to make the most of ourselves in this world. I learned my lessons when life happened to me and I happened to be paying attention. For many years now, I've been thinking, what are the essential life lessons that everyone should learn to be able to live a complete life? I invited my friend Ajay Shah to join me on the intellectual challenge of figuring this out, and then we decided to put together a course where we would actually teach this stuff. So we created Life Lessons, which you can check out at lifelessons.co.in. In this 5-week course running across 5 Saturdays, we have put together 15 webinars that are intended to help launch you down journeys of discovery. We will speak about learning how to learn, learning how to think, mindsets, mental models, clear writing, how to communicate better, quantitative intuition, probabilistic thinking, the history of thought, the foundations of economics, and even practical matters like how to think about personal finance and how to think about personal health. People who do the course also get to be part of a larger community that will have in-person meetups once a year. Basically, while we've always been sharing what we have learned in a piecemeal way in our show and our writings, here and there, diffused, this is an effort to synthesize our knowledge for you. So please head on over to check out Life Lessons at lifelessons.co.in. Never stop learning. Shruti, welcome to episode 400 of The Seen and the Unseen.
Is this episode 400?
This is episode 400.
I did not know we were recording that. And thank you for having me, and welcome to Mercatus, which is where we're recording this. live.
We are actually recording this live, and at this point, I must tell our gentle listeners two things. And thing number one is that it is utterly appropriate that this person and no other person gets to be on episode 400, because she was actually on episode -1 or -2. Because I remember when I started the Scene and the Unseen, I had no idea what the show would look like, and there were these semi pilots that were kind of happening, and Shruti was my guinea pig of choice, and she very kindly spoke about various things, and one of which she came about, social science being like dropping a coin in a swimming pool, that metaphor that I use so often, but she's never spoken about it. But she actually spoke about it in an unreleased pilot. And the other thing I must tell you, gentle listeners, is that Shruti and I typically are both extremely hyper confident people when it comes to podcasting, especially now, because she always knows her shit and I know this craft. Right now, however, we are uber terrified, because I told Shruti first that I wanted to do a Life and Times episode, and she said I will not talk about my
Never gonna
life.
happen.
She said, give me a structural breakdown. I want to know the subjects. And that's been going on for a couple of days, and it psyched me out so much that she is terrified I'm going to ask her personal questions, and I am terrified that this will all go haywire, because she will say कि ये मैंने क्लास में नहीं सिखाया, ये मैं तुम्हें क्यों बताऊं. But welcome again.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
So, I was just thinking last evening about all the things that I know and thinking about how I know them. And I've realized that the stuff about which I feel like I have deep knowledge, it is knowledge that has actually not come from intellectual inquiry, but it has come from doing, and then after the doing, making sense of it, and the doing has involved a lot of blundering around. But then eventually I reach this phase where I do think about it, but always after the fact. And then I learn enough that I manage to make my own frameworks and figure shit out. And, in ultra long form podcasting, I doubt anyone has even had to study it to the extent I have and figure out what it is. Even with writing, I was, so bad once upon a time, but I managed to learn enough through life to teach my writing course. And I found that that's overwhelmingly the case with me, that if I sit down and try to learn something, it can feel laborious, it can feel like work. But when I do something I love and I throw myself into it, it all kind of works out. What is it? How has it been for you? Like, is the passion and the doing important?
So, before we get to me, there's, in the words of the great, I would have normally said Adi Shankara, but since we are both not religious, in the words of the great Morpheus from the first Matrix movie, there's a difference between knowing the path and walking the path, right? And it's a little bit of that, which is how you may have all the information about how something is supposed to feel, whether you're doing a trek or whether it's studying for an exam or something else. But it's still a little bit different from when you actually do the trek, right? How you actually feel writing that 3-hour exam. But that's a side note. My life has been a little bit different. I was telling you today over lunch that when I was eating and you were watching me eat, I have spent my entire life in an education institution. Like, that has been my whole life. So, you start with whatever, like pre-K, and then you do kindergarten and upper KG, lower KG, like whatever is the equivalent of that for your listeners. And then you do first standard to 12th standard. After that, I did my undergrad for 3 years. I got a law degree my next 3 years. I did a master's in law and economics. I did my PhD in economics. Halfway through my PhD, I was at NYU for a fellowship. When I finished my PhD, I got a tenure track job at SUNY. I got tenure. Then I moved to Mercatus, which is at George Mason University. So I've never really had a world where I am not embedded in an institution where the core job is to teach or learn or both. So my experience is a little bit different, right? So in one sense, for me, when we say doing economics, one way is you study it in books. The next is you teach, when you actually learn very differently from when you're studying for yourself. The next stage is you write, when you learn the same idea or the concept in a completely different way. So for me, actually, it has, doing is in a very large part knowing, and knowing is in a very large part doing. They're not that different. So most areas where like at least in my professional life, right, where I'm thinking about economics or I'm thinking about ideas or I'm thinking about what's happening in the Indian economy or the Indian regulatory structure, it's all, I'm not able to very cleanly separate, this is what I learned in the book, this is what I learned while teaching, and this is what I learned while writing. Oh, and this is what I learned while talking with someone who's a regulator, right? For me, that all just kind of merges, the lines blur very much. And that can't be a normal experience because not everyone spends their entire adult life at a university, but that's mostly been my experience. That distinction is not so clean for me. The passage of time, of course, is different, right? As you read more, you get to learn more. You start making connections with other disciplines. You start making connections with other events, right? Very often when something happens, something crazy happens in India and everyone's like having a meltdown, I'm like, this happened. Maybe before you were born, maybe when you were too young to remember. And that wasn't the last time it happened either. It happened another 10 years before that, another 30 years before that. So there's, of course, as you read a lot and as you start making these connections by reading history or by just having read the newspaper for most of my life, right? Like you start making so many connections. Yeah. So I think that's the way I think about how I process information.
Lots to double click on, and the first of the things I want to double click on is how does one, like, before we learn and before we learn how to learn, we first have to figure out what we want to learn. Typically what happens in our education system, for example, is that you get pushed a particular way and you are just in a groove of doing things. You don't really know what you want. A lot of your desires are thin desires. I'm sure my listeners are familiar with that phrase by now, so I won't explain it further. But a lot of your desires are thin desires. You're doing, maybe in my generation, it was you do engineering, medical, or you prepare for the UPSC for 5 years and you get along these grooves. And many people, even if they deviate from these specific grooves, get into other grooves because of different kinds of circumstances. And that active sense of that a thick desire emerging, of realizing that this is what really interests me, this is what I want to learn about, this is what I want to immerse myself in. How did that process take place for you? Because I'm guessing that there are a number of different factors that can go into getting you out of the normal ruts of living and into a particular field. One could just be that you're interested in something and you find it so fascinating you just want to dive into it. The other could be you're really good at something, and because you're really good at it and it comes easy to you, you get that validation, you're like, let me do more of this. A third could possibly be that you feel that this is important, and maybe that's tied into a question of purpose, but you feel that this is important, that other people are solving small problems or they're just thinking about earning a living, but I could understand the world this way, or I could change the country this way, or whatever, and one should, I think, beyond the point, not even be embarrassed of having grandiose thoughts like that. So what was that journey like for you? Like, at what point, in your path towards learning, did that learning become something more than just going through the motions and something you really started caring about?
So I'll break this down a bit, right? So I also went to standard, schooling system in India. I don't know why a lot of your listeners think I didn't grow up in India. I grew up in India, in New Delhi. मैं हिंदी अच्छी बोलती हूँ and तमिल नन्ना तेरी हूँ, right? So I am very much rooted in that universe. I don't know why. People are routinely, especially your listeners, are routinely surprised. They're like, oh, you watch Hindi movies. Oh, you know about Govinda. I'm like, why wouldn't I? Anyway, leaving that aside, dear gentle listeners, I had a standard schooling experience, and the Indian education system, now I'm able to say this in hindsight, right? At that point, it just felt like I don't fit in, right? Which, again, is a standard part of anyone's growing up years. There are various moments in your life when you feel like this is not a system you fit in very well, or you don't feel comfortable, or, whatever. And I don't even mean fit in the sense that, oh, I can't excel in this system, it's so broken. I didn't even have those ideas. It was just, I didn't quite fit. And everyone around me knew that. My teachers knew that. All my PTA meetings would be like, oh, your daughter's very bright, but she's so distracted. She's brilliant when she gets interested in something. And it's like, so, my grades would also be like all over the place. I'd get like, over 90 in math, and I would get like just about a passing grade in geography or Hindi or something else. So that's what my growing up years were. And the two reasons I think for it are that most of the way our education system is designed, it is meant for selection, it's not meant for learning. Right? And you've done episodes with Ajay on this, you've done episodes with Karthik on this, and so on. And there's a bit of a history to this, and we can get into it. Like if you look at something like Macaulay's Minute, right, from 1853, it's all about selecting the next generation of people who will, together with the British civil servants who were in India, and that British aristocratic class help run India. They will in some sense be the translators or, that middle layer that's missing. Cut to 1950, you have a socialist system. And for various reasons, which we can, talk about later, Nehru again decides that what we really need is a selection system. And this is because of central planning, right? Central plan requires that if you need to produce so many tons of steel, then you need so many tons of iron ore. For so many tons of iron ore, you need so many engineers. For so many engineers, now we need so many engineering departments for which you need so many physics professors to teach in those departments. And you kind of reverse engineer the whole thing. So again, the entire focus is on selection, right? Assuming that the learning has already taken place. And now our job is just to select the right people and put them in the right place, right? So it's that kind of a system. So our education system, and by the way, I come from enormously privileged background. I went to an excellent school in Delhi, Carmel Convent School. I had a great education. I have no complaints. But it was very much that CBSE system where you learn to do well in exams. And I think there's just one time in my life when I got my act together and said, come on, let's really do well, which was my 12th standard. Because if you don't do well in 12th standard, the joke those days used to be you'll end up in Dayal Singh Evening College or Zakir Hussain Evening College. This is a time when the cutoff came in the newspaper. Everyone, including your neighbors, knew based on, if you told them I'm in Hansraj Economics, they knew down to, half a percentage point what your 12th standard grades were. So that was that. But I never really excelled in that system. So the way I think about it now is, now if you're not going to excel in that system and you're basically smart enough and switched on enough that you can move on to the next grade, right? Which is usually that's the only point. Don't embarrass your parents, don't flunk, don't do anything terrible. So going on to the next grade was never particularly different. So now if you don't have that pressure of coming first in class and excelling across 8 different subjects, you might as well just do what feels right and learn what sounds like fun. So I remember a lot from my schooling days. Most of it is math and history, right? Maybe there'll be a bit of my science, physics, chemistry that I remember, but I actually don't remember very much of what I did in school. And the reason I use the word remember is all the focus was on memorizing. So if you don't remember, you didn't do it. The things I know inherently, I'm terrible at memorization even now. I mean, other than my favorite Pink Floyd songs or something, I won't really know stuff off the top of my head. All these people who come on your podcast and start quoting Ghalib and I don't know how they're doing this, frankly. So I'm not good at memorization, so I have to truly understand something for me to know it and for me to remember it. So the stuff I truly understood, I still know. The stuff I didn't truly understand, I didn't care then. I don't particularly care now. And then the information age, and you can always look something up, what was the year of the, I don't know, where was the Congress meeting held in 1946 or something, draw it on a map. These are the kinds of questions we had. I'm sure I can look that up on Google. So it's not the end of the world. So that's kind of how I think about, that period of my life. 2 things, however, I always read everything. And it starts with the newspaper. I come from a family where granddads are journalists. You read the paper. My dad reads the paper every day. We grew up, dad's office had a subscription for Time, Newsweek, Economist sort of things. I started reading The Economist when I was 12 or 13 and still do. So there was a lot of reading happening at home. My sister is a voracious reader. So most of my fiction tastes come from my sister. And probably still do, actually. But a lot of that was informed by my sister, my friends, everyone read, somehow. So reading was a big part of it. And again, the reading was, you're not reading to actually do well in class. So you're just reading for fun. So you might as well read whatever you enjoy, right? So I guess just the way my life was defined and designed, I just figured out that you read because you love reading. It's not particularly getting you anything. What is getting you ahead is memorizing or doing 100 math problem sets or something like that. So then you might as well just learn what's interesting. You might as well listen to the music that's fun. You might as well read what's good, because it's not like any of that stuff is getting you anywhere. The only thing that's getting you somewhere is excelling in these terrible exams. And when the time really came, I managed to get my act together and do that in my 12th. So that was, I kind of treated the whole thing pretty chill, yeah. I'm not a very good student. I've never stood like anywhere close to the top of my class. None of that stuff.
We'll come back to you in a bit, but before that, I will delight you by taking a digression away from your personal story for a moment. And like number one, I completely agree with you about our education system. It's a common rant we have that it was designed to produce workers for the Industrial Revolution, or babus for the British Empire, and kids of the same age studying together, studying the same subjects, and basically it's a daycare center. And Ajay and I did a recent Everything is Everything episode on education, where his advice to parents was think of school as a daycare center. Period.
It's a warehouse.
It's a warehouse, and so I want to ask you to think aloud with me on a thought experiment. And it's a thought experiment that I ask people across various domains. Here's the thing. Imagine you reboot civilization. You have the human race. We are what we are wired the way we are. And you reboot civilization at some point. And the question I then like to ask is, how does X evolve? And X could be banking, X could be anything. How does education evolve, I'm wondering? Because at some point you do reach a stage where, like, the earlier model essentially was that kids would learn in a manner of speaking through a sort of apprenticeship where they're with their parents, so they're playing in the forest, they're hunting with the adults, they learn how to hunt, and etc. etc. And essentially, in a sense, everybody was a nepo baby. A carpenter's child would learn how to be a carpenter, etc. etc. And then
we call that the caste system. I like how you call that a nepo baby, but sure.
Yeah. So you can call it. I mean, and that whole kind of thing across the world is pretty much there. I mean, caste is evil across various other aspects also. But I am just focusing in on the narrow aspect of how we learn. And if we reboot civilization, do you think, and the reason I feel this question is important, because if there are some things which you say would obviously happen again, then you realize that they are fundamental to how we are hardwired and how we relate to each other, and they would be inevitable. If there are some things which you think, nahi, ye to kabhi nahi hone wala hai, then you realize that that was a contingent, it was an accident of history. There's no reason it should be like that. So how would you think about how people learn? How would that evolve?
I don't have children. So it's difficult for me to think about this from the family's perspective of how hard is it to teach core skills, for the family to the child versus, you outsource this to someone who's a specialist in childcare or daycare or something. So I don't have that perspective, frankly. My sense is that there should be a certain amount of group learning, right? Some of this is because I think children learn the most from people around them. A lot of it is osmosis. It's not a mental transfer of knowledge from one person's brain and you learn a lot of things when you watch someone else do the same thing. So I do think the first few years, the early years, and you can debate, should it be age 3 to 8 or age 3 to 10 or whatever. I do think there will be some kind of group schooling, group learning environment. And I do think everyone needs to learn core skills, right? So the most core skills are, of course, motor skills and those sorts of things that children learn. But your literacy, numeracy, ability to communicate with another person, ability to work with other people, increasingly in the world, I think financial literacy, which I now realize looking back, I was very fortunate to learn from my parents, but not everyone is that fortunate. Those sorts of things, I think, it makes sense to do some of this in a group. And then I think we need to disband whatever middle school, high school we currently have. I think it needs to be broken down into smaller groups. I think there needs to be more peer-to-peer learning. I think we have to dramatically change the use of technology because we are still stuck in the models, of how people learned 200 years ago without the tutoring. 200 years ago, they had the same models, but they had tutors and they had small groups and peer groups. And we've discarded all the good stuff. We've just kept the crap. So I think we'll need some version of that. Now, having said that, this is not going to get you uniformity, right? We have to be thoughtful about that. So the richer countries that are able to invest more per capita, per child are going to, of course, have smaller class sizes, more interesting, more tailored, more customized learning if they get their act together. Um, and even within a country, there is going to be a lot of variation, right? Depending on how much money someone's able to spend. You also get that in the uniform schooling system in the sense that after, all my friends who have children, they just like, I think they're all like glorified chauffeurs at this point, just carting their kids from one, piano class to soccer class to language class to whatever. So that's already happening. And in India, it's, all your STEM tuition classes and things like that. But I think we have to get comfortable with the idea that the outcomes are not going to be equal by design. Right now, we pretend like, we designed this system to work the same way for everyone and produce the same uniform working force. And now any outcome that's different is coming from some other aspect of society, whether it's family, whether it's inequality or something else. But now what I'm telling you is by design, we're going to start sorting much earlier. And that's an uncomfortable problem. So obviously families who have multi-generation of education and learning and better resources, their kids will do better, which by the way, they do better even now. But I think that's an important thing to think about at the design level. How much are we trading off uniformity for genuine learning? And I think we're trading off a lot. The second piece of that puzzle is selection, right? And there I just think, as societies, not just the government, which is doing this whole UPSC exam kind of thing, as a society, we have just taken the lazy way out. And it is just sheer laziness. I went to the best schools, the best colleges. There was no investment made in figuring out, so-and-so is really good at this. They should probably think about honing these skills and pursue that. The whole thing was like a Ford Motors assembly line. And where you get on and where you get off determines, which kind of car you're going to be fitted into. And once you get in the car, then that's also a race, right? You're a spare part in a car right now. You're a cog in a wheel. And then that's a separate race in itself. That's just laziness. And the reason we've gotten away with being lazy is, we have too many people in India. It's such a large population. There are too many numbers. Well, if we have lots of people, we should also have lots of scouts. We should also have lots of teachers. We should also have lots of people who are in the business of sorting how we administer education. But somehow the people problem is only when you're taking an entrance exam, right? And the laziness, honestly, Amit, continues all the way, right? Right now, through my Emergent Ventures work, I often interact with young people who are doing startups, who are ending up at one VC or another VC in India and having these conversations. And earlier, my evaluation of VCs was really poor in India. I'm like, none of these VCs are founder driven. Who are the VCs hiring? They're all like satellites of an American VC firm in India. Who are they hiring? IIT, IIM, quants. They're basically running a bank or a hedge fund or something like that. It's not really venture capital. They're not able to truly understand risk, who is a good entrepreneur, who has great product market fit, nothing. It's just, why don't you put this in a deck and why don't you show me that in a balance sheet and show me your cash flow? And that these guys can evaluate because they've done some basic financial classes and things like that. I think it's extreme laziness to set up a venture capital firm and only hire people from IIT, IIM. Why are IIMs hiring people from IIT? Why do you need electrical engineers? It means you've completely failed at picking a certain kind of talent, right? IIT is relying on the JEE exam because the numbers are so large. I can still kind of understand and forgive. And at the end of the day, they're still asking STEM questions, right? So fair enough. Though that could be tweaked. So the laziness goes all the way, right? Someone who is going to be a bureaucrat is now going to come out of engineering college, not because they're going to work in the PWT department, because this is one way we have solved the problem of selection at a lower level. So we have the same problem of selection at a higher level. So we're just going to mimic what happened at the lower level. So I am not impressed with the whole system. And it's a huge disservice because the talent in India is just extraordinary. The level of ambition, the level of skill, especially, now that we've democratized education. So I think it's a huge loss for India as a country. But this pervades everything. So unless we solve that at some kind of social level and come to terms with the fact that we are not a factory or a firm which is just selecting parts to fit in one kind of machine or another, but we're genuinely trying to understand who is right for what job, I don't think we can solve this problem. Sorry for the cynical take.
No, no. I mean, it's an honest take, and I agree with all of that. And nothing gets my goat more than people invoking population, because that is such a top-down mindset. That, oh, there are so many people. What can we do? And that's I've done repeated episodes and written columns, and I'll link them from the show notes about how people are brains, not stomachs, and there's can be no such thing as overpopulation. There could be underpopulation, but not over. That's why people overwhelmingly go to cities with the greatest population density.
And also misallocated population, right? That's actually the even bigger problem. The right people are not in the right place because nothing in the system is directing them to the right place.
Everything is broken. So, Land Pritchett has this great paper called Where Is All the Education Gone? And, Ajay and I have been talking about that. And my sense is like, in a nutshell, though I'll link my Everything is Everything episode on education from the show notes for a detailed description. But in a nutshell, what Land shows is that our traditional notion has always been that if you want to be a developed country, you have to solve education first. And Land decided to actually measure that and measure how countries developed over time and how much education correlated with that. And what he found was not only that the answer was lower than is commonly assumed, he found it was basically zero. That the typical trajectory was that so many countries would develop first and then invest in education, which is not, and my take on that is not that education is not important. My take on that is that we have been defining education wrong. Yes. And therefore, what we are measuring, of course, it doesn't help human development, but what we are measuring is the wrong thing. It is not actually what is education. So at one level, you have described why that is the case worldwide, not just in India, but also more deeply in India, why that is the case, that we have this cookie cutter approach of kids of the same age and same class. You go to a warehouse or daycare center, the monkey learns how to climb a tree, the fish also has to learn how to climb a tree. We are all kind of screwed. The other aspect that I want to talk about, the other aspect of education, and I've been thinking about it a lot in the context of India, especially ever since I discovered Jim Heckman's work through Ajay, is about how education is not just about the school and stuff you go to, it's about what is around you. Like in a nutshell, what Jim Heckman's studies show is that early childhood, age 0 to 5 is super important. If you're surrounded by 10-letter words around you,
family matters,
which is basically a proxy for conversations, which is a proxy for having books around you and culture around you, and a value given to leisure time, where everything is not just goal directed ki bete parai karo, IIT jana, ye entrance karna hai, wo entrance karna hai, but a value given to leisure time. It matters a huge deal. And that is a layer of privilege we don't consider, and that is a layer of privilege that goes well beyond affluence. You could be from an affluent family, but if you've got the standard 4-5 books in your house like Paulo Coelho and whatever, and Chetan Bhagat, or whatever, then that discourse isn't there. And the tragedy in this, which really makes me mad, is that you're adding, I think, 1 billion neuronal connections per minute between the ages of 0 to 5, something to that effect. And then it slows down rapidly. It is in those years that the brain is expanding. So you can't catch up later. You can
catch up later.
To some extent, in some areas, but not in some areas. You can't catch up in certain ways. That 0 to 5 is critical. And this is not something an education system per se can solve. And I keep thinking about how do you solve it. Like Ajay's sort of tongue-in-cheek solution for this was that every home should just play Scene Unseen on loop, right? But I mean that's just being flippant. But so how important does that play a part? Because I am imagining, and again I'll ask you to talk about sort of your growing up and your childhood here as well. I'm imagining that being in a home where, you spoke about your grandparents, being in a home where knowledge is revered almost, being in a home where your mom is a veena player and therefore you're surrounded by music, you have that cultural mahal, which I think is an important part of education.
And it's a huge part of my life.
It's a huge part of your life. Let me inform gentle listeners that Shruti's dogs are named Cole and Train, and she's deeply into jazz, and she's been giving lectures on Western classical since I landed up here. And
what lectures on Western? What nonsense?
You've been enlightening me. That's another way of saying that. Glenn Gould and Beethoven and all that. So the point being, tell me about, how was it for you, in the sense that how do you feel it marked you out from the other people around you who may not have been as fortunate to be in a home like this, even if they were as affluent? And how important do you feel there is? And is there a way to kind of solve for it even for people whose families, may not naturally have the same priorities? But how do you change the mahal of a place?
Very hard to say. I honestly don't know.
Mm.
Now, now that we're grown up, and I look back at my life and I look back. So, now I have a slightly different perspective on everything because I'm an immigrant, right? So, when we're all growing up, you know how in India everyone says they're middle class when they're actually like the top 1% or the
Yeah.
5%. They mean they're middle class compared to the Ambanis and that wedding, right?
The real middle class of India are our domestic help and drivers
Exactly,
and all
exactly.
that. Yeah.
So, even that realization of what world you grew up in only comes with certain amount of distance, and sometimes that distance is time and sometimes that distance is physical distance, right? So for me, thinking about how my childhood was or how privileged it was, I actually figured that out only after I came to the US, because everyone around you is kind of similar, right? Sure, everyone's mother is not world class veena player and things like that, so that I understand. But there was music in everyone's homes. All young girls were going to some music lesson or dance lesson or something, depending on whatever the family followed. All the young boys were playing some sport or the other. So this was just part of growing up. It's only after I came here and I had all sorts of friends in my PhD program. And that's when I realized that, on my dad's side, I'm a fourth generation college graduate. Right? Whereas my flatmate was actually the first generation in his family to go to college. I was like, wow, that's extraordinary. And of course, our income levels were completely different. And he grew up in the United States. And, all the resource constraints that I may have faced growing up partially in socialism were completely different. But that layer of privilege that everyone you knew. So, I don't even think about that multi-generation thing. I think the most important thing is both my parents have master's degrees. All my aunts and uncles went to college, right? So it's not like there's one outlier in your family. Ki wo chalo, Dadaji was an outlier, then Papa was an outlier. Everyone we knew, college was like the bare minimum thing that you do, right? Not going to college didn't mean you were Bill Gates. It meant you were dull and you were stupid, like get your act together kind of thing. So that kind of privilege, you only realize with a little bit of distance and maybe leaving your city or meeting other people or leaving the country. Other than that, yeah, honestly, it's very hard to say how my life was different compared to the next person. It's just so difficult to evaluate that. Like I don't even have a framework to think about evaluating it. Except to say, sure, there were lots of books at home. I think my bigger influence on reading other than the grandparents was my sister, right? So when you have an older sibling, whatever they do is cool. So if they listen to Michael Jackson, you listen to Michael Jackson, you're like, oh my God, that's so cool. If they're reading books, you try to read the grown-up books. And, that's so cool. So I think the fact that my sister read was a big deal and had excellent taste in reading, books, music, everything. I say excellent taste like brazenly because it's my taste. So it just sounds excellent now. So I think that made a difference. Going to a really good school where they value, the written word and music and things like that, that really made a difference. But other than that, like very hard to say. Yeah. How do you evaluate something like this?
I think you can't, except perhaps in hindsight, except where you look back. Like at the time when I was growing up and was surrounded by books, it struck me as normal. It is much later that I realized how freaking lucky I was to, be in that sort of a position, and I can get mad at myself for not making the most of that. But I'm struck by something that you said, that after you shifted to the US, that distance showed you things you had not seen earlier. That those layers kind of get unpeeled because of the distance. There are things you take for granted. And I imagine at a different level across different contexts, distance can actually open your eyes because you are in a particular mahal. Let's say you're in a homogeneous housing society or a neighborhood, you go to school with people just like you. And there are so many things that are normalized and you never see them until you are able to step out and, get a sense of what the world is like. Tell me a little bit more about, how your frames for thinking about the world evolved as you kind of grew up? Because where I do find you an outlier, and I'm not sure that anything, including the privileges of childhood, can explain that. Where I do find you an outlier is that for most kids growing up in India, going to school in India, studying economics in India, you just they reflexively take these frames of thinking, which are often statist frames, which are often all in a particular sort of direction, and which are, even if you step out in the outside world, thinking along those lines is what you actually get rewarded for in that sort of top-down way where the state holds a solution and you have to use your engineering prowess, as it were, to figure shit out, and etc., etc. And you not only took a completely different path in terms of being able to be independent thinking enough to shrug those off and take a different path towards learning, go in directions where I can't imagine anyone would have been around to guide you and say ki read Gordon Tullock, read Buchanan. Like kaun bol raha tha India mein? When I was growing up, and we never heard of Hayek and Friedman, right? So how did that happen? Like, what are the initially, I'm guessing the first time you get a framework for looking at the world, it is reflexive, it is what you see around you in your family and all that. The second time is when you're a young enthu kid in college, you discover a frame, maybe you read Marx like I did, and that becomes your one hammer for every nail for a couple of years till you kind of get mature and everything rubs up against reality. You learn the world is complex, and then that process, hopefully, for some people can begin where they start forming frameworks and figure out what works and what doesn't and what is useful to them and what is not. That part of your journey is something I'm truly interested in.
So I'll separate the economics part from the classical liberal part, just, because they're slightly different in my head. Economics, I learned the good old way. I went to Hansraj College to an excellent economics department. I owe that department everything. I mean, if I'm an economist, you can blame Professor Kukradi or Alka Kakkar or any one of the great professors who taught me. And this is going to sound a little bit like psycho and nutty, but I have such a clear and vivid memory of this. I mean, it's 20 years since I graduated from college, right? So this is now fairly long time ago. I can remember the angle of the light, the bush shirt that Professor Kukradi was wearing, right? Like, the blackboard, the people who were sitting next to me. In Hansraj College, we had these big windows. It's always dusty. So, like how when in the middle of the afternoon, the light comes in, there's like dust that settles down. I have like such a perfect memory of the day he was explaining comparative advantage, and then, the production possibility frontier just shifts out. And it's like your brain like has like a light just go off. You're like, holy crap, like how the hell did this happen? And it's literally, when we say grow the size of the pie, it's literally that. There's a production possibility frontier that, is a curved shape like that. It's like a slice of a pie, and then it shifts out and you grow it, right? So even the metaphor fits perfectly. I have such a clean memory of Alka Kakkar taught us public finance. A lot of public choice came from public finance. All these models by Musgrave, Samuelson, all this I remember like it used to be an 8 a.m. or 8:15 a.m. class in the morning. She would always be on time, like just perfect precision and just explain things so conceptually. Start at the top left of the board and like work your way down to the bottom right. So I learned economics the good old-fashioned way through amazing teachers who changed my life, who pointed me to books, through an amazing peer group in my class. Right after that, in Hansraj, as your seniors start moving up, you start in your first year, they end up like a lot of people from Hansraj end up going to Delhi School of Economics. So if you want to go hang out with your couple of years senior to you, you just go hang out in Delhi School. I've learned more economics sitting at the chai stall at Delhi School of Economics than I've learned anywhere else. Right? So there was something really incredible about the air in Delhi University. I think I got really lucky that I got sorted into the correct program because, as I told you, cut-off newspaper mein aata tha. You land up whatever cut-off you get, right? So that's where you end up. So you got to have a little bit of luck that you didn't end up in literature or sociology or something else that just didn't fit, your mental model. And I just happened to land up in economics, which frankly, I did not plan. I had no great love for economics. You need to get a BA before you go to law school. I got a BA before I went to law school. So I think I would just credit old-fashioned learning, problem sets, doing graphs, excellent teachers, learning math, econ the hard way from textbooks, doing, problem set after problem set. So that kind of thing. There should be a book called RGD Allen, which you had to know inside out for your math, econ, and Chiang, stuff like that. So that kind of learning is just, you put your head down before your exams, you take good notes in class, you surround yourself with people. And I somehow have a talent of surrounding myself with the smartest people anywhere. I don't even know if I'm looking for it. It just happens. I'm always friends with the brightest people in every classroom situation that I've been in, right? And then you just learn by osmosis because they all know their stuff. I'm like always the one who's hanging around somewhere, reading something, some fiction when you're supposed to be reading economics. And then they kind of sort you out. The classical liberalism was slightly different. I think I was always classical liberal leaning, but I didn't have a vocabulary for it because we didn't learn any economics in school. Our economics in school was national income accounting and maybe a little bit of demand and supply curves and some macro aggregates of the economy. We didn't really learn the economic way of thinking. So by the time I went to university, there was a lot of status stuff they were teaching us in comparative economic systems. We learned all of, the transition economy from feudalism to capitalism. I remember when I first came to George Mason, Peter Betke asked me, how do you know socialist calculation debate? How do you know Langa learner and also well? I'm like, that's because I learned only that half of the debate. I didn't even know it was a debate, right? So here only I learned, Hayek and Mises on the other side of the debate. So all that stuff we learned, the status stuff. It didn't match the reality I was viewing. So I think that's one important thing, right? Things have got to fit. The second is I was part of that great liberalization, post-liberalization boom. Liberalization happened in 1991. I was in college from 2001 to 2004. And, 10 years after liberalization, in 2001, we also had that WTO amendment for consumer goods, not just capital goods and intermediate goods. So I could literally see the number of things you were getting, like things are changing so quickly. Stuff that's happening all over the world now you can suddenly get access to, right? High quality stuff. So the stuff I was learning in the books didn't match what was happening. But the other part of the classical liberal stuff is I think my family is a little bit anti-establishment. Granddad and his younger brother that I was talking about who were journalists during emergency. And so there is she who shall not be named is a little bit different in our family. It's not Voldemort, right? It's a particular kind of administration that clamps down on free speech and all that. So these grandparents were extremely socialist, but that's because they didn't know a different model of the world. But they were also very anti-establishment, that you don't take anything as given. You must always question everything. Don't believe everything you read in the paper. Don't believe everything you hear in the news. That air was around my entire childhood. They were not normal. Now I realize that in hindsight. So I think that was somewhere there in my bones, that whatever is being presented to you, you got to think about it one layer deeper. If it doesn't add up, or if it doesn't make sense, or if it doesn't explain what's happening around you, you need to ask some questions and think about it. It wasn't encouraged much in school, but it was encouraged in college. Thankfully, I went to a great department. So that was really nice. And early on, I happened to, get introduced to the folks at CCS. And this, the very early years, I'm those early years wale, summer interns.
By
and stuff.
CCS, gentle listener, she means the Center for Civil Society, which is an organization in Delhi.
Yeah. And the first free market think tank, libertarian think tank in India. And during our internship program, this time, there used to be like 8-9 summer interns. We all would, we'd have lunch together and stuff like that. And the lunch room was also the library, because that was the only room where there was a table large enough for all of us to eat lunch together. And the library had all these great books, yeah. I still remember the day Parth, something came up in lunch and just pulled out a first edition of the Calculus of Consent and said, oh, I think you'll find this book interesting. Now, I guess, as luck would have it, or, sometimes Lightbulb moment hits. I think I was introduced to Hayek by K.K. Shrutijit, who is someone we both know, who's now the editor of Mint. Who was an intern with me at CCS those years. So, I had like interesting, very bright people who were just like, oh, you don't know Mises, oh, you don't know Hayek, oh, you don't know this. And they just pull out books and give them to you or tell them what they are. And I read them. Um, and that world started making a lot of sense to me. Right. And I know most people get very excited about Ayn Rand. One of my closest childhood friends. We're still, till to this day, very close. We used to sit next to each other in class. She was obsessed with Fountainhead and, objectivism and all of that stuff when we were in ninth, 10th grade. I didn't care for it at all. So, for some people, if you ask them, their entry into the free market world is through Ayn Rand and fiction and Atlas Shrugged and all that. I read Atlas Shrugged very late. For me, it was really through economics. And once you see the world as an economist, incentive aligned, you understand the benefits of trade, you understand comparative advantage, it's so hard to, I can't switch that part of my brain off ever. There are other parts of my brain I can say, okay, let's set this aside and think about this a slightly different way. I don't know how not to think like an economist. It just can't switch it off, which is infuriating to people around me, I'm sure, but just can't switch it off.
So we share the thing about never having gotten into Ayn Rand because many of our mutual friends, I remember Alex Tabarrok, I think, mentioned Rand was a big influence on him. Barun Mitra is another big Rand fan. And I never quite got it, and I never got into her because I just didn't like her prose. So I just never got into it. And my route was pretty different. But let's sort of go back to your roots, because a phrase that you used, light bulb moment, and you describe one of those light bulb moments where the light is coming in a particular way, and you remember the bush shirt the professor was wearing, and it was comparative advantage, and I presume that's a moment where you learn that it's a positive sum world, that the pie can grow. And for me also, that positive sumness is like, I don't remember where I was or how the light fell when I figured it out, but it is like, with our mutual friend Kumar Anand, I often tell him that when you talk about these principles, it's like flicking a switch. Once a flick is switched, you can't put it back. You can't look at the world differently. You suddenly see something that should have been obvious, but unintuitive, but obvious. But now that you know it, you can't unknow it. It is what it is, and it shines a light on everything, right? Tell me about more of those sort of light bulb moments, in your growth. Not necessarily in college, it could be before, it could be after, but just more of those light bulb moments where, like for me, that positive sumness is certainly a light bulb moment. Understanding spontaneous order is so light bulb, because the intuition is everything is top down, designed, engineer. If there is a watch, there must be a watchmaker. And understanding spontaneous order, which also means you understand natural selection, because what else is right if not that, is such a light bulb moment. And then you just look at the world differently and far less simplistically. So these are two of my big ones when it comes to sort of economics. But what were yours?
This is going to sound so creepy, and I apologize in advance, Professor Kokradi and all, if you're listening. I remember his lectures at a level of depth and clarity which is frankly frightening. Maybe that's why I became a professor, because I thought that's how people remember your lectures. Nobody's listening to me. But I really remember so much of what he taught me. It's a little bit freaky. And the book we used those years for intermediate economics was Halvarian. It was a really fun book, yeah. I mean, Halvarian is hilarious, has really super fun footnotes. We would come out of class and giggle with each other. Did you see that footnote on kinky preferences or, something like that? My God, I sound like a dork, but
Well, I had an episode with Land Pitcher on kinky development, so it's okay.
Yeah. So so I remember the lectures of the really great professors so well. In our schedule, we would have initials of people, right? 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. AK is Alka Kakkar, AKK is Anil Kumar Kokradi, that kind of thing. So there's one called HKS, right? He taught comparative economic systems. I still remember the first time he talked about Adam Smith and it is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the baker, or the brewer, that entire quote. I told you, right? I'm terrible at memorizing. I must have read that passage, 200 times, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. But he just quote that stuff in class, no lecture notes, nothing. And he wasn't even my best or favorite professor. This was just one of the people he was teaching comparative economic systems. He was just so great, right? I remember when he taught creative destruction, Schumpeter's idea of creative destruction is just amazing. That idea that, and again, right place at the right time, right? You're living in India in that post-liberalization moment. You're reading the newspaper every day. You can see all these terrible crap monopolies being challenged by these new goods, both domestic and foreign, almost on a daily basis. You can see the prices coming down and the quality going up of lots of these goods. So it was really sort of, these people made it come alive for me. And the texts we were assigned were frankly very good. I mean, the socialist calculation, one half of the debate kind of crap notwithstanding, the quality of the curriculum was pretty good. If you read your readings, you learned a lot. No question. And I do think, I mean, just to go back to that thing you started with, which is how do you learn to learn? I think one aspect of it is just, I mean, all this following your curiosity and spark and all that's well and good. But sometimes material is hard. The really great stuff in the world, math, economics, all this stuff is really hard. So at some point you have to sit down, you have to read that passage 15 times. You have to make notes, you have to come up with 5 examples. You have to think about, does it add up and meet the real world requirements? And economics that way is also very, very tight discipline. You have a set of assumptions, right? It's all if this, then that. These are these positive arguments. You make a set of assumptions, then you get a particular kind of equilibrium. You can look at the world around you and test if that's actually true or not. So one part of it is just, that Adam Smith passage was like a huge light bulb moment. I remember being taught Schumpeter, which was a big one. I remember watching the Commanding Heights
Galbraith
video series. No, Galbraith I read at university. And we read New Industrial Trade. We read a lot of Galbraith. But there was a video series, is this John Stossel, I think, who did a video series
I think
criticizing the Commanding Heights?
The Commanding Heights series was by Galbraith himself. Or who criticized it? I don't know, but Stossel has criticized everything daft. So
maybe one of those. But there was some video series on Commanding Heights that, I think CCS played and we watched. That kind of was like, wow, we had no idea all this was happening. I remember going back and talking to my grandparents about it. Especially my granddad's younger brother had gone to Moscow and all that on these press junkets. And he'd say, we had no idea people would ask us to bring like toothpaste and safety pins or soap or something, and you'd imagine, what is this country which can send monkeys to space and man on space and all? You figure out toothpaste? He's like, we didn't think about it too deeply, and it's only later, after 1989 when the curtain falls and you're like, wow, okay, there were these crazy shortages. And he was very well aware of the kind of surveillance state in Moscow. So, when he'd go and meet his friends, they'd say, why don't we take a walk and talk about this? Or why don't we talk about it sitting in the garden? So he's told me those kinds of stories. But this came much later, like the insight that there was a calculation problem and you can't centrally plan an economy. That came much later, even though the evidence was staring them in the face, in some sense. So I think that Commanding Heights video series, of course, I mean, Milton Friedman's just he writes so beautifully. Both Free to Choose and Capitalism and Freedom. But Free to Choose is just such a great... And I read the book before
watching the series.
Because YouTube नहीं था तब. हम लोग पुराने हैं, हमें तब YouTube नहीं था.
मैं आपसे ज़्यादा पुराना हूँ.
हाँ, so but on this margin हम दोनों equally पुराने हैं. That we got introduced to this before YouTube happened. So the book was just so readable. Like Hayek is difficult to read, dude. Like really hard. And I think The Road to Serfdom is one of the better written Hayek books. Like other books are even harder. But Friedman was just a dream to read. So I think that kind of stuff. I mean, so all these would be light bulb moments. Henry Hazlitt. I still remember that copy of Economics in One Lesson, getting it Xeroxed at the, shop near CCS and then holding on to it. That stuff was great. So Economics in One Lesson would be one of them. Yeah, like lots of things like this. I think mostly it comes from what I read.
And I share so many of these. Like, so Ajay and I had done an episode of Everything is Everything on 4 papers that changed the world. And there I spoke about the use of knowledge in society, Hayek's great paper. So I'll link it from the show notes because it is such an eye-opener when you understand how prices work. Like prices are literally how we talk to each other at a larger scale, how society communicates with each other and helps each other and fulfills each other's needs. And when you realize that, it just changes everything. So please, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go watch that episode or read the paper.
And it's very readable.
I
have taught that in class, and every time I have read it, I have appreciated something slightly different. First time you're thinking about that, the tin example and, there's this tin mine here, there, and how the prices equilibrate. And then the more number of times I read it, that man on the spot thing that Hayek keeps talking about, that there is no such thing as knowledge that is given and known and perfect information. It's so highly subjective. It is what you're in tune with, right? So a farmer knows the prices of all his inputs and what's happening in the market. The farmer may not know anything else, right? But man on the spot, you know that stuff because it is in your incentive to know that stuff. And that's how you basically talk to the rest of the world, right? Through that, knowing that entire process. That was a huge one, that the subjectivism, which is so deep in, especially in Austrian tradition, and how this knowledge is so subjective to that man on the spot that Hayek talks about. That stuff came with the second reading and the third reading and the fourth reading. But that paper is really lovely.
I must discuss that paper with you because then maybe you can show me aspects of it that I haven't seen. But what I was really struck by and what I focused on in that episode I did was, like, one, there is an insight that no one can argue with, that the world is deeply complex and therefore you can't have one centralized decision maker and it needs to be decentralized. But even after it is decentralized, how do you communicate? How do you communicate your needs to others? Who aggregates it? How do we come up with a system for how everything works? And the miraculous answer is prices. And it just blows me away. It's like it's magical, literally.
And this is where I think I like Hayek more than Smith, which is so weird, because I think that invisible hand metaphor is still giving you a hand.
Yeah.
And it is in some sense humanizing,
anthropomorphizing.
I never say that word because I can't pronounce it. Sorry. Yeah. I can barely spell it.
I'm proud of myself for getting it right.
Yeah, I think I'm the only Indian in United States who can't spell, and all these, Indian American children who are winning the spelling bee and whatever. Anyway, so I can bear that, what you just said. I think that's a problem. I don't think Smith intends it as a problem, but it's how we interpret it now that we live in this highly engineered sort of systems world.
He says it to make it explicable.
Yes.
And then it becomes a next order problem that it is.
Yeah. Exactly. So he's trying to describe it and make it come alive or vivid. But that vividness we've kind of corrupted somewhere. But that's where I really like the Hayek paper so much, because he doesn't rely on anything like that. It is just detailed example, completely breaking down how the price system works and how things change. This is a beautiful paper. Actually, what I would recommend to all the gentle listeners, I know, why are we calling them gentle listeners, by the way? So, where did this come from?
Yeah, this came from Ajay Shah during the YouTube show, referring to viewers as gentle readers. And in one episode, I asked him, why are you calling them gentle readers? And he says, I have grown up reading the classics and that's how these guys would write.
Oh, yeah.
Gentle readers. So it's become a kind of a trope that kind of keeps... Like, so we are right now in DC, and there was a meetup yesterday, and someone gave me a gift for Ajay Shah and me, 2 separate packets. So they drove 3 hours from Pennsylvania to come and meet me and give me the gift.
Yeah,
lovely people. And they said, this is for our gentle teachers. And I almost teared up. I'm like, what the fuck?
No one's accused me of being a gentle teacher. But to the listeners, the book I really recommend everyone reads is Individualism and Economic Order. I think that's what it's called. It's a collection of papers of Hayek's. It's a Chicago University Press. You can find it easily. It is, I think, the best of Hayek. So I would really recommend, and it's early Hayek. It's all the price knowledge, the decentralized systems thinking, just essay after essay. I think that's a really, really nice book. I would recommend that.
You got the title right. It is Individualism and Economic Order, written in the 30s and 40s. So
I think published 1948 as a collection, if I'm not wrong. Chicago.
And a thought strikes me when I think of Hayek, when I think of those years, 30s and 40s, right? That he must have very often felt terribly lonely. He might have been riddled with a little bit of self-doubt about, if everybody smart disagrees with me, could I possibly, am I doing something wrong? But at the same time, I feel that the power and the clarity of the ideas is so immense that he would have known that he saw things that others did not see yet. And it must have felt so frustrating to him. And yet I wonder if that gave him a sense of purpose. And in a similar sense, when you were talking about your Lightbulb moments and, discovering Hayek and the times in CCS and all that, you mentioned Hazlitt. I think another of my Lightbulb moments, like, I don't even know where it comes from, but it's a light bulb. I think it comes from Hazlitt, where he says that if for if 1/3 of your income is going in taxes, it means between March and April every year, you are effectively a slave of the government. From which I got my little slogan that taxation is part time slavery, which is not to say we should not be taxed because we need a state to protect our rights, but it is to say that the cost is so high that we must question everything that it is used for. And when I see that and when I look around me and I find that no one else sees it, they take it for granted. And it makes me want to just go out and shout. It's like the man who comes out of the cave and sees the sun and he wants to go in and he wants to tell everyone, look what is outside. And there's no language in which to do it for him. And I wonder if and this is a received insight I'm getting from somewhere else. But for Hayek, who articulated many things for the first time, I wonder if that then gives him that sense of purpose, that this is now what I have to do for the rest of my life because it is so important. And I wonder, and I know recoil at grand words like purpose, but but nevertheless, a more sort of anodyne word could perhaps be direction. That when you choose a direction of your life, whether it is to seek more knowledge that can open your eyes in a similar way, or whether it is to disseminate these learnings because you are so excited about them and passionate about them and you love this field so much. And that's certainly a direction you took. And you don't want to use the word purpose as you have mentioned earlier. But isn't that purpose? Isn't does it drive you?
Nahi yaar, not really. The reason I don't like using these grandiose words is, let's be extremely honest, I got paid for all of it.
Why?
Okay?
Okay, why do you do what you do? You could have got paid far more as a
No,
corporate
I
lawyer.
understand. I could have gotten paid. But what I mean is, this is not like some grand thing I wish to solve in the world. It was very much like, I can't believe someone would pay me to wake up every morning and read and write and think the stuff I love and let me pick what is it that I wish to read and write and think about. That is really, for me, actually, that is real privilege. That I have friends, I grew up in Delhi. I have lots of friends who came from like these, business families. They had no choice but to go into whatever their family had set out for them. Right? Similarly, my mom was an artist at All India Radio in the Vadi Vrind Orchestra. So I saw the kids of all her colleagues, in Delhi, Gharana and so on. It was predetermined. Tabla player's son, you will grow up and play tabla, or sitar player's son, you will grow up and play sitar. Chalo, if you're really going out there, the tabla player's son can play pakhavaj or sitar player's son can play sarangi or something, but that's about as far as we're willing to venture. My life was not predetermined in that way. And I think the ability to choose work that you love is the greatest privilege of all. I know you're supposed to be privileged based on your height and the color of your skin and whether you have ovaries or not and all these other stupid things that we are taught every day. But to me, that is genuine privilege. So that, in that sense, it's been an enormous privilege. And I guess the only good thing about me is I knew that it was a gift and that I could use it. But purpose would be too much. And also, honestly, I did most of it for consumption. So now if I tell you, oh, I did this to change the world and to teach everyone, all no, sorry.
Okay, let's move away from the grand word, but let's talk about drive. I think that there are two things people can be driven by. One is a larger sense that I want to do X, and that X could be I want to earn a lot of money, I want to change the world, I want to whatever. X could be grand, X could be non-grand. Or they could be driven by the processes, by how they build their day. Like you are saying that what drives you is reading and writing. You love to read and write. Is that broadly correct?
That's exactly right. So one is I wanted to figure things out for myself. I wanted to understand something. I wanted to write about it, or something I learned and understood in one particular context. I wanted to apply it to India or something. That was the excitement for me. I do love to teach. But not in a grandiose sense. I'm sorry. I work in a system where kids go into a lot of debt to attend my lectures, right? So again, people were paying money for it and I was receiving money for it. So this is not some, like selfless exchange of grand ideas. I think we need to step away from all this stuff a little bit, okay? So in that sense, I love teaching to people who are interested in learning. And one way of signaling interest is actually showing up in class and, paying attention and actually doing the work. But I am process driven in the sense that for me, it is the reading and the writing and the thinking which is more important than the outcome of it. And sometimes that's what makes academia a little too self-serving and internal and, almost too much of a consumption good. It's like, hello, all these resources were invested in you for all these years by your family, by, universities in India, by universities abroad. Hello, produce something, right? So there's a natural reaction. I read in the newspapers, anytime JNU is in the news, people will say, why are we paying as a society so much for these people in their mid-30s to do their PhDs for 6-7 years? So I understand that it can seem a little bit odd to someone outside of academia. It can seem very self-serving, very consumption-based. But honestly, that's the only thing that's driven me if something's driven me. So it's usually you wake up in the morning, what do you want to think about? What do you want to work on? Now, not to say that you're like some butterfly who's like, totally just following your thought. There are deadlines. There are things you need, one needs to get done. There are papers that need to be revised. And you're part of an ecosystem, which means you're constantly giving comments to other people. You're part of seminars, right? All of those things. So there's a structure within the academy, which I have benefited from. But largely that's it, And the other cool thing is, how many jobs do you get to work with all your heroes? You grow up like admiring these rock stars. In the academy, you can actually co-author with them, right? You can work with them. So that was another big pull for me. I just really like talking to economists. George Mason, I know it's very fashionable to crib about your PhD and your graduate years, that everyone has some story of struggle and how awful it was. I'm sure there were some tough moments for me also, and I've cribbed a fair bit to my family, but overall, it was extraordinary. I mean, it was such an amazing place to learn. All my professors who are now, my colleagues in Fairfax, I'm sitting in Arlington right now at Mercatus. We have multiple campuses and offices. They were all just amazing, and I still get to learn from them. I still get to read what they write. Richard Wagner, one of my heroes, I read his last 5 books in manuscript form.
Wow.
Right? Which is such a gift. He was writing his books. He would write a book once a year, and he would teach his book in class. Because these were all PhD seminars. So the lecture notes would eventually make their way into the book.
Wow.
So these were the people I studied with, and Dick Wagner's one of the giants in public finance and public choice. Democracy in Deficit, that he co-authored with Buchanan, is one of the greatest books. It's been, I think, more than 50 years of that book. I think we recently had the 50th anniversary or something. I remember some panel was put together for it. But that book just holds up so well. And so much of what I know and how I think is informed, for instance, by Dick Wagner. Or, you're talking to Larry White, who's also on my dissertation committee. Peter
That episode
Betke.
will be out before this, but yeah.
Yeah, Peter Betke, who was another one of my teachers. At NYU, it was Mario Rizzo, Richard Epstein. I mean, so, when you were talking about Hayek and if he had purpose, my first instinct was, why don't I ask one of these people who knew Hayek? That's my first instinct, right? So I was really taught by incredible economists who actually knew these people, who studied these ideas. If you go to the NYU website for Mario Rizzo's book, Time and Ignorance, there are pictures of the South Royalton Conference where Mario has pictures with Hayek. Sudha Shenoy is there, Israel Kirzner is there. So many of the people in the Austrian tradition are there. So these people have actually hung out with Hayek. So I could ask, one of my mentors. But they were all just deep thinkers, amazing writers. When Mario was writing Escaping Paternalism, I was at NYU. I was reading drafts of the chapters. That's how I know all my behavioral economics. So this, I think, it's a tremendous gift. And even now, a lot of it, otherwise, I get lots of papers in manuscript form, books in manuscript form. And after that, I hardly buy any books now. On India at least. I just get the galleys copies or the publisher copy for the podcast or something. So it's just such an incredible world to live in, where all your incentives are aligned to learn and consume and make yourself a better thinker and make yourself a better communicator or a teacher or a writer. So this is why, it's not that I recoil at the idea of talking about this. It's more like, what a tiny fraction of people in the world have this experience. So it's not clear to me that someone else can learn too much from it other than, hey, academia is awesome. I don't have much of a blurb outside of that. Go to a place where you can read, write, think. It's just an awesome life.
So here I'll think aloud again, and I'm just wondering about how the arc that a life of knowledge would take has changed over the years. Like back in the day, if you think about to use a phrase loosely, the knowledge society, as it were, you could think about where is knowledge produced, where is it discovered, where is it learned, where is it disseminated, and a convenient sort of equilibrium for this was that's why universities sprung up. That universities were where you went to learn and you would stay on there, where you went to learn and you would stay on there and you would teach there, and new knowledge came from there, and the rest of the world looked at them. Now, I'm not sure to what extent it ever worked in that idealized sense, but it seems to me that it is no longer one necessary for all knowledge to necessarily come from universities. That is no longer the sole place of learning. The world has changed rapidly. Many of the finest thinkers have nothing to do with academia. And equally, academia, perhaps not so much the economics profession, but certainly in the rest of the humanities, have completely degraded. That, they've been taken over by ideological fashions at different times, academics tend to get stuck in deeper and deeper silos, like wheat production in Peru between the years 1536 to 1538. And I'm caricaturing, obviously. But the sense from outside is that nothing that you do is relevant to us, that you are in a circle jerk where you're studying things no one cares about. You might even be studying things that are wrong because you're following a fashion or a fad of the day, and you are incentivized to do that because that is where the funding comes from, that is where tenure comes from. You write in obscure prose for journals that only other academics buy and practically nobody reads. And so that is sort of the view from outside. It is completely irrelevant, and and a lot of the finest work, even in fields that should be academic fields, is really coming from outside, and a lot of great minds are wasted. So what are your thoughts on how that life of knowledge takes place? Like, what I have expressed is an outside view. Some would say it's a caricatured view. Some would say, hey, you could say it's not true of the sciences, and obviously it isn't to the same extent. You could say it's not true of economics. But only of some of the humanities. But in general, even if this extreme view is not quite all there is, and there is a lot of value in academics, it is also the case, and something I find delightful, that a life of knowledge is now possible in ways it wasn't in two different ways. And one is, you don't have to be in academia. You can read the books in your free time. You can maybe something like Marginal Revolution sparks of your thinking. You learn the economic way of thinking, or the beginning parts of it, from books like Freakonomics, and that's an entry point. And but once you enter, you go deeper and deeper, and a life of knowledge can be lived differently, and all your field experiments and learnings happen in a world of action. Like, more and more, I think that in a time where private enterprise is rewarded so enormously, it is not a surprise to me that many of the great thinkers of our times are actually capitalists who've done really well in business. Whether it's Paul Graham in everything that he's done, or someone like Jeff Bezos, like, these are some of the great thinkers of our times. So what is sort of your sense of that? Because you're someone who's been in academia all her life. You have gotten a lot of value from it. You've given a lot of value to it. And at the same time, there are possibilities outside. And the second margin along which possibility is there, that earlier, if you wanted to follow the arc of a life of knowledge, you would kind of have to be a full-time knowledge person. Today, you really don't. Today, number one, you can, as health spans and lifespans are getting longer, you don't have to do one thing all your life. You don't have to follow one track. You can learn multiple things, and learning how to learn being a key part of key skill you have to have, as we'll discuss. But you can do multiple things, and one of the great ways of learning is by doing. And in the past, in most fields, the doers were not in academia. I would read academics talk about subjects that I feel I know, and I would be like, what the fuck are they even talking? This is rubbish. But today, a lot of that knowledge can come from doers who could be writing blog posts or doing podcasts or writing books, etc., etc. So what is your sense of that, sort of that the arc that a life of knowledge could take, and how the modern world is changing that?
So I never meant to say that the only way you can learn is within
Of
the
course, I'm
academy,
not
right?
saying
It's just that is my lived experience.
Yeah.
But I will tell you one thing. I was saying this to one of the young people at the meetup yesterday. There isn't a force in the world that could have stopped me from being an economist. They could have stopped me from getting a PhD in economics, right? And joining the formal academy and getting a job in a research or a teaching job or whatever it is. But I have not yet encountered a force that could have stopped me from really becoming an economist, which to me is someone who understands the economic way of thinking, can apply it, can see it all around them, and so on. So I'm not an economist because I went through the beats. It's because of what I read and what I wrote, right? That's the crux of it. Now, there are people in academia who don't read that much. Young people today in academia apparently don't read any books because history of thought has been killed in most universities. George Mason still teaches it at the PhD level. But they're just reading papers. And when I ask them, how do you read the papers? We read the intro, we read the results section and the conclusion, and that's it. And if their methodology is like dodgy, they'll read that section too. Appendix, no one cares. It's where we stuff all the crap. So that's also changed a little bit. So you can be an academic economist without reading very much. In fact, you can even be an academic economist without knowing the economic way of thinking, is the way that things have now come to bear. Most economists, by the way, don't read Adam Smith and don't read Hayek and all of these things, right? They kind of just assume, oh, those ideas have been imbibed in the models that we are studying or applying in one of our microeconomics textbooks. So George Mason's that way a little bit different and the reading focus. On the second part of it, I actually think everyone's part of the knowledge society. So let me break that down. So, one low-level version of that is, you're producing something within an academic system, you're publishing it in academic journals or university press books, and there are other people who are equally smart who are doing it in the trade press or in blogs or Substacks or newspaper columns and so on. But to me, that's just a minor difference in where it ends up and what pays your salary. Frankly, right? The trade press people actually have to sell books to make money. The academics are paying to get their book published most of the time, right? Because you need that for some other purpose, like getting tenure or something. So I don't think that's the bigger difference. I think the bigger difference is the stuff that you pointed out about the people who actually do stuff, right? I have learned a lot of economics from the 1991 reformers through our 1991 project, right? These are not academic economists in any sense, except C. Rangarajan, who for a long time had a long career in academia at IMM, the Bud and stuff. Most of them were not even in the academic system. They went, after they got their graduate degrees, they went to the World Bank or they went to one of these multilateral institutions. They came back to India. They served in government, and I have learned so much from them, right? Rakesh Mohan's paper with Vandana Arora on dismantling industrial planning. It's an excellent paper and finally led to something which has one of the most important gains, in terms of a policy change in India. The same thing or a similar version of that has also been done in the academic system many decades before by Padma Desai and Bhagwati in Planning for Development. So you can find versions of that. So I think the doer or the people who are actually in practice in private sector, in government, technocrats, actually writing this stuff in whatever medium. It could be policy memos internal to government or RBI white papers. I have learned trade theory and balance of payments from reading Rangarajan Committee report. We didn't have a book for it. That's what was assigned. So you just read Rangarajan Committee report. Banking, we learned from Narsimham Committee. Again, Delhi University, there's no reading, there's no textbook for this. So that's just how we learned, right? So I'm very agnostic to where it's coming from. Now, I lucked out on a few margins. The internet was born when I was a teenager. I mean, when I say the internet was born when I was a teenager, I mean, that's when people started putting stuff out there and it came in the hands of private individuals and, you could start getting these Hotmail and Yahoo email accounts and stuff like that, right? That's also when all these blogs started. I recently realized I've been reading Marginal Revolution, I think, for 18 or 19 years. Something like that. It's a long time. So that's how I, got introduced to that world. That time, Don Boudreaux had Cafe Hayek. There was, EconLib. We had Arnold Kling, Brian Kaplan, Robin Hanson. All these guys are still blogging. Right? Eventually, I took classes from some of them, but they were blogging then, they're blogging now. So much of how I think about the world is influenced or informed by something I read that they wrote either in a blog or in a book or in a column or something else. Brian Kaplan's now writing graphic novels, for really complex ideas like immigration. I learn a lot from it, right? So it's not just if you read someone's paper or so. That's, I think, I'm very agnostic to that, and we got lucky. Right. Also got lucky that we're part of that online book world where, the Kindle was introduced and now you could get ebooks. Ebooks is like magic to me. I still can't believe it sometimes, Like,
We take it for granted that we can just go on the computer and any book in the world, I can figure out a way to
yeah,
read it right now.
exactly. It's really freaky. I mean, I still like to read a bunch of things in paper. So I was part of that generation. And being part of that generation is awesome because we have an appreciation for it. I remember, you're talking about one of those things, when I was an immigrant. Sorry, I'm all over the place
No,
going back
please,
and
please,
forth.
please.
But
That's the best place to be.
when I first left India was the first time I realized you can borrow any number of books from the library. In India, you had 3 library passes.
Oh,
So
over
you
here
had
you
3
can
books.
borrow as much as you want.
Yeah,
Wow.
as many books. They won't. So I remember asking them, how many books can I take? As many as you can physically carry out. Was like the quizzical expression, like, what is it that you're asking us, young lady? We don't understand your query, was how the librarians approached me. And I was like, really? As many as I can carry out? And then they misinterpreted that. And they said, we also have the dolly that we can lend you if you are just going to a neighboring building or something.
Wow.
So you can take 20 books out, 40, as many as you can read. Just make sure you bring it back by the due date. So that, for someone like me who was in a world where books were very hard to get and issued one at a time, so many books you couldn't even take out of the library, you could only read in the library reading room and stuff like that. And I'm talking about textbooks. I'm still a generation in Hansraj library with carbon paper we would note down. I remember that's how I know the Heckscher rule in international trade theory. That theorem, I know it so well because I was the one who was in charge of writing the notes for Heckscher rule and my friend was doing something else and someone else was doing something else. So you write on carbon paper, make 3 copies or take it to the Xerox guy. All this sounds so insane and outdated now, right? So I have an appreciation for being able to get a book or a paper just that easily, like, you snap your fingers and before you know it, you have it. And the ability to read it. So that, I think, is a gift. And coming from a generation where that wasn't easy and you actually need to read stuff and start marking it, some of those habits have continued. Whereas I believe now everyone feels like, acha hai. So we'll just search it whenever we need it. We don't actually have to read it or know it. Which is something I'm hearing from more and more of my students or young people. So, academia, the books, all of it. But Twitter is great, yeah. I mean, I've heard about so many new people. You're talking about Jeff Bezos and Paul Graham. I had no clue about Paul Graham essays until I learned that he's sort of, a really great essayist only on Twitter. Because otherwise he's just known as, an investor and a venture capitalist and things like that. So the essays I discovered online and through Twitter, I know there's a generation that discovered it. The way I've been reading Marginal Revolution for 19 years, there are other people who discovered it. So, so much great stuff that I've learned just on Twitter. Twitter makes it very easy to curate the people you follow. And actually, most of what I've learned, which we haven't talked about yet, is through people around me. You learn following people. And when those people introduce you to a new idea or a new field or maybe a new piece of music, or how to travel or where to eat, that also gets imbibed. So if you trust someone on their ability to write great essays, maybe you'll also trust their taste in art, right? And you'll also trust their taste in travel or whatever else. And that has been my journey. So I have, again, just followed people who put out great stuff on Twitter. I like to read carefully if they're good. That I like to judge for myself, frankly. I'm not great at the signals that the universe is throwing at me. So if someone's really good and it's insightful, it works for me, I learn something new that I couldn't have easily learned otherwise, I'll start following that person. And then I'll start following their feed or whatever, their Substack, whatever it is they're putting out. Used to be RSS feed once upon a time. Not to get nostalgic about that.
Don't get nostalgic because audio podcasts are still distributed through RSS, which is deeply inefficient and an artifact. It's terrible.
Oh.
Because it constrains the kind of analytics you can get, for example.
Okay,
And,
I don't even look at the analytics.
Yeah,
So
any paywall you put is a Jugaru paywall. Not that I would ever put one,
Yeah.
but yeah, so it's...
Yeah, so I didn't know RSS still used. So that's how I pick people. I knew about you because of your blog, for instance. I mean, we met through other people for other reasons, but I knew about you before I met you because of the blog, and I was reading whatever was out there. And honestly, like I was reading Arnold Kling on a blog, and Peter Betke on a blog, and Alex and Tyler on a blog, and you on a blog, and it all felt about the same. Like I didn't have a hierarchy in my head that, oh, this person's a university professor here, or it just made sense to me. I remember at one point, do you remember that the number of cow posts you had?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like one of those weird things. And I
I
started
had some
noticing
100 posts on cows, and every time I would post one, I would
you would link
all
all the others.
ones, yeah.
And I started noticing cows everywhere after you started doing this insane thing. I started reading about cricket reading after you started posting about it. And by the way, for me, cricket reading is amazing because they are never writing about what happened in the match. Because that everyone knows and people are watching it live.
It's a commodity.
Exactly. So now they are writing about something else, right? So they're writing about either some great organizational skill or the fortitude of the players or the combination of things. And their descriptions are so beautiful, yeah. Because for someone to actually read about the match the next day, it has to be so well written, otherwise it's pointless. So cricket writing is something actually you introduced me to. Prem Panikkar, Prem's blog. Those are things I learnt about from India Uncut. So there is that. So, it becomes that thing that, okay, if India Uncut, where I generally enjoy what is going on or I enjoy reading it, if that recommends the next thing to me, I'll at least give it a try. Right? I may not fall down that rabbit hole. Sometimes I might fall down it. And even the rabbit hole, honestly, I mean, this is like such a weird thing. I'll try and give you an example for this. There's like sometimes things just strike you at another time. But the person who introduced you to it, you trusted. And when it came from 3 other places, you're suddenly like, acha, this must be worth reading or listening to. So, like I mentioned, my mother was a Veena player with the Vadyavrind Orchestra at All India Radio. So, I've kind of grown up in that building. Summer vacations were there. They had a great library. I'd air conditioned. So Delhi summers, we'd love going to mom's office because it's like fully air conditioned. You can hear music, you can sit in the library and stuff like that. So there's a statue of Khan Sahib Abdul Karim Khan, who is one of the greatest, sort of singers India's ever produced, right? I have walked past that statue number of times. I know who this person is. I can recognize the statue. I'm sure I've heard some music also by him. I mean, it's just by osmosis, never really paid attention. And he started the school where eventually Bhimsen Joshi and, everyone else came from. In fact, if you hear Bhimsen Joshi and you hear, Abdul Karim Khan, you can start finding the patterns. I never really paid much attention to him. And I've kind of vaguely known. I mean, if you pointed him out in a book or a picture, I would say, yeah, I know who that is. And recently I was at a record shop and I found one of these. And my mom's like, this one's going to be really good. And first I would trust my mom's taste in music, like just blindly. And I said, okay, le lete hain. And I was excited about some other stuff that I was buying that day. Came back to the US, unpacked the vinyl and heard it. It was just like transcendent, yeah. I mean, it just like takes you somewhere else, the way he sings. And had never thought about this, had never observed it, have literally known this name and face most of my life because of this accident. And he's not that well known because, he was at a time when recordings weren't that common. So there are 3 or 4 recordings of his. Couple of the vinyls are still floating around. There's some old, tapes in All India Radio or something. But now, how do you explain this? Right? So it's a little bit of someone introduced you to something, you trust their judgment on it, the right place, the right time, you suddenly pick that thing up and boom, it all adds up in your head and your brain lights up. So it's hard to say. So the reason I mention this example is it's not that every India Uncut post or every Marginal Revolution post, I'm clicking on every link and falling down every rabbit hole. I mean, that's bananas because there's too much stuff out there in the world. But if there's stuff that comes from multiple places and sometimes it's just right place at the right time, right? I wasn't thinking about this as a kid. I was thinking about like Led Zeppelin. I still love Led Zeppelin. I still listen to it. I also have that vinyl at home sitting right next to this one. But this is also, now it's just in a particular context. This is in Lajpat Nagar. Some random basement record store. My mom and I are standing there waiting. We were waiting for some tailor to give some delivery or something. You just walk into a show. Just pick up a record. That's how it happens. So it's hard to predict. So you have to be a little bit open to it. You have to trust people whose tastes you truly believe in. People whose tastes I trust, whose travel tastes I trust. If they tell me, try this, go to this place, eat that, I will always give it a try. Same with books. You told me to get a couple of books recently. They've arrived at home. So, I'll like immediately order it. Am I going to read it the second they show up? No. Am I going to love it just because you told me to? Probably not. But I'll give it a very serious, read. So that's kind of how I learn, through osmosis and also people I trust. And again, now, I'm X number of years old, and I mean, might as well say 40. I'm 40 years old. And I'm surrounded by fantastic people. I follow fantastic people online. I get amazing guests on my podcast. So I'm also in a have much greater access to new people suggesting new things than a normal person would have. But that's really how I get attached to these things. That's how I learn.
I've been thinking recently about how I can increase my surface area of serendipity, as it were. Right? We did an episode on this also of everything is everything. And for an introvert like me, it's really hard because I don't really go out that much. People assume I know a lot of people, and because I'm doing all these podcasts and all of that. But a lot of it is effort, and most of my guests I've only met once.
Same.
If at all. Yeah. So, and I keep thinking that I need to make more of an effort because when I do, good things always happen. And I guess one way of increasing your surface area of serendipity is to open yourself up to more cultural and intellectual curators, as it were. So whether and I realized that inadvertently, without meaning to, I played that role for some people. And I certainly look at, like, there are many people who are, without knowing it, curators for me. Like, for example, Tyler's book recommendations,
Oh, yeah.
especially his year-end lists are, one example of that. And Twitter, toxic as it is, so toxic that I've just stopped engaging. I just post my links. But toxic as it is also an incredible device to increase the surface area of serendipity, because it is magic. 30 years ago, if you told me that I will wake up every morning and be able to listen to the best minds in the world thinking aloud for my
Seriously.
benefit.
For free.
For free. It is ridiculous. What a privilege that alone is, and anybody can kind of partake of it. And earlier you spoke about carbon paper, and I said, you've dated yourself, I've dated myself. Pura nostalgia aa gaya. So like there
मुझे
is...
nostalgia नहीं है carbon paper के
नहीं
बारे में.
मुझे
It was a
नॉस्टैल्जिया
garbage
क्योंकि
time.
एक अच्छा गुजरा जमाना था. But like there is carbon dating, I figured there's also carbon paper dating now for us. Before we go in for a break, here's sort of a question. That you spoke earlier about how there is no higher purpose to this, that you do what you do because you love knowledge, you love reading and writing. Fair enough. At the same time, a lot of your discoveries about the world happened through people who, perhaps just for the joy of self-expression, were putting themselves out there in blogs like Marginal Revolution, like what Arnold Kling and Russ Roberts did, like Brian and Robin are putting themselves out there every day, and not with any higher purpose ki we will educate the world and we will but just because they like thinking aloud. It is a way of them to learn.
Absolutely.
Also, and something great emerges out of that. And I often think about that in this way, that if you love knowledge, you can especially if you're an academic who is lucky enough to get paid for discovering knowledge, teaching knowledge, etc., you can get into that groove, and that is good. But I also feel that for all of us who think our ideas matter, and I believe that of both you and me, and so many people, practically everyone who's been on my show, which is why I've invited them, for all of us whose ideas matter, I just feel that there's also a sort of responsibility that you work on getting it out there. And part of what you do for knowledge is a self-interested thing of how do I become a better thinker, how do I know more. Part of it has to be of giving back, of going out there and producing more people who sort of think like you.
Of course.
Like, I think someone was telling me yesterday that Amartya Sen was once asked which of his books he's most proud of, and he says it's not the books. I'm proud of my PhD students.
Same. I mean,
Right.
absolutely. So there, I don't think we disagree. So if you ask me, what is the thing I want to see in the world, especially with my current job? I mean, I lead the Indian economy program at Mercatus. I want to see a freer and more prosperous India. Now, is that my purpose? I mean, that's my desire. That's what I want in the world. Am I going to be the one who gets it done alone? Absolutely not.
No one's getting it done
Yeah.
alone.
So that's why I stay away from the purpose and stuff like that. It's more like that is a thing that drives me. It, drives me to wake up every morning. It drives me to think about these ideas for Indians to be more free and prosperous. The way India became free the first time was a churning of ideas. This is, from colonial to post-colonial times. The way India became economically free was a huge churn of ideas. Some of it, we call our project the 1991 project, but a lot of that stuff started a decade ago and we document it, right? 1978 and that Morarji Desai government is when things slowly start turning. So it's all about ideas. So of course, one hopes that these ideas will make a dent and people will learn. And the reason I started my podcast is because I was a deeply intellectually lonely person in India. No one else was thinking about free market stuff. Literally no one else was doing law and economics. Constitutional economics was just like, it wasn't even a phrase people had heard. Public choice, there were a few more takers. They were like, oh, it's that stuff that they do in Chicago and Virginia and all that, because by then Buchanan had won his Nobel Prize. But so the reason I do my podcast is for someone like me who's listening, I want them to be introduced to what all academics do, because academics don't just do one thing. The knowledge society we're talking about, it could be so many different ideas. It could be film, it could be, anti-discrimination. It could be something like what Karthik's book is about, India's state and how that's so tightly linked to how fast India can develop. We've had episodes with Land Pritchett that you've talked about a couple of times. Shreya Iyer, one of my early episodes, talking about the economics of religion. So that's what I wanted to do with that project, which I'm certainly doing. So I don't disagree that you have to constantly put things out, right? We're constantly writing, we're putting it out, we are producing new information. Sometimes it's in a podcast format, sometimes Substack, sometimes papers. I'm pretending to write a book. Hopefully one day I will be done pretending. So I don't really disagree with that. But I also think that academics take themselves way too seriously. And people in the knowledge society are like a little bit full of themselves and are like, oh, what is the grand reason I exist? And hum hai. This is a job like any other job. Let's face up to it. It has incentives like any other job. People respond to those incentives.
There's this great quote about how academic politics is so vicious because the stakes are so low.
Exactly. I've seen people fighting about like the corner office versus their parking spot and its distance from the department. This is what happens. By the way, great ideas are not debated in faculty meetings. This is the garbage that happens in faculty meetings, right? So I feel like I don't want to romanticize that too much. Like, we're all like Buddha. We all woke up in our teenage years and had this higher calling and purpose and we were all driven by it. No, if I hadn't I applied to one PhD program. Gentle listeners, this is not what you're supposed to do. Apparently, you're supposed to apply to lots of PhD programs. I figured out that Buchanan and Tulloch are at George Mason, so I applied here. I happened to come here before I applied. I was in DC. So I came and met all these folks and I was like, I thought I should be in the law department because Tulloch was here and I didn't know you could switch out of economics to law because that's not something that happens in India, right? You don't change disciplines. And I met a few folks here at the law school and at the econ department. And the overwhelming advice I got was, no, I think you think like an economist. You should come to the econ department and do your PhD. So I just applied to one school and then showed up here when they gave me admission and funding. And that was the end of that. If they hadn't, I would have figured something else out. Right? While I was applying to that, I also applied for a master's and some jobs. And like I wasn't like an impractical dreamer kind of person. So let's not kid ourselves. We're all applying to a bunch of places. We all respond to those incentives. I wouldn't have become a professor if no one had given me a job. And no one in India gave me a job, by the way. I applied to a bunch of places.
No one could have stopped you from becoming an economist.
Yes, no one could have stopped me from being an economist, but they could have stopped me from being a professor within the academic system and so on. And it's not like India stopped me, but frankly, I applied to like 20 places in India. No one even called me for an interview.
No, but that's weird.
It's not really, because George Mason is like, even then I think it was like ranked 30 or 35. It's not like your top 5 school. It's not that well known. it's not even, I always joke, it's not even like some of these other schools like Duke or Michigan that have like a great sports team that you generally hear about, right? Our basketball team was just kind of getting there those years.
You have the blogging geeks.
Yeah. We have the blogging geeks and the crazy heterodox economists, so to speak, right? But other than that, it wasn't very well known amongst Indian academics. And honestly, I don't blame them either. Like, if you're setting up a new school, let's say like ISB or Jindal or any of these places, you want to move up in rankings. How do you move up in rankings? By getting great students and by having great faculty. But it's a new school. So how do you rate if your faculty is good or not? Depends on where they came from. So as a school, you're better off hiring the person who's bottom of the class at Princeton than the top of the class at GMU, right? That's a rational thing to do. I don't think they were at fault. But what I mean is, it's not obvious to me that I should have gotten a job. I mean, someone was kind enough to give me one. And, like it all worked out and I taught and I researched, but none of this need have happened. I don't want to turn this into some self-actualization and grand purpose and come on, I mean, really.
On that note, let's take a quick commercial break. On the other side of the break, we shall talk about the people who influenced you and what you learned from them.
Oh my God.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still with Shruti Rajagopalan because where's she gonna go? We are recording this in her studio only at the Mercator Center in Arlington. So
I have no escape. I'm here under duress.
There is absolutely no duress. We value consent. So in the earlier part of our conversation, I loved the way you were talking about your teacher, Mr. Kokradi and Alkaji and all of that, and the clear, the love that you had for them and what they meant to you. Tell me a bit more about the other important people that you have learned from. And obviously, I understand since you've been in academics all your life, they are likely to be, in many cases, your teachers or co-authors or co-academics or whatever. I mean, that's fine. It doesn't matter. But what I just want to know is, who are the people who influenced you and what are the ways in which they taught you to look at the world differently?
So, George Mason's like a fun and interesting place. I'll tell you an interesting story. When I was doing my master's in law and economics, that was an interesting program. It was one of those consortium programs called the Erasmus Masters in Law and Economics, and you spent a semester or a trimester in a different university. So I was at University of Hamburg, then I was at University of Ghent, then I came to Bologna. And in Bologna, one of the visiting professors was Francesco Parisi, who was then at the George Mason Law School and is now at Minnesota. And he told me something very interesting. He got very excited. I had already gotten admission to George Mason. I just deferred it because I got this great opportunity and a full scholarship to kind of hang around and travel through Europe and stuff like that. And he said something interesting about George Mason. He said, I'm so happy you're going there. It's a place where you learn just walking down the hallway because no one shuts their door.
Wow.
And I still remember this, and it is so true. Because when I went to NYU for my fellowship, about half or 2/3 way through my PhD, all the doors were always shut.
Wow, this is such a great metaphor.
Yeah, and it's a really big difference. So actually, Mason's like one of those weird places. Maybe post-COVID things have changed. But those times, you just walk down the hallway and it's Russ Roberts was at the department that is literally like the greatest hits, down the hallway. And there's a parking spot just reserved for Buchanan outside, Caro Hall, which is the Center for Public Choice. You just walk down that list. Yeah, as soon as you walk in, there's like Tyler's office. Then you have Robin, Brian Kaplan, Alex Tabrock is the end of the room. You have David Levy, John Nye. Just, these are people you read their names only on a bookshelf in a library, right? And here you just walk down the hall and you say hello and they'll talk to you. And they were all just incredibly generous, I have to say. In the other building, the multiple buildings in Econ, Enterprise Hall, it was, Peter Betke was there, Russ Roberts for many years was there, Don Boudreau, Richard Wagner, who is, of course, he was also the director of graduate studies when I came over. Buchanan was emeritus. I think Larry White came in my second year. Maybe same for Peter Leeson. But these are just incredible, incredible thinkers. I had been reading their books. So that for me was, I already, just showing up here, I felt like I have made it in my head, And the reason I've made it, I get to hang out with these amazing people. So that was there. And with Dick Wagner, and especially, I always felt like when I grow up, I want to grow up and be like, Dick. Even he would rescue dogs, yeah. He had through his life, I think 7 or 12 pairs of boxers that he and his family had raised. Such a great thinker, such a generous professor, always have time, co-authored with all his students. Just, I have nothing but gratitude and, the greatest respect for these guys. Pete Betke, who was my dissertation advisor, also probably one of the biggest influences on me intellectually. Pete would say, be careful what you read and whose classes you take, because you're going to write like you read and you're going to teach like you were taught.
Wow.
And that's really true, right? So the general generosity and that whole idea of you pay it forward, these are just things, you learn them by osmosis. No one teaches that to you. And either you're in an environment where all the heroes and the rock stars are doing that, so you also imbibe that. Or it's like a department where you have petty differences over parking spots, and then that's the kind of culture you're engaged in. So there's some element of luck. Because before getting into a PhD department, there's no way you can know where you land and, how it all works out. So that way, I think the professors at George Mason, that culture is one of generosity. Every professor will take time to talk to you, whether you took their class or not, and all of that. So definitely all of them. Then I got quite lucky in two things. Mario Rizzo came and taught an ethics in economics sequence and a law in economics sequence as a visiting professor. He's a professor at NYU at the econ department. And I think also at the law school. I think he has multiple affiliations. And he came here and I was just so excited to meet him. I took his class and I said, Professor Rizzo, I'm going to come to New York. Nandu, my husband, who you know well, was working there. So my plan was I'll finish my coursework and just move in with him. We had just gotten married. And I said, I'll write long distance and kind of come and go. And I said, is it possible to come and meet you sometime and attend? NYU's Austrian colloquium is legendary, right? Mises was at NYU, Israel Kirzner, Lachman. Mario Rizzo, of course, started the colloquium more than 40 years ago. So he said, sure, we'll see. He was a little bit vague about it. And, he said, let's see how you do in this class or something like that. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to do really well in this class and stuff. But again, just super generous. So I showed up there. He gave me a fellowship and an office. And we would meet once a week for coffee. That's it. What's the purpose of it? You just discuss whatever you're working on. And he's the person who literally held my hand, taught me how to craft an argument, taught me how to write. He would give me a reference. If it was in his library, he'd just pull the book out and give it to me, or I'd go to the NYU. NYU has a phenomenal library, the Bopes Library. So I was just very fortunate. A year into my fellowship, Richard Epstein, who's one of the greatest classical liberal thinkers of our time, moved from Chicago to NYU. He has multiple affiliations again, but he officially moved to the NYU School of Law. And he and Mario were thinking of starting a center, which is the Classical Liberal Institute. I've been a fellow with them from the very beginning. But I read Richard Epstein's book in law school, The Takings book, right? It made me write my first blog post, which you picked up. And that blog post is what you sent to Niranjan. And Niranjan gave me my first column. And then Niranjan sent that first column to Mary Kissel, and she gave me my first break to write in the Wall Street Journal. But all of this came because of something I'd read by Richard Epstein. Because that time, Kilo versus City of New London was happening in the US. The whole Shingor Tata factory thing was happening in India. So it was just to actually see this person sakshat, and you get to meet him and talk to him. Dworkin's seminar, I was there for the fag end of it. But just how incredible it is to just have that opportunity to actually hear Dworkin in action, or, see Richard Epstein and meet him and just casually learn from him. And again, very generous, never about what they are doing. It's always, what are you working on? How can we help? Why don't you read this? How can we sharpen that idea? Oh, I had no idea it works like this in India. Maybe this experience from Kenya will be helpful. So this was just, that's just the way they are built, and I just got lucky. The Austrian colloquium at NYU has, I think, taught me how to read and think. How do you read a paper? How do you actually engage with something that an author has written, right? It can't be, oh, this is not the paper I wanted to write. It has to be, okay, this is the paper this person wanted to write. Now, given that they want to write this paper, how do we make it better? Or how do we find the problems in the paper that they can hopefully, or all of us can together solve, that will make the paper stronger or make the argument better? So that was just the culture at that place. Israel Kirzner used to still attend the seminar maybe 4-5 times a semester, and he would sit at the seat next to me. And it's so weird. I have goosebumps. He would have 3 different color pens, a printout of the paper, and the whole thing would be marked up. And I started making some random notes because I got very embarrassed that I'm not marking anything up. Am I reading the paper seriously? Am I engaging with it if I don't have 3 colored pens? And his comments would be so precise.
What were the 3 colors for?
Red, blue, and black.
But what for?
I have no idea. I was too scared to ask him. And he would always be so precise in his criticism. Right now, whether that's fair or unfair to the author, all that's separate matter. But just always the attitude was, how do we make this paper better? How do we actually read something in good faith, right? And that's the attitude, that seminar culture is what we carry through, which is also why, I'm not too bothered by this Twitter stuff, because I just assume if someone's criticizing you, there must be a point in it. It's good feedback is how I used to think about it. And then I realized actually most of them have no clue what they're talking about. So just ignore it. And then the few people who do know what they're talking about, or, oh, this could be an interesting point, just take it. So the really nasty people who abuse and all, I block them. But mostly feedback usually makes things better. So that was the culture at NYU. And even like random things, I remember I was already a first year professor at SUNY. I was doing something, I think there was some event at the Classical Liberal Institute. So I was hanging, I think this was literally at the water fountain at NYU at the law school building. And I looked at Richard and I said, 2015 is going to be 800 years of the Magna Carta. And we should do something. You should do something, I said. He said, that's a great idea. Why don't you put this together? And I'm like, what do I know about the Magna Carta, Richard? He's like, I'm sure you know more about it than I do. And that was that. And he said, whatever you don't know, we'll learn together. That was the attitude. So then he and Mario had a chat and they said, okay, let Shruti run this conference. They gave me all the backing, the money, everything. And when the time came to put it together as a collected issue, as a volume, they made me the editor of the volume. They were like, you know what you're doing. I didn't have any point of reference for this kind of mentorship and this kind of generosity. I see it everywhere. I see it with, I told you Pete Betke, Dick Wagner, Tyler and Alex. So you know how incredibly generous they are to complete strangers. They've been writing Marginal Revolution, which I think is a gift to the world for more than 20 years, right? So let's just start with that act of crazy generosity, just putting this out there free of cost. And I'm sure, there are lots of people who write weekly columns, and you have Matt Levine who has a daily, newsletter from Bloomberg and stuff. And that's literally their day job and they get paid lots of money for it. This has nothing to do with their day job. And they just do this day in and day out for 2 decades because they want to engage with the world. They've never shut down their comments. All sorts of crazy people respond. They actually read the comments. They learn from it. They engage with people on Twitter. Emergent Ventures, which Tyler started, of course, is just one of those crazy, acts of generosity. So all of these people are just great mentors. I don't have much of a role. I mean, maybe I know how to pick the good mentors and maybe I know how to learn from them. Maybe that's the skill that's worth learning, but largely just dumb luck, yeah. I mean, I have heard equal number of stories of people who just landed up in departments with very toxic culture or, got stuck with an advisor and there was no exit plan and that advisor, for whatever reason extracted the pound of flesh either in mental health or something else from that person. So I've heard loads of stories like that. I like to keep drama people away from me. I like to keep toxic people away from me, just generally. Like, I don't think I'll read them. I don't want to engage with them in person. So I have the same rule in real life as I have on Twitter. If it's a really nasty academic, I'd just rather not meet them and hang out with them. I'll read the book in good faith. And that's that. So these are sort of the folks in the classical liberal movement, who've been very generous. Even like some other people, like one of my very early co-authors, Todd Zwicky, who's at the law school. We wrote about bankruptcy and he's like one of the foremost thinkers on bankruptcy. I would always wonder, why are they willing to write with me? Why would they give someone a chance? That's the way the academic model works here. And especially among classical liberals. There's a long history of folks at IHS and Mercatus. These are now 40 years plus old organizations. So the culture is always set at the top, and the people who set these institutions up, the attitude was you pay it forward.
Couple of questions again, I'm thinking aloud. When you say especially among classical liberals, is it the case that because classical liberalism has not been fashionable, you are in a sense a group of people who are beleaguered and therefore there is that sense of solidarity and that sense that we must help each other and kind of come together? Is that part of an explanation for that?
I'm not sure. Because I'm sure there's plenty of petty politics within classical liberal movement also. I'm sure libertarians are always doing all these, this person is more libertarian, that person is less libertarian. Anyone who likes Adam Smith is a communist. I've heard words like this, right? So there's always a little bit of, everywhere there's a hierarchy and some petty politics. I think, so I'll tell you what I would like to believe. I would like to believe it comes from classical liberalism itself. That we embody it. The idea that all people are equal, that they have agency, that reciprocity is a very, very important aspect of the social process where market processes and profit and loss can't be calculated and so on. So I would like to believe that's where it's coming from. The idea that you have to grow the size of the pie, which can only be done if you bring in more people into a particular tradition of thought or a school of thought. And, that's how you grow it and you grow the influence or the footprint. So I'd like to believe this is coming from living the ideals of classical liberalism. Maybe that's too romantic. Maybe it could just be dumb luck. Tyler Cowen and Rich Fink set up Mercatus Center all those many years ago. Or like Walter Grinder. These are like important people in IHS. Maybe they're the people who thought you pay it forward and then that's the culture that just got, set you.
Part dependence from an accident.
Yeah. Same thing. Walter Williams was my microeconomics professor. Just a giant, yeah. The way I talk about, I remember Anil Kukradi's, shirt and, where the light came from and that entire classroom so vividly. I have such a great memory of Walter Williams' lectures. They used to be 7 to 10 p.m. because graduate classes were always in the evening. Many people worked during the day and so on. Just extraordinary. And talking whether, the reading list was amazing also, right? It's all like price theory stuff, Chicago price theory, UCLA price theory. It's just the joy of that course. I can't explain. He was one of Armin Alshin's students at UCLA. Great storyteller. Used to love picking on the young ladies in class, but was also sort of their greatest advocate, kind of like shining light on them, but also just to say you don't get to hide, you have to do better. Supported so many students privately. If student had fallen on bad times or lost their scholarship, he always believed in second chances. I know so many people year on year. He literally just wrote them a check out of his private bank account, not arranging funds from, the multiple sources he had access to. Just one of the nicest people.
You mentioned Armand Alchian, and I remember the story about how when the use of knowledge in society came about, he would go about the hallway of whichever university he was at waving that paper at people and saying, "Have you read this? You must read this."
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So just such a beautiful story about...
If it wasn't use of knowledge in society and Armand Alchian, I would say that story is priceless, but...
yeah, it's well done. Someone else made a bad joke. I'm so pleased. And, I should kind of give context to my listeners and say that, when Shruti is taking all of these names, it is like someone telling a cricket fan that, Virat Kohli taught me how to play a straight drive. Or, Jimmy Anderson taught me ki outswinger kaise bowl karte hai. So, like, these are just absolute kind of legends. I want to now... Buchanan, James.
Oh my God. So, by the time I showed up here, Gordon Tullock retired in about 6-7 months. And he was also at the law school. He wasn't at the econ department at the time. I mean, neither of them were formally teaching. But Buchanan was emeritus and would still teach a seminar on and off. And he came to Buchanan House where he had an office. Like, he would make an appearance. And I never understood why he's not getting mobbed by people and students. I had, again, this is just dumb luck. I had a desk at Buchanan House, because students, PhD students always need a desk and office space and you never know where you're going to get it. And the first couple of times, I remember him coming to pick up his correspondence and some books or something, or to like leave some books or something. And he held the door open for me. And, I grew up with my grandparents. I come from a culture where you pick up anything heavy that an elderly person's holding. And by then he was 90 or 89, something like that. I was there at his 90th birthday. And he was like, "No, young lady, that's my job." And he was like just such a southern gentleman in his manners. He would hold the door open and things like that. I believe by the time I met Buchanan, he was like a very toned down, very calm, generous version of himself. He was like a firebrand in his younger days when he taught my professors. But he's the one who told me, I told him about India and rent-seeking and all that. He said, everything I know about India and rent-seeking, I know from Krieger. And only later I realized, that's Anne Krieger that he's talking about. And, then like pick up that stuff and read it. And, that's how I knew about Bhagwati's work on tariffs and rent-seeking and stuff like that. So he would know about something, but he'd just immediately engage with you. I think I must have had like 14 or 15 proper conversations with him. I ended up at a bunch of seminars, and there was a history of thought seminar they used to run at University of Richmond. We spent many days with him. And they did a festschrift for Buchanan where Sen and Ostrom gave the keynote lecture, which was just, I was in grad school at the time. We were all there. I wasn't the only one there. It was just amazing. And after that, the festschrift ran for the next 2 days. And I think they invited a bunch of us who were grad students to just be a fly on the wall. We didn't participate in anything. We just got to sit and listen to how people talk about stuff. So Buchanan was there for that. So I must have had like some, a dozen, maybe more, like kind of detailed conversations, which weren't just saying, "Hello, Professor Buchanan." And just, again, so generous, so kind. When I was asking about some of the stuff I was doing on socialism in India, he said, "Yeah, in our constitutional models, we never really thought about a different ideology from the American founding. And I think it's worth looking at." And I've spent a lot of time thinking about how to look at it. So just amazing. Very lucky, honestly. Like Israel Kirzner and Buchanan all are just like giants in their field, right?
They're all Bradmans. What is special about Bradman is there's just one Bradman. So a statement like they're all Bradmans makes no sense. But I think...
But in their individual fields, they
were.
Yeah. So that's really cool. But yeah, again, just... So maybe, see, there's another way to think about this generosity, right? So some of the academic generosity is you've already been brought into our inner circle. Right? You're a PhD student, you're in here. So of course we'll be generous to you. But I think there's something that sets the Mason folks apart, which is that they are also generous to complete strangers, just people who randomly write to them.
Wow.
And I think there are folks in India like this too, like Ram Guha, you know.
But I think the folks in India who are like this are outliers, because the general academic culture there, from what I hear, is, very petty and political. And like you earlier said, that often, graduate students will do a lot of work on a particular paper and they won't even get their name on it, which to me is shocking, because your instinct should be exactly the fucking opposite, that put that person at the forefront. And, uh,
I think there's some of that here also. Maybe I've just experienced a particular kind of world at George Mason, and I'm informed by that experience, right? So maybe there's a lot of this pettiness going on other places that I'm just not aware of or haven't encountered in this kind of detail. But yeah, it's hard to say. But I think generous people are just generous. It has nothing to do with incentive. I mean, why would someone like Ram or Pratap, like, they answer all their emails?
I think
I
it's also, I agree with you, but I'd also add that there's an element of feedback loops, and you can get into a virtuous cycle where you are generous and you benefit from the generosity of others, and the feeling that your generosity generates in you itself, makes you more generous, and that's beautiful, and it's a virtuous cycle. Or you could be in some petty Indian small university and there's a vicious cycle where everyone's, again, politics is so vicious there because the stakes are so low and everything kind of goes to
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah, maybe. But I think it's also something to do with the fact that we are in the knowledge production world, right? अब ऊपर थोड़ी लेके जाएंगे. So you have to give it away and you have to make sure other people have access to these things. The way to academic success is never, oh, I have this secret thing, this secret ingredient that I get to use and no one else will know about it. So I will out-publish them or I will get better ideas. It's usually things are made better when other people collaborate and shine light on it and
And I'm
so
thinking
on.
aloud and thinking that knowledge is that one thing where there is only meaning in acquiring it if you give it away. Otherwise, what's the point? And
There's really, really no point. But there's also other kinds of knowledge which I feel like in India we don't appreciate it enough. And so, I have started getting an aversion for the phrase low skill. Because usually what we mean by low skill is low credentialing. And there is some low skilling element to that, which is, our students who are in grade 1 to 5 can't, spell their own name or can't tell time or can't add or whatever. But Indians also have a lot of good core skills. Like, all of our grandparents, right? Like the grandmothers especially. Neither of my grandmothers graduated with a school certificate or something. The one who was with me pretty much since the day I was born, she was, I think, 8th standard pass, something like that. She was literate, very bright. I really feel like if she had gone to university and all, she would have like ruled the world. The single most competent and resourceful person I have ever met in my life, right? Just incredible set of core skills. And one of the things I always miss her when I'm cooking. Because it's just such a big part of life for us. And she's an exceptional cook. But there's so much tacit knowledge in cooking, right? How do you get, there's some muscle memory and some craft, and Krish Ashok has written about these things. But there's also like, I always joke with my mother. My mother's terrible at giving recipes and instructions. So she'll say things like, just before the water boils. How do you know what is just before the water boils until it boils over, right? Or just before it burns, add the mustard seeds and they'll pop. Like, how do you know it's just before it burns? So it has to be hot enough that the seeds would pop, but not enough that it would burn. And you only know that by doing it a number of times. You can't learn it from a recipe book. You can't learn it from watching someone else do it. You have to burn the mustard seeds 5 times to know that this is when they burn, right? So I think that kind of knowledge we undervalue. And since you're asking me how I learn and how I learn from people, I think that's a big part of it. So for instance, YouTube, I vastly prefer YouTube to recipe books. I have a bunch of recipe books at home. You've seen them in my kitchen. I also like to, if I figure something out, I'd like to standardize it a little bit, because I don't like this ek pinch, ek muthi. I don't like stuff like that. I like, tablespoon, teaspoons, metric, or, metric ingredient quantities. But there is a certain kind of knowledge and skill that you only get when you watch someone cook on YouTube and you actually see that technique. And you normally learn that from your mom or your grandmother, but now we have YouTube. So I could actually learn baking from like some of the best German bakers, right? I can learn how to make Italian bread from some of the best Italian bakers on YouTube. So that's another way of learning how to learn. And somehow we undervalue those things and we overvalue this, what Hayek wrote in 45 and what... I mean, Hayek also wrote about tacit knowledge, funnily enough, in that Individualism and Economic Order. There are a bunch of stuff on tacit knowledge. But this, I think, we need to crack this somewhere. Not everybody knows how to articulate what they know. But that doesn't mean they're not worth learning from, right? The greatest of musicians won't be able to explain to you what is it that they're doing. They'll be able to teach their apprentice because their apprentice is watching what they're doing. I've seen this with my mom my whole life. She'll play something phenomenal. You ask her 4 questions about it. You'll think, who's this person, who can't explain anything? And then if she shows you by playing it, then, the puzzle cracks open. So I think we overvalue being able to talk about things and being able to articulate them well in Queen's English or whatever it is Indians value. And we undervalue core skills, things that you only understand by, through tacit knowledge, things that come only from learning by doing and stuff like that.
There was once this musician, I've forgotten the name, and you might know this, but there's this great quote by him I remember, where somebody asked him about why he practices every day. And he says, look, if I don't practice for 1 day, I know something is wrong. If I don't practice for 2 days, the critic knows. If I don't practice for 3 days, the audience knows. And in that gap between day 1 and day 2, that's where tacit knowledge is. And you can't often articulate that stuff and learn that stuff. Let me sort of double click on that a bit. And I'm thinking of mustard seeds popping, and I'm thinking of blogs and podcasts. And here's my question. A frame that I have recently been thinking about a lot is a frame that economists use in a different context of stock and flow, right? So your wealth is your stock and your income is your flow, and etc., etc. And I think about that of intellectual output, where I think that blog posts are flow, columns are flow, episodes are flow, though I think many of my episodes are stock as well. And it's super important because you're putting your work out there, you're engaging with the real world, you are getting feedback, and in the act of constantly putting out stuff, you are sharpening your own mind and you're learning how to think and you're learning how to write and etc., and it's invaluable. But it is transient. So it will kind of, not stand the test of time in the sense you'll read it 50 years from now, which is why you don't have too many collections of columns that are successful. Again, Hayek's collections are different because he's addressing fundamental ideas, but in general, you don't find that. And stock is, of course, books or a documentary series like Friedman's Free to Choose, which form that sedimentary layer upon which, other layers are built and they kind of stand the test of time. And normally when I come up with this metaphor, it is to convince my sort of thinker friends to write books and say that you're doing flow, that's not enough. But I'm not going to make that argument here now because our subject is different.
Because I'm pretending to write a book, huh? Please
You're
give me some
pretending,
credit.
yeah. So I'm not bringing this up in that context to talk about the importance of stock. I want to talk about the importance of flow in learning. Like when you say that, Tyler and Alex, they read all the comments, they've been blogging every day for whatever. This is not just their way of enlightening the world. It is their way also of making themselves better thinkers, of keeping the mind active, the mind sharp. So tell me a bit about, and this is really the mustard seeds thing, that if you are sort of testing your ideas against the world every day, you're throwing the mustard seeds out there, eventually you know when they'll pop and when they'll burn, and this is the only way to find out. So tell me a little bit about, your sort of insights and how one balances these. That on the one hand, I'm sure you want to do papers which might constitute stock in a certain kind of way, or you might want to have novel ideas all the time. But it is also important to just keep producing, keep throwing things out there. I mean, I remember I was after you for so long that please start a newsletter, and you eventually did. So tell me a bit about how production plays a part in the process of learning.
that's the whole thing.
It's the only
It's
thing.
not part of the process of learning. It is learning. So, again, I don't know why I'm so nostalgic for Dick Wagner today, but he used to always say, thinking without writing is daydreaming. And he's right. I can explain something nicely to you. The moment I sit down with pen and paper or on my laptop and I start typing, I'm like, oh, I made a leap in logic there. I made a leap in logic there. When you write it is when you know if you got it. And when you write it the third time over is when you know, okay, now I'm on to something. So I think the process is the point of it all, right? So I think I don't think it's a part of it. In fact, what ends up happening to academics is by the time you publish, I've lost interest. When the page proofs comes, it's like eating your own vomit in something. It's like your brain has moved on from that point so long ago. Some 8 months later, you're sending me page proofs. It's almost like I have no interest in this anymore. Whereas normal people, they think when something gets published is when you get that high. It's actually the opposite. And maybe I did get that, the first time, Niranjan gave me a chance to write for Mint, and it came out in like a proper big newspaper. Same thing with Wall Street Journal. We had to go to Khan Market. The next day, the Hong Kong edition showed up and, my mom bought it and stuff. So that, of course, happens. But over a period of time, that's not the point of it at all. In fact, by the time you've published, you've moved on. So going back to your stock and flow thing, I don't agree. I think if I think about it in a meta sense, everything is adding to the stock of knowledge that's out there, right? Now, how robust it is and how durable it is depends on the quality, right? There are quotations or there are like 4 paragraphs from certain papers or certain books which I think have changed my life and the world. And then there are, I don't know, volumes upon volumes of crap that nobody should be reading, okay? So I'm a little bit flexible on this. I think something like Marginal Revolution or something like your podcast, they've really contributed. And I think they've contributed to the knowledge society because they're telling people how to think, which is the biggest thing you can teach anyone, right? How do you actually engage with? So, the number one comment I get on my podcast, sorry for the segue, is tell us how you read books. Like, how do you actually read this stuff? And I'm like, so, when I first get the email, I'm like a little confused about what do I say? I just read it. But I think there's a way to read material, which is you root it in a particular intellectual context. You root it in a particular literature. You first try and understand what the author is trying to do. Then you say, okay, if I were trying to do what this author is trying to do, not that I want to do it, but if I were to do it, what are the assumptions I would make? Do these hold up? Is this person thinking about the thing the same way I'm thinking about it? Where do we differ? Why do we differ? But that's what we are leaving behind in our podcast. We're trying to... So, I recently did an episode with Rohit Lamba, who you also had on your show, I believe. And the book that he's written with Raghuram Rajan came out. And the number one comment I get from listeners about it is the way we are talking to each other. It's not actually the arguments in the book. It's like, oh, we loved how you were talking through the arguments from different points of view. And at the face of it, we're both like kind of market economists making these market economisty arguments. It's not like, oh, we had these great, ideological debate or something. But it's just a way of how do we read material in front of us, right? How do we disagree on assumptions or how do we agree upon assumptions and then go forward? So I think that's what you're really leaving behind with your podcast. It's not just curation and introducing them to someone. It is how do you speak with someone? How do you read their material? How do you engage with them? How do they engage with the world, right? So that's kind of the point of it. And I think it's the same with something like MR, right? It is literally teaching a generation of people how to think, how to read, how to curate, how to keep your curiosity engaged, how to think about Norwegian jazz, which I had never heard before I read Marginal Revolution or, So is it contributing to the stock of knowledge? That's less clear to me. But it is contributing to the community that is eventually going to produce knowledge. So I can't think of anything more valuable than that, So in one sense, it's sort of a thankless job. No one can give a citation saying, I learned how to think this way because of Amit Verma or Alex Tabarrok or something like that. So it's a little bit of a thankless, you would have changed the way people think, but past a point, what you're saying becomes so much part of the mainstream way of thinking for those people or that community that they don't even think that you are responsible for it. So that's what I mean by it's a thankless job. But I think that's an important function. And I think the same way when it comes to all these influencers and these cooking shows and these Substack writers, they are literally telling us how to think about the world. And I read a bunch of Substacks, including from people I agree or disagree. And I'll give you an example of someone who's not obviously someone who you would associate with my intellectual tradition, someone like Gautam Bhatia. I have been reading that Indian constitutional law blog that he writes and curates. I don't even know for how many years, pretty much since the beginning, I think. It's a fantastic place. Not only do I learn about a new case because I'm not in the legal system, very directly. I vaguely know what are the big cases being heard. But not only do I know what to pay attention to, he will point out things that I might have missed or I really ought to think about. Now, we may not come to the same conclusion on that particular topic. I am very classical liberal in my constitutional thinking, very Buchanan and public choice. And he's very different tradition, like coming from a place where constitutions are a transformative document. They're a progressive document, right? For me, constitutions are constrained. If you're not constraining the behavior of the state, what's even the point?
It's in fact deeply dangerous to think of them as transformative.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure. It depends on the mechanism. Right? So I think bringing universal adult franchise, for instance, right at the beginning of the Republic is something exceptional, very unique. Only the Indian Constitution's done it. Not only for its time, but in any time. Right? To say everybody is equal and we'll give everyone franchise at the same time, irrespective of whether you can read, whether you're lettered, whether you wear parda, whether you even have a fingerprint that you can use for identification. And just give you universal adult. I think that's transformative. But that is also constraining the behavior of the state in a particular setup. So I think it also depends on what we call transformative and, how we think about that project. I think the trouble I have with the progressives and the transformative nature of the constitutions when you keep shifting goalposts such that they keep loosening constraints. But not all transformative documents necessarily loosen the constraints. Magna Carta is a transformative document. Right,
no,
but it constrains the sovereign.
I mean, the aspect of transformative that I have a problem with, though this is a separate discussion, but the aspect of transformative that I have a problem with is that top-down mentality that we shall reform society to conform with what we want, and it never really works out that way. And
I would not say Gautam Bhatia is doing that as a core part of his project. Right? So sometimes that pops up in particular instances on a particular kind of uniformity over equality or a particular kind of outcome-based thinking or something like that. But still, I think it's interesting to learn when that's the goal or why that's the goal in a particular case, which I will only understand if I read his entire analysis of it. And you'd be surprised again by this. More often than not, we end up on the same side. Maybe that's how bad the quotes are these days that I would end up on the same, side or reasoning or conclusion as him. But that's an example. And for most people, when they hear that that's one of my favorite constitution blogs, they're like, really? I thought you're free market. I thought you're classical liberal. That's so different. I mean, you can get great ideas from anywhere, right? So I think that, and again, this is a George Mason tradition. We read everything. That is just something you do. You read everything. You don't strawman the argument. You make the opposition's, I won't even say opposition, you make the opposite side's argument as strong as possible.
Steel manning, it's called.
Yeah, steel manning, right? In a sense, to test your own ideas and the robustness of your own ideas. So I think that's a big part of, again, the Mason tradition of thinking. These are not things I had really imbibed before coming here. I was classical liberal before I came here. But I think this sort of, the rigor that comes from argumentation and steel manning, I think those things I only learned here.
Before I come back to, learning how to learn, learning how to think, learning how to read, you actually convinced me on one aspect of it. I was kind of thinking about it while you were talking, that even in this flow, you might not put out content out there which will last forever. But, in that whole aspect of how to think about something, I think about the rhythm of how to think about something. Like what has happened in modern times is our rhythms of engaging with knowledge have gotten choppier and choppier.
Yeah.
We are scrolling, swiping, and everything is happening in little bite-sized, tweet-sized nuggets. And that's deeply dangerous and sometimes...
Not really.
You don't think it is?
No, I'm very tired of people blaming algorithm and social media, yeah.
No, I'm giving the other side of the picture that people listen to my 8-hour episodes and there's a different rhythm there.
Yeah, exactly. No, but
But
also the Twitter rhythm, people look, a very large part of classical liberal thought is individual autonomy and agency. People know what the algorithms are doing. And by the way, the algorithms are our friends. So right now, it's so unfortunate. We're recording this like mid-July. My entire Insta feed is full of Ambani wedding and my entire Twitter feed is full of Trump today. Right? This is post-assassination attempt. But I know that in 2 days, if I deeply engage with 5 pieces of classical music on Instagram, my algorithm will completely change and it'll start popping that up.
I'm not arguing
and
against.
we know this.
No, but I'm not arguing against the algorithm. What I'm arguing against is like it's something that I feel like I'm not lamenting something in others. I'm lamenting something in myself. That very often when I could be spending an hour reading a book, I am scrolling, swiping, and it's And of course, as classical liberals, we have recognition of individual agency, and I have recognition of my own agency. But I feel that it's important to recognize that this is something that we need to fight. And I might recognize that I want to fight this because I want to read a book. But someone else may not even have that option open to them because they are forever in a world where they are scrolling or swiping. And I feel that that choppy rhythm hurts the rigor of your thinking. It diminishes the intensity of your desire for knowledge instead of your desire for received wisdom you can just pass off and signal on Twitter, for example. And that's something I bemoan. So it's not a comment I'm making either on big tech or on other people. It is something that I think we all need to. And it affects learning.
Need to. Well, actually, I would say I learned so much on Twitter. Because I follow all these econ Twitter, political science Twitter people. I follow lots of tech people. They're posting the latest papers, the latest models. I mean, Twitter is a place where the brightest people are engaging with you.
I feel that's how you and I are using it, as a larger, if you look at, like, what I hear from a lot of young people.
But that way though, I mean, people are using books as doorstops and coffee table, you know what I mean?
But that's not ubiquitous.
जिनको पढ़ना है वो पढ़ लेते हैं. I think,
ठीक है.
that's my, I mean, so the two things there. One, the people who want to read will read. And second, if there's something not engaging, it's one of two things. We need to think about why it's not engaging someone. Maybe you just have to drop the book. There are lots of books I abandon very early because they're not keeping my attention or I'm not interested in it. But there are also books like classics, you have to work hard. And I think people know the difference, right? So Theory of Moral Sentiments is not an easy book to read. It's really hard to read that book. You need to read it with like notes and dictionary and thesaurus and 3 different kinds of markers and, page flaps and everything. So you got to read it like you're studying for an exam because it's hard work. Wealth of Nations, you can just read. Easy breezy, super fun, very accessibly written. So one is, of course, some books are more engaging. Is this book engaging you? Are you broadly interested in the subject or not? But the second is, there are some instances where you actually have to, you got to do the work. Yeah. I mean, if you can't read everything for entertainment. I hate this whole everything pop culture economics. We're only going to read Tim Harford or we're only going to read Freakonomics. There are limits to how much you can learn from that. I think it's a great way to introduce yourself to a topic, but past the point, you have to read the greats. So people have to know the difference, and the people who want to read.
So double click on learning how to read. You mentioned the phrase earlier. I think you spoke about, was it Rizzo or Epstein who taught you how to read? You mentioned while you were in.
Oh, Rizzo taught me how to read, how to write, most things in life. But reading, I think I've formed habits over the years.
So what are your habits like? How do you approach a book, for example? Like if you're reading,
I am ruthless. So if a book is not holding my attention, okay, so let me divide it. There are a few different kinds of things. Now, there are some books where I'm like, okay, let me quickly skim it. I think there's a point in here somewhere. Let me vaguely know what this book is about. And when I'm writing something that for which this, I'll use this kind of book, then I'll read it very carefully. Same thing with the podcast, actually. My first reading of some of these books is just really fast. But if I'm inviting that guest on the podcast, then I will read it really carefully. A second time, if the book is that good, sometimes a third time, or if a book is that bad, sometimes a third time. So it depends. So I don't feel guilty about skimming a book very quickly. First, just to know, hey, what are the broad contours of the argument that are being made? Is this worth getting to till the end? And that kind of thing. Second, there are a bunch of books which are just bad. They are badly written. They have bad arguments. I am ruthless when it comes to these books. It's funny, Tyler has a rule that if he finds a book bad, he won't even give it to anyone because he doesn't want another person to read a bad book.
His rule has caused a great problem for me because that rule made so much sense to me that I said I will never give a bad book to anyone, especially someone I like. Now, the thing is, publishers keep sending me every book because they keep pitching guests for my show. So, yeah, Raddiwala. So, I have all these books I want to give away, but I don't want to give away because दूसरों का life क्यों बर्बाद करे भाई?
Yeah, well.
But continue, huh?
But so, he has a rule. But I apply it quite ruthlessly, if a book is not holding my attention. For fiction, I'm particularly ruthless, by the way. If it's not fun and it's not well written, I'm not getting to the end of this. Really, it has to be a joy. I read fiction only for joy. And if it's not a joy to read, I'm not interested in reading it. So I'm willing to put in the work if it's a direct input in my output. Like I'm willing to put in the work for theory of moral sentiments or, some constitutional major book that I'm reading. For fiction, if it's this very Marie Kondo, no? Like if it doesn't spark joy, sorry, I'm giving up.
No, I mean, the advice I give my writing students is that, look, you just do the calculation of how long you think you'll live, how many books you read in a year, do the math, and you'll realize that it's such a small number of books you will read in your life. Why waste a single second on something that is not adding value to you?
Exactly.
If you're not
Which
enjoying.
is why I'm a very big fan of getting through the book very quickly the first time, especially for nonfiction. Because most of those books are never going to be an input in your output. There is a small set of books which are going to be a serious input in your output, and you'll know very early what that is. And then you can go back and, read it very carefully or go back and reference. I also don't like reading badly written books because, it does influence you. Reading bad writing, I think the worst influence of Twitter on me is just bad writing. Most of the tweets are badly crafted. But if you read a well-written book, then you will also start thinking along those lines, right? You'll end up producing something not that far from what you consume. If you consume junk food, you'll produce junk. So I think that's the way I think about it. There are some things I'll go back and read again and again, like very carefully. There's a book called Cost and Choice by Buchanan. I have lost count on how many times I've read particular passages of it. I haven't seen, we always say in Econ 101, like all cost is opportunity cost. I mean, it's really telling you what that means at the core methodological level, but it's written very well. It's a deeply Austrian, a tradition book. And we can talk in detail about how I would break down the book and all. But if someone is listening and is an economist, it's not an easy book to read. I mean, only economists can read it. So this is not like the fun thing. It's not Tim Harford or Freakonomics that I'd say just pick it up and read it and it'll be great fun and you'll get something out of it. So you need to read it with the attitude that it's an econ book and you need to pay attention and put some work into it. But that's the kind of book, for instance, where I would go back and read certain bits and pieces and passages. Recently, I was working on some paper where there's some calculus of consent arguments. I've gone back and read, a few chapters from that book carefully again, marked it, because I'm literally going to cite it. So that kind of stuff, it takes time, but you only know what to read and what to cite if you do that. I think Google Scholar has spoiled some habits. Right? You end up searching a term, a bunch of papers pop up, you see what's been cited the most, so that must be good because it's been cited a lot. Right? So you just pick it up and you cite it. Most people are apparently just reading the intro and conclusion to put something in their lit review. So we are developing some really bad habits as academics. But I try to avoid that where I can. If I have to write some lit review very quickly, I'm sure I also do some of these time-saving tricks, but largely I avoid that. A paper especially, they better be worth reading for me to sit down and read them. A lot of papers are badly written. So that's how I read. I am willing to take recommendations from pretty much anyone. Very happy to. I like reading recipe books, among other things. They tell you how to organize information in a very nice way. It's like, baking a cake or cooking a serious meal, none of that is easy. Right? One, it's difficult, and two, it's complex. There are lots of things going on. There's a literal chemistry and a metaphorical chemistry involved in making it all come together. So how do people come up with an organizing framework Do they list all the ingredients first? Do they actually tell you a little bit about how this dish should be or look or feel? How many steps and bullet points do they use to describe the method? Do they tell you things in the order? Lots of baking books will start with first turn your oven on and set to 375 because it takes 20 minutes to heat the oven. And by then you would have. So, those sorts of things, like how easy are they making it for me to actually follow what I'm doing? Because it's very different on video. And you can time lapse a lot of stuff. So I like reading recipe books for that reason. I like reading biographies. More than listening to Life and Times or talking about Life and Times. I think I'd rather just read the biography. So stuff like that. So and reading, I'll just read anything which is well written. I'm very Nandu, who's my husband, luckily has a very broad taste in reading. So he's the one who's usually recommending books that don't come up in work. Work is awesome. People keep sending me free books. Right? Publishers, if you're listening to this, please continue sending the free books. Don't stop. I'm very happy to receive them. Scholars will send manuscripts. So many books now I read at the manuscript stage. It's awesome. Right? So yeah, that's really how I read. I do read every day. I have never gone a day without reading. So that I think is important. Everything is a muscle. Same thing for writing. You write every day. You write a paragraph, it doesn't matter. For me, it's a good day if I've written 150 words. Right? So that's my bare minimum. 150 words if I write on that particular day, on whatever I'm working on, it doesn't matter. I consider that a happy day. Everything else is ideal, but I consider it a bad day if I haven't got it to 150 words that day. So that's just the habit forming thing. And past the point, you got to love it, no? If you want to watch YouTube shorts or Insta reels, then one can't help.
No. You can love something but not be able to do it because of willpower. For example, back in the day when I was much fitter and I would go out running every day and all of that, I entered the rabbit hole and read every book on running. And one quote I remember and found to be really true, and I think it applies to many things, is that there might be many reasons not to go running, this guy said, but every time I go out to run, I come back thankful I went. I never regret it. And I think it would be the same for writing or reading or any work that you put in. So here's a question. I often think of the link between writing and thinking. It's a two-way process. Obviously, writing is an aid to thinking. It helps you clarify your thought, etc., etc. And therefore, one assumes that if you are a clear thinker, you will be a clear writer, and vice versa. The causation goes both ways.
Other way around, I think. If you're a clear writer, then you're definitely a clear thinker.
Correct. So
not sure.
But the two are always correlated, and I think it's a two-way causation also. So the question here is this, that of all the economists that you read, their styles are often very different. For example, Hayek will often write in this much more complex prose than others.
Germanic.
And I always
70-word sentences and ginormous paragraphs.
Correct. I always put that down to the Germanic thing, and I also point out to people that his sentences may be complex, but they are clear, which is really what matters. And I also wonder tangentially that then, does that language that you think in, does that play a part in how you think? Because some languages like German, for example, would lend themselves to that kind of complexity. In none of the Indian languages do we have a semicolon. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know whether that leads to anything. One doesn't want to overthink it. But so Japanese, Korean would tend to be much more minimal. Something like Urdu and
Even
Punjabi.
Even the number of tenses you have, right?
Yeah, Urdu and Punjabi would be much more expressionistic. So I wonder if there's something to that. What are your observations? Because a lot of the people that I think of as great economists, I have sometimes labored through their writings, but not read them with anywhere near the kind of attention, or not read nearly as much of them as I would like to, as no doubt you have. So what is your sense of that? Are there any great thinkers who are not clear writers, who are a struggle to read properly? And, what role does that play? Can you just make out within 3 or 4 paragraphs that there is solid content here just from the style of writing? Because I'm sure that there is, a correlation to be made at some level.
I think so much of academic writing is so bad that I've never thought about the quality or accessibility of writing as a way to judge the quality of the idea. If they're a clear thinker and writer, it's just bonus, right? But I have never let that get in the way. It just depends on, is there something here? Is there an idea here that is worth pondering over, that I really need to figure out or I need to understand? That's usually how I think about it. But also, you have to remember, I did a lot of this in school formally. Not that at the graduate level you are like tested on every paper you write or something like that. But this was my job for a very long period of my life, like, learning this stuff, mastering it. So is it easy and accessible was never really a qualification, or a condition that came in. So it was usually about, is this a good idea? There are like economics models which are so hard, but you have to know them and you have to know where they came from and how to derive them. And, you think about it in yours, they come in your nightmares after 10 years after your qualifying exams. You'll be thinking about some horrible model you had to learn in macro theory. So I don't take that very seriously. But there are writers and people who model things very well, like Bob Lucas. A couple of his papers, Lucas Island model, these are like very elegantly written papers. I think Gordon Tullock made very elegant, very precise, fun arguments. All the blogger professors I mentioned, they write beautifully.
As you'd expect, because, they're going to the writing gym every day. So.
Yeah. And, Adam Smith still, I mean, it's just, The Wealth of Nations is still that book. And by the way, to gentle listeners, don't read the introduction that was written by some Smith scholar. So go and pick up any edition of Wealth of Nations, ideally Liberty Fund. It's free of cost. You can just get it online. Don't read the introduction by whichever genius Smith scholar has introduced the book. Just don't. The reason is Smith scholars talk to each other in a particular way. So that introduction is not written for you. That introduction is written for other people who've already read the book and want to engage with it. Just go straight to Adam Smith. Right? Book 1, chapter 1 of the Division of Labor is how it begins. It's the story of a trifling manufacture, as Smith calls it. And he basically talks about a pin-making factory, right? And how describes what's happening in that factory. Someone's pulling the pin, someone's like pulling the wire, someone's cutting the wire, someone's sharpening the edge. There's a sweeper who's sweeping the floor. And through this division of labor, you get a 240x increase in the number of pins that are produced that day. It's very well written. It's literally like a story, So The Wealth of Nations is very nicely written. It's written in a descriptive way to make a point. The language is lovely. Smith is a very clear writer. So there's stuff like that which you would just put it in that, oh my God, this is so well written.
What also strikes me about Smith is that when he wrote, he didn't have his LLM was very small. He didn't have a wealth of books to learn prose styling from or to get his ideas from. And
he had about 3,000 books though, apparently.
Which would pretty much have been almost all the books published at that time.
Which was a lot, yeah.
Yeah. But
I believe, I got this from some other Smith scholars like Vernon Smith. There's one book he wrote called Lectures in Astronomy. In the Smith collected volumes, which I gave you when you never read, by the way.
Thank you. No, they all lie with me. So I must
carried them to India.
I must tell gentle listeners that Shruti once came to India and gave me a whole set of Smith books. His beautiful, immaculate, very bulky books. And when I flew here this time, I thought, oh my God, that she carried all of that on a flight just for me. So thank you.
And you still haven't read them.
In the sense, I do a lot of my reading online, but we'll talk about that offline.
Yeah.
But the theory of moral sentiments, I did read.
This random thing. And so one of the things we were learning at the Smith seminar was apparently, and I don't know how true this is because I haven't engaged with this side of Smith, the way Newton was thinking about the invisible forces in the physical aspect of the world, Smith was thinking about the invisible forces in the social aspect of the world.
Wow.
Right? And hence the invisible hand and so on. Now, I don't know how tight a connection you can draw. Newton influenced multiple generations of thinkers that came after him. So the fact that, there was some influence on Smith, is not surprising. But these sorts of things that you get when you read the lectures in astronomy or when you read Theory of Moral Sentiments and how he thought about a good life or prudent behavior. And so, those things are a little bit harder to read because I don't have the vocabulary for it. But The Wealth of Nations is just so modern. right? It's a modern text. There have been a few changes. We've now discarded something very straightforward like absolute advantage, or like added to absolute advantage the idea of comparative advantage. We no longer use labor theory of value, which is also something Smith used, right? After the marginal revolution, all that changed. So they're, of course, updating, but it still reads like such a modern text. Any economic student anywhere in the world can just pick it up and read it and get it. I don't think I can say that for too many econ books. So I would still strongly recommend, reading the greats. There's a reason these books are classics and one should read them. Another book, I don't know the title, it's Philip Wicksteed. It's one of those common sense and political economy, some long
We'll
title
link
it
it from
has.
the show
You'll
notes.
find it. Wicksteed is another sort of like great book. Karl Popper, not easy to read, but I would read pretty much anything, Popper writes or Polanyi writes. And so these people just tell you how to think about social science, more than anything basic. So there's a reason these guys are the classic books, right? Ricardo was very difficult to read. Right. So the joke is that after you read Ricardo's description of comparative advantage and the Spanish wine and Portuguese port and whatever English thing, is like you need that bottle of wine. Like it literally drives you to drink. But so there are some things which are hard to read but are still great. So I just suggest just pick up the greats. If it's horrible to read, then find someone who's done a nice translation or adaptation of it, but it's worth picking up the greats and sticking with it.
And I'd add that after you read Smith, you can also listen to your episode with Pratap Bhanu Mehta where you discuss
that was on
Adam
Theory of
Smith.
Moral Sentiments.
That was on Theory of Moral Sentiments, and I discussed the Theory of Moral Sentiments with Russ Roberts on my show.
Russ Roberts is one of my, he's a great Smith scholar. No, but Pratap actually wrote his dissertation on, the Enlightenment, the Scottish Enlightenment. A large chunk of it was on moral sentiments. So, and I don't think too many people know that.
Yeah.
And that dissertation, by the way, is still available at Princeton and very accessible to read. And so everyone should read Pratap's dissertation work. But I like reading dissertations too, especially the old stuff. That's fun to read. I like reading books in economics, which I know is going out of fashion. What are the other kinds of books I like to read? I like reading the good old Indian fiction, kind of the, like Vikram Seth just gives you like happy comfort, Naipaul. Like, these are just books that we grew up with. You just read them. I'm sure this generation has a different set of books that they grew up with and, they read them.
So, we'll have to take a break soon, and in fact, a day's break, and record the rest of the episode later. But a quick question before we sort of do that when you mention Smith, in fact, when you mention Newton, there is a particular kind of scholar, a particular kind of thinker who is not focused on one thing. When you say the unseen aspects of the physical world, which Newton was looking at, or the unseen aspects of the social world, which Smith was looking at, they are broad subjects. Everything is everything, right? And there's a certain model of the Renaissance person, as it were, a person who is not tied down to one field, but looking at everything with interest and curiosity and passion and, doing multidisciplinary thinking. And that is practically a disappearing breed. I mean, one of the things within academia itself is you get driven into narrower and narrower silos.
Yeah.
And I think that you are not alive if you just focus on one thing. You're not alive if you just restrict yourself in that way. So what is your sense of that, like looking around you? And I guess there's a little bit of the selection effect, because by virtue of being where you are surrounded by more people who are kind of like the Renaissance man, like Tyler, recommending books and music, and, Alex also, and so on and so forth. But what is your sense of that for young people listening to this, should they always keep in mind that yes, there is a joy of going into rabbit holes, and their incentives will drive you towards expertise in narrower and narrower fields, but to live a full life, it is important to be interested in, a much broader range of things?
I don't know. I think it just depends on the person and temperament. There are people who just happy doing that one thing and really getting it right. And then there are people like me, who want to watch your Govinda movie and, you want to listen to classical music. So I think it just depends on temperament. It depends on where you come from. It depends on the margin, what is bringing you more joy and more value, right? So there's the law of diminishing marginal utility. So if that is not set in yet for someone who's in a very narrow rabbit hole, good for them. Yeah, that's awesome. That means you love it with a passion that the law of diminishing marginal utility just either doesn't set in or sets in very, very late. And then there are some of us for whom it sets in very quickly, right? I mean, there are videos I can't watch 10 seconds of, right? They're so bad. And then there are entire seasons I'm willing to binge watch because there was something so exciting that was happening. Or, I know I have friends who go for these special screenings of all the Lord of the Rings movies on the same day. They watch like 9 or 10 hours of the director's cuts. Recently, I heard someone did that.
So much for short attention spans.
Yeah. So it just depends on what gets people going, I would say. So it depends. I take the law of diminishing marginal utility very, very seriously. So, if it sets in, it sets in. I'm interested in a bunch of things. I would just say my only advice to young people is don't overthink it and make it contrived. And don't do it to impress anyone.
Do it for love.
No, because not even love. If it makes you happy in that moment also, it's enough.
Curiosity is a kind of love.
Yeah, I have artists, I knew every word and every lyric when I was like 17 years old. I haven't heard them since I was 17 maybe. So these things come and go, and maybe, one day suddenly on the radio something will pop on. Radio, the thing that used to exist before podcast, gentle listeners, right? So sometimes like something will just show up on the radio and you're like, oh, I used to love that song, and you just happen to remember all the words. So I would just not overthink it. It's like I'll tell you what's happening when it comes to pop culture or what I see. People are, so again, this is like, we keep going back to this Indian way of thinking. It's like, what can I get if I read this? Right? So if I read this, what will I get out of it? I don't know, dude. I mean, there are books I can recommend that I loved that you might get nothing out of, or there are books that I absolutely could not tolerate and get past 10 pages that you might. I mean, how can someone tell you what you'll get out of it? But what they really mean is, will it get me to the next step in my career? Will it get me a job? Will it help me pass an exam? At the very least, will it help me impress someone at the faculty lounge or at a cocktail party? Now, if you're doing it for that, I don't know, what to say. So listen to classical music if it truly brings you joy. Otherwise, don't. And even in classical music, not everything is going to bring you joy. Now, I happen to like classical music and opera because I had a musician at home. I had live music playing all the time. And my mother had lots of different influences. She was a Carnatic player, but in Delhi, so lots of Dilli Gharana and lots of North Indian musician influences. When she was touring in Europe and we were with her, she was with a Drupad group, which is again very different style. And again, when we were in Europe, my mum, you would, pick up these CDs at that time, So we've heard the greats, right? Again, all the classics in classical music, Beethoven, Bach, Vivaldi, all of these, because she bought the CDs and I happened to hear it. So now, even when I'm watching Tom and Jerry, that's the first thing I notice. And even as a child, that's the first thing I picked up on, right? Tom and Jerry there's an entire episode on Strauss. There's an entire episode on Franz Liszt. These episodes won the animation Oscar and all for that year, right? It's just amazing. So most people like who are 5 years old, when they're watching Tom and Jerry, are looking at, oh, look how Tom is running and Jerry is running. I'm listening to Franz Liszt. Now, that just happens to be a random. If I was born in a Pehlwan's house, maybe I would have also, noticed ki, look at how Tom is patkawing Jerry, or Jerry is like a 10th of the size of Tom and he manages to get it back. You come from a musician's family, that's what is ingrained in you, that's what brings you joy. There are people I know who grew up reading in multiple languages, right? You're Bengali. Most of my Bengali friends have read all the Bengali literature in the original.
I can't read Bengali.
I know. You're fake Bengali and fake Punjabi.
Don't say that. I mean, I don't need to read something. I'm now completely disavowing my Punjabiness, and I'm Bengali. I accept that because that gives me a convenient excuse for my lassitude. But I can read Hindi though.
So my point is, but I didn't, for instance, come from a culture. I mean, in my home, my grandparents would say Hindi malum nahi, but they were multilingual, but in other languages. Uh, so I didn't grow up in a home where there were lots of Hindi books, for instance. So I didn't grow up reading Premchand and things in the Hindi canon, so to speak, which many other people had. I grew up in one of those post-partition, refugee colonies in Delhi. So many of my neighbors, their grandparents would read Urdu because they came from Punjab and the newspaper. I mean, the working language was Urdu, even if you spoke Punjabi. They all knew how to read Urdu. So they were reading things in the Urdu canon. So they all grew up with that surrounding in the. I only had English books in my home and classical music tapes and CDs. So it just depends on where you come from. So am I likely to get great joy from reading Hindi books in Hindi? Actually, it's a lot of work for me. I try. It's a lot of work, right? Also, that's why it's not bringing me joy. So that's why I say don't overthink it. If it's really worth it, I will go back and read it, or I will listen to an audiobook in Hindi. I've discovered audiobooks in Hindi which are making my life simpler. Same in Tamil. YouTube videos of Kalki's books or something where they actually give translations and subtitles. Music, just ingrained. So if you feel about classical music the way I feel about reading a really dense Hindi book, and I'm like slowly reading one word and pulling out the Shabdkosh, I mean, do it if it's one of the greats, but otherwise, I mean, what am I going to say? Don't do it. And there's really no one who's going to get impressed by it to start with.
There's a scarcity of time and an abundance of great art all around us. So just choose what moves you and that'll work for you.
And then if you think that the Hindi literature and the canon is so great that you really ought to know it, then you have to invest the time.
Yeah.
Right? I really feel bad that I can't read Tamil at all. I think I learned, my grandmother taught me, and I could read like the Zandu Balm ads or something in, those Tamil periodicals that she would read every week. But I don't know how to read the greats, like, Bharati's poetry or, Kalki's books. So I think I need to, my father-in-law told me that he will teach me how to read Tamil. So that would be nice. But that's like a long-term project. But again, that will be work. Let me put it out there. It'll be work to learn a new language. I don't think the joy comes in until you've done enough of it and it's part of you in some way that you start seeing the joy in it. There's no joy in discovering a new word if you have to pick up a Shabdkosh. The joy is just, oh, I can't believe he used it or she used it in this sentence in this way. And that's where the joy. So again, like just, be smart about the whole thing.
So, gentle listeners, we will take a commercial break now, and we've agreed to meet after a couple of days to continue this. But if we don't, and if this is the end of the podcast, from Shruti's philosophy that she does not do anything that does not bring her joy. So you will know exactly why.
Or the law of diminishing marginal utility has set in.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Amit.
Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. This is the first ever episode where months have passed between the first half and the second half. The first half, as which you have heard, I hope, was recorded in DC in July 2024. We are now, in the last week practically of Jan 2025, and in this much time Shruti Rajagopalan, she of lucid mind and clear thinking, has already forgotten what we were talking about in the first half. She doesn't realize that we are doing a Life in Times. She thinks this episode is about something else, and would like to give you a caveat at the start of this, which I urge you to completely ignore. But Shruti, go ahead.
Okay, gentle listeners. I can't say this with a straight face, Amit. Okay, gentle listeners. I was told by Amit Varma about 7 months ago that we're recording an episode on learning how to learn because he thinks I'm very good at reading books or, learning new areas, new research areas or whatever it is. I have no idea what we recorded last time. Amit has sent me some notes, but it's 7 months have passed and I have the memory of a goldfish. And apparently we're going to talk about learning how to learn, and I have no clue what's coming next. So you have been appropriately warned.
So, gentle readers, which is the appropriate term, and not gentle listeners, gentle readers.
They're reading this? I didn't know you do a transcript.
You asked me this in the first half, and I explained why we use the phrase, because in Everything is Everything, at one point, Ajay used the phrase, and I said, why do you do it? And he said, all the great classic novels have the author addressing the reader like that. So we have already repeated ourselves within the first couple of minutes. But
this is what happens when you don't tell me what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, just to,
sorry, keep going.
Just to explain, I had told Shruti that for episode 400 we want to do something like, I like to have people I know personally and like for my landmark episodes. Like 250 was Naren Shenoy, 350 was Sudhir Sarnobat. So as 400, I was like, Shruti, come on over, we'll do a Life in Times. But Shruti is just a little bit too modest and possibly proud of it also, who knows. And she said that no, we're not talking about me. So I lured her into it, saying, hey, we'll talk about stuff like learning how to learn and blah blah blah, and you just come. And as you will note very cunningly, she has beautifully taken us through an arc that brought us to the end of her college years in GMU in the first half. So we will certainly continue the arc from here subtly, without her being aware of it. But first, we'll kind of catch up on what's been happening recently. And
before we catch up, so there are two things. One, I'm not that good at talking about stuff that I haven't written about. This is, call it a personal failing or whatever. It's not a modesty thing. It's just, we can't shoot the breeze and waste people's time. So normally when I come on your show, we talk about something I've actually written about. I've rarely spoken on your show about something that I didn't already write about. So that's caveat number one. Caveat number two is, I actually find some of the Life and Time stuff, if I may say without being rude to your other guests, a little bit performative. I'm not a huge fan of the whole thing. And I have lots of interest, but I have zero interest in starring in a one-man play or monologue on the life and times of Shruti. I can't think of anything I would like less. So that is the reason I don't wish to do that. However, if you have a question you wish to ask me, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, and gentle readers, at this point, I must tell you also that Shruti is that rare category of one. She's the only person in the world like this who both overthinks and gets a lot done. Like most people who overthink get nothing done because they're like Bengali, they're just sitting on their ass and doing nothing, just overthinking. She overthinks and gets a lot done. But let's talk about stuff. And there's one event that happened recently that moved us greatly. You have written about this. I haven't explicitly written about this, but I do feel really bad about it, which was, of course, the passing of Manmohan Singh, who was finance minister.
I thought you were talking about Zakir Hussain, but yes, both Manmohan Singh and Zakir Hussain, yeah.
We'll come back to Zakir. But we'll come back to Zakir. But Manmohan Singh, particularly for both of us, partly because, I've done so many episodes around the 1991 reforms, including with you. I've done an episode with Mantek Singh Ahluwalia. I've done episodes of Narsimha Rao with Vinay Sitapati, and a ton of episodes hit upon that. And even on our YouTube show, we had one episode 28, called The Reformers, which was about all these heroes. And I could only mention Manmohan in passing because I've never met him, and by the time I wanted to do an episode with him, he was kind of ailing, and it just felt discourteous to disturb him even to ask, so I did not do that. You have gone into the 1991 far deeper than me with the 1991 project at the Mercatus Center, which we'll talk about later in detail. But I just want to know what you felt with the news, because it is rare that the death of a public figure at the same time feels personal. And this felt personal to me because the impact that he had on the lives of hundreds of millions of people, including me and including you, simply can't be understated. How did you feel about it?
So honestly, I wasn't personally very devastated, in the sense that, the man has devoted his life to public service, right? So I feel like this is one of those cases where it is a well-earned retirement, and sort of, someone who has just lived an extraordinary life and a full life. And it feels a little bit odd to or a little bit selfish to say, oh, these people should never pass. So I wasn't devastated in that sense. It did feel like the end of an era. I think that was what bothered me so much. And part two of that is normally you can quite easily identify the heir. I don't literally mean someone's children or, intellectual successors or something like that. But usually when someone's occupied like an enormous space in public life, you can quite easily spot, oh, that spot has been filled by such and such person or, the small group of people. And it just feels like that went missing. So I think I was more devastated by the second part, that there is just this vacuum of what sort of work he did throughout his career, and no one seems to have stepped into that. I think that I found more difficult and devastating than anything else. But I also felt quite happy. I think, he was celebrated in a big way, well-deserved for sure. People must be living under a rock now if they don't know about liberalization in 1991 and what Manmohan Singh did. Because I think for like a good week to 10 days, every news channel was just talking about that. So in that sense, even in his passing, it seems to have been this, educational moment for the whole country, so to speak, even those who are not familiar with these details of economic history. So that made me sort of happy. I felt terrible for the people close to him. We know quite a lot of them. We've spoken to all his close colleagues and we've exchanged a number of emails with his family. At one point, we were trying to get him to record his oral history with the 91 Project, but he was quite ill. And I think you and I are very similar. One, we don't like bothering people and being discourteous. But, he said something quite lovely, that he doesn't trust his memory anymore. And this kind of legacy shouldn't turn into fiction. But he liked the project a lot and he sent us his blessings, which, I think that's more than enough. So we don't have an oral history recorded with him. But he's Manmohan Singh. His papers are out there. I mean, everyone else has spoken about him. So I have no doubt that we've captured the essence of what we wanted to capture in a slightly different way. But just, I felt very bad for all the others. And, this is another weird thing. We normally give condolences to the family, which of course we did. But to me, people like Manmohan Singh and you and I, we spend far more time at work than we do at home. And my first instinct was actually to make the condolence calls to all the people he worked with, as opposed to just his immediate family. So that was another weird sort of emotion that I felt. But yeah, it was an odd week. That whole week was an odd week.
I want to also ask you about something that I feel that you'd have a lot of insight into, which is about that whole community of reformers that functioned through decades, really actually being born in a sense in the late 1960s with Manmohan himself. And for the sake of the listeners, I'll kind of elaborate on this, because this is a narrative that has emerged through many, many episodes of The Seen and the Unseen, and Everything is Everything, because Ajay was a late part of that group of reformers as well. And the narrative is this, that we take up this socialist form of government as it were. We are going down a particular direction, but there are people who are thinking about this stuff. Manmohan Singh's PhD thesis happens in the 1960s. He later meets this young man called Montek Singh Ahluwalia, who's working in the World Bank. He tells Montek that, hey, why don't you come back to India and work for the Indian government? And Montek comes back in the late 70s. Ajay tells a story of how, in a similar sense, in sometime in the 70s, he told Vijay Kelkar that, come back and work for the country, and so on. And there is a slight gathering of people who are thinking about India in a different way, who realize the value of freedom, and they realize what is wrong with the economy, and they are behind the scenes. Montek joins government. There are a few people who are like him in government, but they have to be silent and behind the scenes, because the overwhelming mahal, as it were, is one of statism, and the state has to control everything, and private enterprise is distrusted. And through the 1980s, Montek and his merry band, Manmohan Somewhere Else, other reformers within the system work on stuff, and then a golden moment comes. And when 91 happens, like my earliest forming of the narrative of 1991 was, hey, there was a balance of payments crisis and the IMF forced us into reforms, and it was happenstance. Now, that was a proximate trigger, but that is not the whole story. The whole story is that you had a generation of people working on it for many, many years, playing the long game. Montague had this famous M document, which had come out the year before, I think in 1990, which laid out many of the reforms that should be made. And it was ready. All the work was ready. What needed to be done was clear. And in this moment, in this crisis, then, we are lucky again to have a Prime Minister like Narasimha Rao who saw this, who was not a man of ego or dogma, who could, revise his prior beliefs and was a pragmatic man. And, he made the politics happen. Manmohan Singh as finance minister, and various other people of that time who should really be legends like Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Rakesh Mohan, A.N. Verma, and the list just goes on and on. Our friend Ajay Shah joined that band in the late 1990s, 2000s, and it continues. And you have this golden period which continues till about 2015. And what is also happening in this golden period is that the politics is so heartening. Like these men who became prime ministers, Manmohan Singh, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, obviously Narasimha Rao before that, the various ministers like Jaswant Singh, Yashwant Sinha, P. Chidambaram, these are statesmen, Arun Jaitley later even, where they work with each other across party lines. So Ajay tells a story of how when the new pension scheme was designed by the Vajpayee government, and Vajpayee personally took an interest in it, but they left it for the next government to implement. And the next government did that. There was no, sense of, oh, that party made this, we did this. Similarly, in my 8-hour episode with him, KP Krishnan, also an important behind-the-scenes player, talks about how when the inflation targeting document was ready, which both Ajay and Krishnan had pushed behind the scenes for many years, Chidambaram told Krishnan, let's leave it for the next government. This was about 2014, early 2014. They left it for the next government. Chidambaram, goes. Arun Jaitley comes in as finance minister. Krishnan goes to Jaitley. At 7 p.m. on a particular evening, if I remember correctly, gives him the inflation targeting document and says, sir, this is what we've prepared. The previous government left it for you to decide. The next morning, Jaitley comes in and says, let's do this. And Krishnan is like, whoa, hold on a second. I agree with everything here, but this is deep. This fundamentally redefines that institution. Don't you need to read it first? And Jaitley says, number one, I have gone through it, and number two, India's finest legal mind and economic mind say we should do this. Who am I to disagree? And he was referring to Manmohan and Chidambaram. And this grace ended circa 2015 for various reasons we don't need to get into. But my question to you is this, and it's a question I asked Krishnan, and it's a question I've asked Ajay, and I don't know where the answer is, but I think I disagree with them. My question is, were these people outliers? Did we get lucky? Because the system should not lead to people behaving like this given the incentives within the system. And I'm referring not to the politicians mostly, but to all these people behind the scenes, the bureaucrats, the economists, who worked together to make it happen and gave us that golden 20-year period between 91 to 2011. And that's what bugs me. That reforms community has been completely almost wiped out in a sense from within government. And our politicians today are small, petty-minded people across parties who don't behave with that kind of grace and concern for the nation. So when you say that he had no successors, I feel that viscerally. He had no successors. There is no one carrying that on. You might have imagined that there was an arc that from the 70s onwards, you have this arc of all these people working together, and by now it'll be a solid community and, so on and so forth. But there simply isn't. So what do you feel about that? Were they outliers? How do we explain that all of it happened? Was it an aberration, or is today an aberration? What is your sense?
So, I've honestly been thinking about this for a while now. I think a few years at this point. So one, of course, they were outliers, right? Anyone who manages to work on this kind of extraordinary policy document or push it through, or, they were also extraordinarily lucky. You have to be at the right place at the right time. So let's just take all of that as given. I think what gets missed is people think that brilliant minds don't need incubation. And this is an insight that Manmohan Singh had that very few others seem to have today, right? And you need to find, so my favorite story is not even Montek Singh, it's actually Ishar Judge, right? So she was going to meet one of her professors, I think he was that time at Khalsa College, and they were going to have lunch with him, and he said, you should meet this professor at Delhi School of Economics called Manmohan Singh. And so Montek and Ishar were, I think, engaged but not yet married, and she was planning to have a career as an academic. He was going to the bank, and they met him for lunch. And Manmohan Singh figured out just what an extraordinary person Isha Judge was before she met Stanley Fisher and Paul Samuelson and went to MIT and, met Bhagwati and did all these extraordinary things in her own right. And this is over lunch. Has stayed in touch. Apparently, every time they came back to Delhi, he would discuss, her doctoral. She was doing this big econometric model. That is not Manmohan Singh's expertise, but apparently they would talk about it. Every time he went for the IMF meetings, as a representative of Ministry of Finance, he would meet Shankaracharya and Rakesh Mohan and Montek Singh, all these people who were in DC, IMF, World Bank, that entire crew of people. And recognizing that these people have something in them when they were in their 20s. And, they're like just starting out their career, right? So these are people who just finished their PhD or are just embarking on their PhD. So to get Montek Singh 25 years later, you need to sow the seeds then, which means it's, when Montek and Isha Judge are thinking of coming back to India, who's their first call? Right? Who's their role model for how to have a career in policy? It's Manmohan Singh. And you don't get this done by a random chance meeting, nor does it happen once someone's become additional secretary. So that is the part which I think is missing. And it requires an eye to spot the talent, first of all. It requires a certain kind of generosity to invest time in young people and stay in touch with them. And it requires a really astute political mind to figure out, hey, who fits which role better? Should this person be a researcher? Should this person be associated, as a private secretary in a political office? Or should they be a researcher in the Commerce Ministry or, Ministry for Industry or something? No, it's rare to get someone who has all of those insights at the same time. Right? You're going to get people who are generous. There's so many people at Delhi School who were good mentors. I mean, Jagdish Bhagwati is an extraordinary mentor. I live in the United States, and I can tell you every single trade economist of a certain age in the US will tell you how Jagdish Bhagwati read their paper and personally called them. And this is like pre-email, right? Like he would have read the paper in a journal or, heard it at a seminar, and he'll pick up the phone and call such and such person. Arvind Panagaria has such a story. So many people have that story. So there are just people who are great at spotting talent. Now, of course, maybe Jagdish was great at placing them in other positions. He was not, directly involved with Government of India. But having that astute mind, to figure out what works politically, I think that was the great contribution. And I think what we need to pay attention to as people who work in policy or as people who work in creating a kind of intellectual culture is how do we incubate? Right? So I would give you a lot of credit. So this is, you want to talk about my personal life, which, I know you're like obsessed with this question. So one example of this for me personally is I was writing, and honestly not very well, like some garbage emails and blogs kind of thing. And when I was 22, you are the first person to tell me, hey, you should write this down. Until that point, no one in my life had told me to put it on paper, right? You tell Niranjan, hey, I know a couple of young people who are writing well. Niranjan actually just picks it up immediately and says, okay, why don't I read them? That's it, right? So basically, you are blowing your social capital on this. Because if we turn out to be garbage people, obviously others are going to judge you. Niranjan stakes his social capital. I think I published in the first week that Mint came out, right? So he's taking his social capital and, going over edits with us and carefully nurturing us into turning into better writers. He sends it to people who were at that time editors at Wall Street Journal Asia, which is how I got my first break to write for the Wall Street Journal. This happened to me at 22. And I did not make any of it happen. I mean, of course, when someone told me to write, I put my ass on the chair and got it done. But other than that, neither did I have the eye to know that I can do this, nor had anyone else in my life until that point told me. And the moment someone told me and it kind of worked out, I was like, oh, I really should start writing. And it's never ended. Since that point. At this point, I've written hundreds of columns. I write all the time. Now it's become second nature. But if I didn't have great editors and mentors very early on in my life, it would have never quite happened. So to get a good public intellectual in their 40s, someone has to spot them in their 20s. So this has to be true in every area of life, right? So we need to do this in engineering. We need to do this in space research. Like ISRO has an incredible culture of figuring out who the next generation is. The Reserve Bank of India has an incredible culture of figuring out who the next generation is. The IAS used to have it. Now, I don't know I don't know the insides of how this works. YV Reddy has a great story that he was supposed to be posted, somewhere in Andhra Pradesh, and he actually gets a different posting in the last minute. And later he finds out that Manmohan Singh made it happen because Manmohan Singh every year went over the list of who did really well in economics and joined the IAS. And they had never met each other. When Manmohan Singh said, this guy is a really great economics mind, we need to pull him in and not, let him lounge as a district collector somewhere. He needs to be doing something else. This is how intentional he was for 30 years. Which is why after his moment in 1991, for the next 30 years, he's basically placed people in the services in such an extraordinary way and connected them intergenerationally that the reforms do continue for the next 25 years. And then we have this collapse because no one quite took that torch and moved it forward. I think Montek did. I think a few people did in a smaller capacity. So for instance, Montek is the one who suggested that, they bring in Raghu Rajan when there was this huge, NPA crisis and things like that. And he was absolutely the perfect guy to clean that mess up. But people think of Urjit Patel as like, someone new who came around the block of, we were bringing in all these foreign trained economists. Manmohan Singh was mentoring Urjit Patel since 1992 when they met. And Urjit Patel was at the IMF, I think, currency desk and was tracking the Indian reforms that were going on. And that relationship goes that far back. And Urjit Patel tells the story of how Manmohan Singh had written letters for him at various points in his career, right? So this incessant letter writing, talent scouting, making sure you place people at the right place, blowing all your social capital on others just because that's the right thing to do. I think these are the things we're not in that culture anymore, nor is it rewarded. So that's one thing I do want to talk about on this podcast, on how we can get that culture back in whatever area we work in. You could be a lawyer, you could be a musician. In whatever area of your life, are you able to create an ecosystem where the next generation benefits enormously from whatever you've done? And if you're not able to do that, I think you're failing a little bit. It's not exactly the same thing as taking the ladder away after you made it to the top, but not building a ladder is also, according to me, a bit of a sin, especially when you're as privileged as you and I are.
I'll double click on that, but before that, I also just want to make two quick mid-episode recommendations. One is Breaking Through by Ishar Jajjalwalia. Like when I read the book, I just felt so sad that I hadn't read it while she was still here and I could have spoken to her. And I told Montek this as well, that I would have liked to speak to her first because Extraordinary grew up in a conservative Sikh family, went to an all-girls Marwari school in Calcutta, which was Hindi medium, then lifted herself up to presidency, Delhi School of Economics, MIT, then met Montek, dated him, and they would watch European films together, Bergman, Mal, Fellini, Desika. It's the tapestry of a life is so beautiful, and these are extraordinary people, and you get a sense of that when you read the book. And
she was an extraordinary economist. I want to mention that because I know people just kind of take it for granted, but this was not a time when women were encouraged to be economists. She is truly extraordinary in that sense. And if they became economists, you should have done, women and child development and, some soft thing like that. You didn't do macroeconomic modeling. You certainly didn't go to MIT. I mean, those are things that men do, right? So she was just a really, really good economist. So sorry, please continue.
Yeah, and my other recommendation is again an economist I'm sure you admire. The book is Breaking Out. It's by Padma Desai.
Oh my
where
God, yeah.
She, she married Jagdish Bhagwati after, getting away from an emotionally abusive marriage. Great economist in her own right. Together with Bhagwati, she wrote this book in 1968 called India Planning for Industrialization. This is is 1968. Today, you search for it on Google, it will show Bhagwati as the author. No, it was a co-written book. That just tells you how the world kind of thinks. She also wrote a great book called Perestroika and Progress in 1989. Serious economists studied the Soviet Union and their system brilliantly. So that is another book that you must read. And yeah, so getting back to, unless you want to add something about Padma Desai.
Again, yeah, just, the kind of minute detail, that the kind of work she could do. The book you mentioned with Jagdish, a lot of her doctoral work was on doing this kind of, input output data collection within centrally planned systems. Bhagwati is a trade theorist. So when I read that book, I just see so much of her background in it that I can't think of it as a solo authored book by Jagdish, because I've read so much of his trade work. I know that this is not the usual thing that he does. But that book is really extraordinary. Yeah. And to connect it to Manmohan Singh, when the book first came out, he didn't give it a great review. Manmohan Singh, he gave it a kind of like, sort of a, half thumbs up or one thumbs up instead of two. And he thought that was going too far. And they had some really great points on why planning wasn't working for India. But, if he made certain tweaks, it could work. And to Manmohan Singh's enormous credit, he changed his mind a couple of decades later. And, when people later asked him about the reforms and stuff, he would always talk about this particular book, which was foundational in one sense, sort of the first deep dive into, I think, Jagdish Bhagwati, Padma Desai and Arun Shourie. I think they were like the early people to actually expose what is this crazy system where you're just going from desk to desk, getting permit to permit. So to Manmohan Singh's credit, he figured that out. But she had many, many lives, She is fluent in Russian. I mean, she read Tolstoy in the original. And she was a Soviet specialist. I think in her career, I think she got sort of, understated for two different reasons. One, of course, when you co-author, I mean, anyone who co-authors with Jagdish Bhagwati is always at a disadvantage in some sense because he's just so brilliant. But, being his wife certainly did not help matters. And always, the female co-authors are sort of erased a little bit. So let's leave that aside. But on the Soviet Union stuff, economics is just such a messed up discipline. They call these people area studies people, regional studies people. Right? To have expertise on the Soviet Union, can you imagine the breadth and depth of knowledge you need to have? How much sort of, you need to be methodologically so sophisticated. You need to know economic history. You need to know Russian. You need to know trade and autarky. You need to know about industrial planning. I mean, you need to know 7,000 things to do it and to do it at the level that she did it at. And it just becomes, these are area studies people and they're kind of relegated to a side thing. That, I think, was the second tragedy, of her career. But her work is still very, very readable. It's extremely important. I would encourage everyone to go back and read some of her papers and definitely read the memoir because that's a really, heartbreaking sort of story with a very happy ending.
Two great books, Breaking Through and Breaking Out, and now breaking into our sort of follow-up question to the past one. The examples you mentioned of the nurturing that went on, you mentioned Manmohan, and right, that's one extraordinary individual, and he does it for decades, and it works out so well. Me helping you was, you were extraordinary. You would have made it anyway. But again, it's an isolated incident of one person doing something for another person. My question is that what I would like to see is that this is not about individuals, it's about institutions. That, you want to build institutions that just by default, the way they are set up, the way the incentives work, are automatically giving a platform to and giving a voice to and, finding and nurturing people of this sort. And in India, we have nothing. And you have seen a different ecosystem in the US, of course, with, perhaps a libertarian or / classical liberal ecosystem where for a few decades there has been a sense that let's play the long game, let's build these think tanks. Let's build all these great institutes and we'll nurture people. And I don't even know if that worked out so well. So give me a little bit of your sense of how is this problem to be solved? Because at one level, what you do at Marketus and with Emergent Ventures which we'll come to later, it does touch upon some of this stuff when you've thought deeply about it. But where do the solutions lie? Because ultimately, our ideas are counterintuitive ideas that require eternal vigilance. They will never be dominant in the culture. You have to fight for them in every generation. So, how do you keep that going?
So you're absolutely right. I've enormously benefited from this kind of very, very long-term mentoring and, people really investing in me, uh, both in India and abroad. But, I would say I don't think it's just classical liberal. So, I'll give you a couple of examples. Like you look at Devesh Kapoor, right? I didn't study with him. I know his work really well, but I don't know him personally very well. We met numerous times. But I remember I was a young assistant professor. We met at a conference. A few months later, he invited me to his seminar at Penn. I went and gave a paper. And between the giving the paper and sort of the evening reception when everyone, at the center gets together for coffee, he sat me down and he said, okay, so what's the plan right now? Where are you? Are you happy there? Which conferences are you attending? What are the journals you're publishing in? Who's going to be your tenure letter writer? Do you have a good network? What help do you need? And he has done this for I don't even know how many dozens of people, if not hundreds of people in the US, right? Today, if we have very strong political scientists, political economists working on India in the United States within the academy, Devesh has been enormously, instrumental in that. And this is quiet work, right? I mean, no one knows this unless someone comes on a podcast and tells a story. I'm sure you've had many of his students come and talk about, what a fantastic mentor he is.
And
But
not just Devesh, if I may interrupt, but Pratap Bhanu Mehta does
Pratap,
exactly
he
the
was my
same thing.
second name.
Yeah, because, he wrote to me something in 2007. I won the Basya Prize, and I remember I'd never met him. And of course, I looked up to him enormously, but a very big man. But I hadn't met him, and he wrote to me out of the blue saying, your writing is like, he just said the nicest things. And every
Yeah.
2 years, he'll read something I write and write me a lovely letter. And it feels so absolutely amazing, to
Yeah.
hear those words from someone like him.
Yeah, same actually. So Pratap was literally my next name. Pratap does this at an even bigger scale in that it's not just academics. He writes to anyone. I mean, he reads the paper, he reads journals. He just picks up the phone or writes personal letters every time he likes something. And to a young person, first of all, I mean, getting an email from Pratap is like, it's like a prize, right? Like you're sort of giddy for the next few days that in itself. But I think the other part that someone is reading, this matters. This is going to register, right? And I think that part of it becomes very important because when you're a young person, you have no clue what any of this is about. And it's all, okay to say, okay, you should keep doing your work and, karm kar, darya mein dal, all that's fine. But it is nice to get some feedback from people out there that what you're doing matters and that you should kind of stick with it. Because a lot of these things that we write, the papers we write, the projects we take on, they can go on for years. So if there's someone who can tell you at the end of it, hey, this is really worth it and it's useful to me and it's an input in my output, that's it. You've cracked that code. But I think Pratap, again, comes from a generation. I don't know how much time he spends every day writing letters, just getting people, placed at every level of university and opening up opportunities for them. But just another person who has earned a lot of his social capital and goodwill and pretty much blown all of it for the next lot. Right. I have a funny story to tell you about my dissertation advisor, Peter Betke. When I was a student with him at George Mason, we were supposed to meet and he was running a few minutes late. And so I was just sitting outside his office, this is not a very tardy culture. So, the moment he finished, he came running. I said, I'm so sorry for making you wait. And I was like, oh, is everything okay? And he said, so do you know Benjamin Powell, who's, really important economist, runs the center at Texas Tech. Ben was already a very senior professor. He was at Suffolk University those days. So he said, oh, no, I just had to write a letter for Ben to be elevated from associate to full professor. Now I can close the file on Ben.
Wow.
That story has never left my mind. That's the way they think about this, that, this is going to take a long time. And Ben has extraordinary students. He's set up multiple centers, every university he's gone to. He's a huge institution and a program builder. He's so actively involved now in like Mont Pelerin Society and, other sort of institutions outside of the academy. So this is a culture that is passed down generation to generation. And if you've studied with people who are institution builders, then you definitely imbibe some of that culture. I think our role on the podcast is, I think one important thing is we don't elevate the status of these people enough. We elevate the status of people who are brilliant, but we don't elevate the status of people who are kind of, sort of neatly pulling together a scaffolding that will hold up all these brilliant people and make sure they get their opportunities. So that is something I think you and I can definitely change by telling stories and things like that. I feel a little bad because I know that Devesh and Pratap will be very embarrassed if they hear your podcast. So sorry for embarrassing you if you're listening. But I do think these stories are important because they are really extraordinary role models.
But the larger question is, how do we think of it in institutional ways? Because again, these are individuals.
I don't think we can. And I'll tell you why I don't want to think in institutional ways, because institutions sort of morph and die and they get captured.
I agree.
I think the way I'd like to think about it is in terms of networks, right? So the original slate of people who wrote for Mint, most of them are not writing for Mint anymore. Right? They've kind of moved on to other things in their life. Many have gotten columns in other places. Some have stopped writing columns and have moved on to writing papers or books. But we are all banded together that we know each other and we follow each other's work, and we're kind of loosely networked. And it would have never happened if you hadn't done Pragati for so many years and Niranjan hadn't done Mint and, so on and so forth. So I think that the role that networks can play and individuals can play, one, you can do things under the radar. You can do things on the cheap. It's not very costly to write an email or to, write a nice note to a young person or to write letters of reference and things. I mean, it's personally very costly, but you don't need institutional support to do that kind of work, right? And hopefully as your network grows, you'll have people at multiple institutions, right? So I have enormous respect for people who build an institution, but I think it's also very useful to have people who are sort of loosely networked in society who can, bounce around multiple institutions, who have overlapping networks, so to speak, and can get these things going. So I think that's the thing we need to build. Now, the Nehruvian generation had that because the Indian English-speaking elite was just so tiny that they all kind of knew each other in some sense, right? I think that continued for 30, 40 years because we just didn't educate enough people and not enough people rose up. So that's a tragedy. But it made it easier to identify these people and sort of pull them into a project. Now the task is about 200x harder. And I'm very happy about that. Now it's so much harder. You have to go to so many conferences. You have to read so much more, right? You have to meet so many more people. But it also means that it'll amplify in a completely different way, right? You and I, we'll have benefit of scale. So how do we do this? So now I think people who've appeared on the scene and the unseen, we're part of this invisible club, yeah. It's like we don't know each other, but we kind of sort of know each other. And we can just pick up the phone and call each other or, shoot each other an email and say, oh, I heard you on Amit's podcast and, oh, I've heard your episodes, and just pick up a conversation where it might have been impossible to do so before that. So I think that's the sort of thing we need to figure out. Sorry if this is all very loosey-goosey and not a good, clear solution that you're looking for.
No, this is, it's lovely and insightful. And by the way, a few days back in Bombay, the journalist Shefali Bhatt, who's been on my show, hosted this excellent Seen and the Unseen party. So there were like 10 Seen Unseen guests and me, which was very nice. And we had this lovely moment where everyone had to introduce themselves. And after they finished, I would give a couple of lines about each person because, I also feel that I know these people pretty well, often just from one conversation. But again, if gentle readers aren't aware of what Pragati is, since you mentioned it, it was a policy magazine I edited for a couple of years where I would just try to give young academics and researchers and whatever a platform to write in clear language. I mean, that was another thing that I would try to make sure that they wrote in clear, accessible sort of ways. And I agree with you about institutions. I think all institutions inevitably get degraded and corrupted and simply don't work. And what is more important is having that culture of generosity and reciprocity going. That if Pratap is generous to someone, that person will pay it forward. Manmohan was generous to people, they paid it forward, which I know for a fact. So, you.
Look at Nandan Nilekani. Yeah? I mean, you can't. He is another one of those fantastic talent spotters. Like, just sees young people and immediately picks them up and gives them opportunities. You can't do this DPI thing alone.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be the evangelist for it, and you can, sort of, make calls and open doors. But it takes a number of really good people. And I mean, Pramod Verma, like, what a find. Yeah, that guy is, he's something. Has he been on your show?
He's actually been on a show called Brave New World, which I produced
Oh, yeah,
for my friend
I've
Vasant.
heard that. Yeah, he's great.
he's
You should have him on your show. He is extraordinary. Another Verma, huh?
Yeah, I did find him awesome, and I did think I got to invite this guy, but I never got down to it. So, Pramod, if you're listening, you'll hear from me at some point soon.
Pramod is too busy to listen to our loosey-goosey conversations.
I know.
But yeah, so, I mean, just think about all these people who roll into that world which has actually made DPI happen. And now it's sort of, going global, right? Look at Takshashila Institution. All the really brilliant young minds in policy, they've done at least one GCPP course, right? So it's a little bit like your podcast. Maybe, at your meetups, you should do roll call and we'll announce ourselves by the episode number or something. So it's the same thing. They'll come and meet me and they'll tell me which year they did it. The LAMP Fellowship that PRS runs, Madhavan and Co, they're just really good at this, yeah? So these are all wonderful networks of young people. Anyone who comes to me from one of these networks, I've always found them to be very, very good, very, very passionate, and just grateful that, all these folks are doing what they're doing.
Let's get back to your journey now. In the last episode, we left off where you were at GMU. Shut up. Just follow instructions, dude.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So we left off when you were at GMU. Tell me about what happens after you leave. Like, what at that moment, what is your conception of yourself? What are you doing? You already spoke in the last episode about how you applied to only one place because of all of these awesome people there, Buchanan, Talak, etc., the MR bloggers.
I also didn't know better.
You also didn't know better. But tell me about what that ecosystem is there like. Like, what was the George Mason University is what GMU is, gentle reader, and it's in DC. And was it considered infra-dig to be there? Were these considered, these curious libertarian people within the university system? What was your future going to be? Had you stayed on that traditional track, what would life ahead have been looked like? So take me through that part of your journey.
So this is going to sound a little bit like naive and Pollyanna, but I applied to George Mason. So, I'm that generation where the internet was around, but not everything was online, right? So I still sent paper applications to George Mason when I applied for my PhD. So when I said the internet was around, you could see the bios of, all the professors who were there. Maybe there were a couple of papers up even. The blogs were up and running. But we didn't know too much about them. It's not like today where you just go online and you can get everything you need to know. And I hadn't studied formally at Delhi School of Economics. I feel like I've imbibed a lot sitting at the chai stall there and, auditing classes with TC Anant and those folks. But I didn't formally study there. So I didn't know that there's this pecking order of, these are the top schools and this is how you go about the application process. In my head, I was like, I want to study constitutional economics and public choice, and the Nobel laureates in that field are here. And more importantly, all their students are there. So they have a whole program on it, right? It's not like one odd person. I thought I'd hit jackpot, yeah. So I didn't know until I showed up at Mason that it's this slightly odd, heterodox place which does things very differently, and like the whole Buchanan dare to be different thing. I thought I had landed in heaven. These are my heroes, and I I'm here and I get to study with them. And I remember every single interaction I've had with Buchanan. I mean, I've had lots, but I can remember every single one with a sort of like a vivid memory that you know that I clearly don't possess in my regular life. They were also a culture that really encouraged outsiders. I guess it's part of being weird and heterodox. So now suddenly the fact that there's this weird person with a strange accent who comes from another part of the world and wants to work on this problem you've never heard of doesn't seem to bother them at all. They're just, like, yes, and tell me more, right? That's the culture. So this yes and culture was really incredible. Another thing is to pay it forward. And this comes from the Institute for Humane Studies, right? Like the constant thing is the people that you help are not going to be able to help you back because you are hopefully in a position where you don't need their help, but they will help the next person. And the culture very much is that, that paid forward thing. So even today, if a lot of people wrote letters for me to get my first job because that's how it works. Academia is entirely premised upon potential and not on what you've achieved at that point. So people are staking their goodwill and social capital to say, hey, this is a fantastic student, you must hire her. So now the next time they have a student on the market, I got to help that student, even though I know nothing about that person. But I do know a lot about the professors, and I know how much of their goodwill and social capital they blew on me. So that is part of this chain of, paying it forward, because it's hard to pay it forward just randomly to every cold email that you get, right? So one does need to understand that. But if you're in somewhat of a tight network, it becomes much easier to say, okay, these are the advisors who helped me. If they tell me that their student is good, they must be good. After all, they said the same thing about me, and I didn't turn out to be a complete disaster. How can we help them? Even now, the culture is, going to a conference, I will attend all the PhD students' papers, give them feedback. It's just what we do because that's what they did, right? And I don't think the senior folks need my feedback. I mean, if they need it, they'll write to me and I'll take a look at that paper. But this is a big invisible part of the job, which I think people generally don't realize that you have to do it. And the people who do a lot of it or do it well, they're known in the business, but they're not more generally known outside. So I think Mason just had that culture. The other interesting culture Mason had is everyone's a little bit out there, yeah. We were talking about like right now with the presidential election, the most recent one where Trump won. I had a pretty good feeling he'll win because I was following betting markets. And I know how to think about betting markets, but that's because in 2009, Robin Hanson was talking about betting markets. And I've spent 15 years thinking about this and reading his writings and, occasionally having lunch and things like that. So now it pays off, but these people were really weird this entire time, and the people and everyone just didn't know about it, right? So during COVID, I remember Alex Tabarrok and suddenly got noticed for all his critiques on the FDA and what needs to be done, what kinds of errors of commission and omission are being made, and how things can be fast tracked. He's been writing about that stuff for 15 years. So I think I also met people who literally shift the Overton window, right? That is, I just lucked out here. I mean, this is not the kind of good fortune a normal person can plot or plan or, you don't get a job at Infosys thinking you're going to work with leadership that will change the Overton window, right? You don't go to a university thinking you're a professor. It's just, it happens. And I just happen to know like about 7 different people who managed to do that. So I think, again, I'm in this extraordinary position. I've had this great ringside view to other people doing amazing things. And then I won't exactly say now I think I can change the Overton window, but it doesn't seem that crazy anymore. It's like, of course we can do it. Right? So when Nitin Pai and Takshashila Institution and, people at PR, when they do this, now it's like, yeah, duh, of course, this is what you do. This is how you change and push for things, right? So I think I got that ringside view. So, the folks who taught me were, Larry White, he's been on your show. Peter Betke was my advisor. Mario Rizzo was my mentor at NYU. He's a Chicago-trained economist. And at some point, sometimes when I write, Amit, I don't know which of my ideas are mine and which ones I got from him, because I just think like these people to an extent where I don't even know if I have like my own identity as an economist, which is very precise. I've just really imbibed so much of what they taught me. Um, now I'm back at Mason. So once the semester starts, I'll get to hang out with Brian Kaplan and Robin Hanson and Alex and Tyler and their famous lunch. Now this lunch has become world famous, right? People come from all over the world just to have lunch with them. And it seems like an innocuous lunch, but this is where I learn. So going back to the theme of where and how you learn, I was just surrounded by extraordinary people, a couple of them Nobel laureates, Vernon Smith, Buchanan, all of their students who were like just amazing. So just some of it is just dumb luck and making a crazy heterodox choice, right? You're not surprised if this happens at Princeton, but you do get surprised when this happens at Mason. So making that weird choice really turned out very well for me.
You mentioned Takshashila, so I should point out that after, shitting on institutions a few moments ago, Takshashila is the one institution in India that I really admire. I think they're absolutely awesome. Nitin is great, but they also have perhaps, the public intellectual I admire most in this country, Pranay Kotasane, humble, self-effacing through his podcast, etc., done so much.
My student, I'm going to grab credit for him. I'm joking.
Yeah,
I just say this to tease him.
Yeah. No. Well done as a teacher if that man is your student. There's this question I think I've asked you also. I asked some people, just for fun, that if there are 5 Indian intellectuals alive and active today who you want all of India to follow, who should they be? And people are often surprised that my list starts with 2 people who are relatively young, which is you and Pranay. So
I'm not that young. Yeah. Pranay is much younger.
Yeah, you are entering internal competition. Compared to me, you are bachas only. So let's kind of leave it at that. And just for explain the term Overton window to gentle readers. Overton window is a term given to what you might call the window of acceptable discourse. So you imagine a line, for example, with complete non-freedom at one end and complete freedom at the other end, but that is not the line of discourse. Within that there is a point where it's acceptable to talk about something to another point, and shifting the Overton window, especially in our context, means you take it further and further towards the freedom wala edge and make that more acceptable. And honestly, I think in India, I feel a little guilt that I haven't tried harder to kind of shift it far enough. But anyway, that's a subject for another day. My next question to you is about a term we've been using, but a term that I'd like to unpack a little bit, and not assume that everybody knows what these terms mean. Like, even, when you said that everybody knows what 1991, the importance of 91, like, duh, of course they don't. 60 to 70% of the country is born after 91. They have no clue. Many of these rich kid elites who go to, Western colleges in your university system come back and they simply do not get the importance of freedom and the impact that it had. But the term I want to unpack is, you've described yourself as a classical liberal, which is also what I am. And, of course, the term liberalism got co-opted by the left decades ago in America. So therefore, classical liberal, in some ways, it also corresponds with libertarian. I hate all labels because all labels eventually get used in tribal ways. And people who most fervently adopt those labels can often do the worst and most hypocritical things. So I don't really want to, as 15 years back, you and I might have identified with a certain label. Now I'm unsure about that. But classical liberal is still, a term that holds resonance. So as if, you're talking to a school student, what is classical liberalism? And why are you one?
So I think there are a few different ways of looking at the world, right? So all of these, I mean, what we're calling labels, they're also a lens through which you observe the world and interact with the world and make sense of the world. And the question is, what is the appropriate lens? Always. So one part of being classical liberal is, what are your values, right? So the values that you and I espouse are that the unit that matters is the individual, and the individual must be free. Individuals are born free and must remain free. And what that freedom fundamentally entails is not, oh, we can do whatever we want and get in a car and run over someone. It's a very prescribed kind of freedom, but it is one that is founded upon consent, that, things that are done with us or to us, we have a say in whether that is so. And a contract, right? That we will engage with the world on particular terms that are mutually beneficial, because that's the assumption there. And if we are going to be coerced into something, or something that may seem even slightly coercive, we have actually consented to it at a broader, more meta level. Right? So, for instance, sometimes you may find some of the crazy things that happen in your, building society, or, you can find them quite coercive, right? Like all the people's curtains should be this color, or everyone's front door should look like this. But you've signed up for a certain, you've traded that off, and you've traded it off knowing what that package is, right? That's the kind of world we wish to live in, right? And why do we wish to live in that world? Because we think people do their very best when they're free and they have agency. And that not only do they do well, actually the world does well. The world will flourish and prosper, right? This is a size of the pie that will grow. And if we have the right institutions that can align individuals and what they wish to do and their interests with the broader social interest, then wonderful things will happen. You get that, hockey stick of economic growth and innovation and so on. And if you don't, then you don't, right? So from a values perspective, it's quite clear why you and I believe in that. And I think from a values perspective, a lot of people will call themselves classical liberal. I don't think there are too many people who are very staunch believers of, no, I don't think people deserve liberty and freedom and things like that. So that's that. The second part of it is institutionally what that means, right? Because classical liberalism also political and economic framework or an ideology. And what that means is that we believe in certain decentralized actions and feel that people pursuing their own self-interest in a decentralized way will not necessarily lead to social harm, and in fact more likely lead to social good. We just need to find the rules and institutions within which they will lead to social good. So people pursuing their own interest, in a particular kind of Hobbesian world where you steal and where you sort of force people into things or hit them on their head and take their property, that can lead to terrible outcomes. But now bring in a system of contract enforcement and a price system, and suddenly the same people who are extremely self-interested will only do well if they do well for others. And that's how that world flourishes. So you have your individual liberty, but you also have an emergent order. And I'm very much of that latter school of thought, which means the project of my life, and this is very much the same project that everyone that, starting with Adam Smith down, has had, or even if you want to go really far back, like Lucretius and those guys have had. But the project of my life is, what are those institutions? Right? What are those institutions or rules of the game where those who are pursuing self-interest will also align to pursue social interest? Not in a way that is coerced and not in a way that is planned, but where that's just the natural outcome. The price system is an extraordinary example of this. The kind of innovation we have, freedom of press is an extraordinary example of this. Matt Ridley has that great quote about, ideas should have sex with each other, right? And that's where innovation comes from. You can't do that in a society which is completely closed up and where ideas can't be published and they can't cross-pollinate. So freedom of press is one of those very important institutions that we need. Now, can people say whatever they want and shoot their mouth off and defame others and, become paparazzi and publish salacious gossip? Sure. But can we bring in enough rules in place, enough culture, right? The appropriate editorial norms and so on, that actually the freedom of press can become something just much bigger and much more powerful. There are so many examples of what happens when you don't have freedom of press, and so many great examples of the wonderful things that happen when you do. So I think that's how I would place classical liberalism and sort of how I think about it. But we can chat more about any or all of these things.
Yeah, that's very lucid, but the addition.
You seem surprised almost.
No, I don't seem surprised. I was also kind of thinking as I was talking, and therefore,
I'm teasing you.
Yeah, my resting pout face became a resting surprised face. But what you said about everybody would agree with the classical liberal conception of freedom being good. I think an observation that I often make is that in our personal lives, we're all libertarian or classical liberal,
Yeah.
in the sense that if you and I and three other people go to a restaurant, we are not going to force other people to order exactly what we want. We are not going to force them to pay for it. In fact, we might insist on paying for it ourselves, or everything is voluntary. We don't believe in coercion in personal life. But the moment we take it one abstraction higher and talk about the society, we completely forget these values. Like, I love Arnold Kling's book The Three Languages of Politics, and in fact I recorded with him when I was in DC, so that's a cool episode. And I love Kling's formulation that the reason so much of the political discourse is just people talking past each other and not to each other is because the three major American political tribes have different values at their hearts. Whereas the classical liberals or libertarians may start with freedom, the progressives will begin with equality, and conservatives will begin with tradition. And therefore, if you want to have a good conversation, you have to respect where the other person is coming from and not just speak to them from your own prism, but also address their concerns, which I actually think is easily done, because freedom is really, I think, the best way forward for everyone. And, those are arguments that we can make. Now, I want to kind of double click on those aspects of how we arrive at freedom, and I've thought very deeply about it in my own case, so I'll kind of for the sake of the listeners, kind of summarize what that is about. That there are two ways that you can arrive at caring about freedom, and one is just arriving at it from first principles. Like John Locke arrives at individual freedom from the right to self-ownership, that it is evident that we own ourselves, and therefore everything that arises from that, our thoughts, our speech, our labor, our life itself, must be protected, and therefore all of those rights emerge. The right to life, no one will kill you, may kill you. The right to free speech, no one may censor you or shut you up. Any coercion is bad, and and that's one way to arrive at freedom. Another way to arrive at freedom is through a consequentialist lens and say, look, freedom leads to the best outcomes. Like at a basic level, it's easy to observe that, every voluntary interaction leaves both people better off. As John Stossel famously said, it's a double thank you moment. When I buy something from Starbucks, the attendant behind the counter says thank you because they value the money more than the coffee, and I say thank you because I value the coffee more than the money. And it stands to reason that the more such double thank you moments there are, the better we do as an economy, which is why we've all seen the hockey stick graph. That the moment the industrial revolution happens and railways happen and economic networks get wider and there is more trade, there is, boom, enormous prosperity for people all around. Land Pritchett has great papers bringing this all the way up to modern times. And when you talk about emergent order, to me, his great paper, the use of knowledge in society, is a classic example of that. In episode 41 of our YouTube show, we spoke about 4 papers that changed the world, and I spoke about that because it is such a light bulb moment to understand that you don't need a central planner to understand the needs of society and to get people to fulfill each other's needs. But prices do that. That is, prices are how we talk to each other. They are absolutely magical. And what I am really then coming to is that how does one arrive at freedom? And what tools does one use to convince others of freedom? Like, I had the great thinker from the Cato Institute, David Bose, on my show once, and a question I threw to him at the end of that episode was that, okay, you can arrive at freedom from either a moral lens or a utilitarian lens. But let us assume that freedom actually isn't good for people, right? And of course, we know it is, but in a thought experiment, if you either find that freedom isn't good for people, or if technology gets so powerful that you can tap into the brain cell of every person in the world, and because there is no free will, actually understand what they will want in future and plan the world accordingly, would it be moral to do so when you are satisfying everyone's needs and preferences? So how does one arrive at freedom, and what takes precedence? Where do you start? It's convenient for us that freedom is awesome in both of these ways. We can arrive at it. But what takes precedence to you? How much of your instinct is shaped by that? And a separate question, when we try to kind of convince others who are liberal in their real lives, but one level of abstraction up, they want state coercion, and they want to steal from people and abduct everyone who doesn't allow you to steal from them, which is really what the state is about. Gentle listeners, episode 25 of Everything is Everything is expounds on my views on the state, understanding the state. Please do watch that. But what are your feelings on all of this?
Yeah, I'm an economist, so it's so difficult to be anything other than consequentialist as just a gut reaction and an instinct, right? Like, so all of this is in some sense instrumental. I don't think that takes away from the moral content of what's going on. But if you ask me for my immediate instinct, it will be the consequentialist version of this, right? So in that sense, I'm deeply Hayekian. But I'll tell you the second moral part of it, where I think it ties in, that I do believe strongly. You said freedom may not be good for everyone. And that's
No,
absolutely true.
in the thought
You know?
experiment.
No, I know. Even in life, I'm saying, I think I eat way too much sugar than I should. I know some people who consume too many substances that they absolutely should not. That's detrimental to them. I've known people who've had drinking problems and gambling problems and things like that, which are terrible and very hard to get out of, right? And their freedom kind of traps them, and they do need some intervention. But saying that they don't now deserve freedom, I think it messes up my fundamental conception of a human being, which is that a human being is never perfect. They're always growing, and they have agency, and they can always get better. Right? So even in those moments where people may not deserve their freedom or may not have done anything good with it for others or have even harmed themselves, which, in pure libertarian terms, we're like, hey, that's totally cool, and walk away from it quietly. But, as the kind of people you and I are, that's a very squishy space for us. But even to give up your freedom and say, I will check into rehab, or I will have a life coach or a sponsor who will help me get over my drinking or gambling or, I don't know, calorie intake problem, that requires a certain level of agency, which I don't think we can do without it. I mean, you can get nowhere once you draw a line of a particular age threshold. I don't think you can get anywhere without the human agency part. So even if you're willing to give up on the human dignity, right, to get to your ends, the human agency, you are just really stuck there. Now, is that a moral reason to want freedom at the individual level, or is that an instrumental reason? I am not entirely sure. It's just so deeply connected to how I perceive human beings as a fundamental unit. I'm not able to separate the two quite as precisely. Is this all mush? Does this sound like mush, or does this make any sense?
Do you want an honest answer? The honest answer is that everything is both mush and making sense at the same time.
Oh my God.
Which is a general truth about the world, because the world is deeply complex, but whatever you see of it is always relatively simple, so you can understand
Why
it.
did I ask? Why did I even ask, Amit?
Well done. Don't ask in future. No. It makes a lot of sense. See, the purpose of this episode is A, to get people to think, and B, to get to know your thinking better. And I think this fulfills both of those criteria. So
Yeah, my thinking is always going to sound a little bit squishy and garbled and never give like a clean, perfect answer other than, if you ask me like a textbook Q&A question, because I'm still figuring it out. That's part
No, because the
one.
world
And
is
two,
complex. So
it is complex. Exactly. The world is complex. And I'm not able to draw a very, very neat line on, are we doing this for moral reasons or instrumental reasons? Because a very large part of living a moral life is to live it among other people, which means a lot of the moral reasons become instrumental reasons. And I'm saying all of this very badly. I encourage people to read Theory of Moral Sentiments, which is perhaps the best exposition of how to think about this. So I can point you to the right literature, but I don't know if I'm lucid enough to be helpful to your gentle listeners and gentle readers. I think we should do gentle listeners. Yeah, this is a new format. It's a new century. Screw this Victorian crap.
yeah, memes are wasted on you. It's a freaking meme. You can't mess with a meme. It doesn't have to make sense. But anyway, to
We're going to make a new
we're
meme.
gonna make a new meme to continue with the. Then we have to change gentle also. Anyway, to continue, ferocious listeners. But my listeners aren't really ferocious. They're genteel
Yeah, your
listeners.
listeners are so nice. The emails I get from the seen and the unseen listeners are, I should like print them out and keep them to read them to get the warm and fuzzies. And even the criticizing, like, anyone who's like asking lots of questions, they just engage with you in such good faith and at such a deep level. It makes my heart happy.
So glad to be of service, even if it's through my listeners. Tell me about sort of that next phase in your journey when you're at NYU and you start teaching and stuff like that. Because, there's this great essay by Agnes Callard on why academic language is so turgid. And there she talks
Yeah.
about the incentives of the game. That for a young academic, once you've gotten onto that tenure track, you have to publish set number of papers in a certain set of journals, and they have their own fashions and they have their own lingo and their styles of writing. And you're suddenly not engaging with the real world. You're just focused on that I got to do this and etc, and that's a whole game. So in a sense you got onto the playing field, but were you playing that game or were you playing some other game, or what were you really thinking? How were you looking at this world? Did you feel at home in it?
That's lots of questions. So first, let me clear up the timeline. So, when I was doing my PhD, I was at George Mason. About halfway through my PhD, Marriott offered me a fellowship at NYU. So I spent the basically second half of my graduate life at NYU and going back and forth. And when I finished that, I got my first job as an assistant professor at the State University of New York. This was Purchase College in Westchester. So I was still living in New York City. A couple of days a week, I would come to NYU because I still had a network and a fellowship and a seminar to attend there. And 3 days a week, I would go up to SUNY to teach. So, I mean, it was a dream life, yeah, Amit. So, first of all, you know this about me. I'm not a very ambitious person, like personal ambition of, whatever. I just thought the fact that I got to do this for a living, like, be an economist and read economics and teach it, I thought I just hit jackpot. Right? Now, what other people think about where I am on the pecking order and all of that, I mean, I know there's a lot of academic politics there. We leave that aside. But on a day to day basis, you've seen me through those years. I wasn't like dramatic and miserable. This was a genuine joy to wake up every morning and get to do this. Second, my dissertation was a very strange one in the sense that it didn't have a second derivative. I didn't do any big data work, which was all the vogue at that time, all this causal inference stuff. It was about the Indian Constitution, which by its nature is a small n, project. It's archival in nature. And it was really, bringing in like the constitutional economics and public choice insights to the world that I was operating in. So, in that sense, I wrote the dissertation I wanted to write. I wrote it for myself. I knew more than about halfway through writing the dissertation, I knew that this is a terrible one to get a job. Later, I realized it's also not great for publishing, which we can get to in a minute. But I would have just still done the same thing. And I think the good thing that happened to me was I got a job. So, academia has various different pecking orders, right? So there are these, research only top departments. You can think of like Harvard and MIT and all these places where you need to publish in like these handful of journals, and you need to write certain types of papers, and you're either in the club or out of the club, and that's it. That's all that counts. And then there's the next set of research universities where that list is a little bit more expansive. So it's not just the top 5 journals, it's much more. I ended up in a really lovely spot because the State University of New York is like this big university system, but Purchase College is a much smaller space, right? Where teaching matters, and the kind of program you build matters, and what you write matters. So I was very clear that this is a place where I can subsidize my research with my teaching, and that's all you really need to do. So you want to write what you want to write. You want to get paid for it. You have to live. And you can teach. And at the end of it all, it was the kind of place where your teaching mattered a little bit and your research mattered a little bit. And they weren't very restrictive in that you only have to publish in these, top 5 or top 20 journals. They were much more particular about field journals, right? So if you're in the field of law and economics or you're in the field of public choice, are you publishing in those journals? And where are you in the top set of field journals, which was very important. I managed to crack that piece of the puzzle, which was good enough, and managed to get tenure there, which was great. But I also got to live a different academic life, going back and forth 2 days a week to NYU, because I was at a seminar at the law school and at the econ department. Richard Epstein by then had set up the Classical Liberal Institute at the law school with Mario. Mario was also still doing his old Austrian seminar at the econ department. So I was part of both of those things. So I just got to live like this amazing life where I got to be in a really vibrant research environment. And I also got to be at a teaching school, which didn't impose these crazy restrictions on me and turn me into something that I wasn't. And I'm not very ambitious and competitive, and I'm not those things, I still kind of pinch myself that, I still get to write what I want to write. And to me, that itself is like this enormous privilege. I think it didn't matter to me because I wasn't in the academic game or playing the academic game. If you're the sorts to play the academic game, gentle readers and listeners, please don't do what I did. Then you don't get to apply to one PhD department. You don't get to take a job at a smaller school. And I mean, then you just have to do something completely different with your life and do whatever makes you happy. But this is how it turned out for me, and I have no complaints.
Give me a sense of what it means by the intersection of law and economics. Like you've described yourself also as a constitutional economist. What does it mean? Break it down.
Okay, so law and economics has basically, the way this has a lot to do with how economists think of things, right? So most of your listeners would have just seen a simple partial equilibrium demand and supply curve on a graph, right? When we're teaching that stuff, we say all things held equal, right? And we assume all the institutional rules of the game as given. And I think a very big part of law and economics is removing that sterile institutional environment and making it vivid, right? So this is really Ronald Coase talking about what are the property rights arrangements and what are the contractual arrangements and what is that set of institutional environments that you're working in, which will then lead to a particular allocation and distribution within the economy, right? So that's what we traditionally think of as law and economics. There's a second branch to this, which was really made famous by, Becker and Posner and those guys, where you can also use the tools of economics, which is, methodological individualism, rational choice, and so on, to understand what kind of rules will emerge if rational individuals were engaging with them, right? So if 10 people get together, what are the rules they will formulate for a particular kind of parlor game or a poker game, or, for a particular regulatory environment, or the voting for your building, which is going to dictate what kind of, curtains and, paint that you have, and so on and so forth. So that is really, like the Journal of Legal Studies became the journal for that sort of thing. So there was this split between law and economics even quite early on, where one was all the institutional economists, starting with Adam Smith, but, more recently Doug North, Ronald Coase, all of those guys, making that institutional setup more vivid. And then people using this, what we call economic imperialism, right? You use the tools of economics and then spread it to sociology and spread it to law and spread it to behavioral science which became, in the case of law and economics. Now, constitutional economics is sort of embedded in this universe. It just depends on what is the level that you're talking at. So think of it sort of, like Google Maps and how much you zoom in and how much you zoom out, and what you need to hold exogenous to a particular system and what is endogenous to a particular system. So if you just take any standard principles economics textbook, the institutional rules are given and fixed, right? So they're completely exogenous. Anyone could have chosen them. You could go to a lab, you could go to one of these gamified environments, or you could go to a marketplace. You didn't have anything to do with this. The rules are exogenous, given, and fixed, right? Now, then we're like, hey, but what if I tweaked this rule? Right? And then you can endogenize a particular. What if I change this particular distribution of property rights? Right? What if I make check bouncing a civil offense instead of a criminal offense? Right? How does that change the contractual relationship? And then what does that do downstream on how we interact with each other and how promises are kept and, whether certain kinds of transactions will happen in the economy and so on and so forth. So you can now start endogenizing one or two rules and say the rest still remains exogenous. What was the extraordinary thing about what Buchanan did was he endogenized constitution making. So even the people who would endogenize rules or endogenize a particular kind of voting structure would say, oh, the big C constitution is given and fixed, right? Those are the meta rules of the game. Like pick your favorite phrase, right? So different papers and different decades, the literature will have a different phrasing. But there are the rules of the game, and then there are the big rules of the game, and then there are the meta rules of the game. Figure it out. But he managed to endogenize that. He said, what if people got together? What kind of constitution will they write? Okay. So I think all of these are just like different layers in a particular stack, or, how much you decide to zoom in or how much you decide to zoom out when you're looking at a particular problem. And for me, I wanted to endogenize everything, which is also why none of this is tractable. So, let me give you the quick Cliff Notes version of constitutional economics and public choice. So the way this is typically taught is constitutional rules are how do you choose the rules of the game, and public choice is strategies you use within a given set of rules. Right? So if you have a particular kind of constitution which says it's going to be a bicameral legislature, these are going to be the voting requirements, majorities or supermajorities, you need ratification or you need judicial review and so on. Now, what are the strategies that people will pursue within those rules? Right? And the way this is typically taught or enacted is the examples that are given are these parlor games or poker games, right? So you choose the rules of the game, you play a round of poker, then you realize that, hey, that didn't quite work out. You may go back to the constitutional level and you may tweak the rules of the game, and then you play another round. I wanted to study constitutional amendments, which by definition means that while you're playing the game, you're changing the rules of the game, which will impact how you play the game. So you have to endogenize constitution making, because the constitution is the only document. So the difference between constitutions and every other kind of contract or rule making or law or legislation is the constitution is the only document that will tell you how to amend itself. Right? So a constitutional project fundamentally means, number one, we've decided to choose things as a group. That's number one. Second, we are going to decide how we are going to decide. That's what a constitution really lays out. And three, if we wish to deviate from this, we've also decided the precise provision through which we can change how we decide what we decide. Right? So sorry, that's a bit of a tongue twister, but I hope that makes it clear. So now constitutional amendments are basically like, so when I came to Mason, I'm like, yeah, this whole distinction you guys are teaching me between constitutional rules and constitutional moment of choice and strategies within those rules, all that's great, but the real world doesn't quite work like that. And constitutional amendments are a great way of knowing how this is one huge, complex, entangled mess. But now how do we use the tools of economics to navigate that mess and make some sense of it? Because people are still rational individuals, which means we can still do some kind of analysis on why people do A versus B, or why they would choose to pursue a particular constitutional amendment, or what they would choose to challenge a particular constitutional amendment, and so on. So that was really my work. So my instinct is always to endogenize everything and jumble everything up when I'm writing. When I'm teaching, I can make these distinctions extremely clear, because that's these are all pedagogical tools. But both law and economics and constitutional economics, I think it's just a question of what are you endogenizing.
Superb. And in fact, perhaps the most linked YouTube video ever from the show notes of The Seen and the Unseen, because I talk about it so much, is a talk that you gave about all the constitutional amendments in our history. I think you did this a few years ago at the IDFC Institute in Bombay, where I was actually present to begin with.
That was fun.
That was fun. And
I forgot about that talk.
Yeah, no, that
was like a while ago, yeah? That was like 10, 12 years ago.
And I'd urge gentle readers to watch that talk. I'll link it again from the show notes, because it's a lovely, in a sense, it's almost a comic story that every time our leaders wanted to do something unconstitutional, they just simply amended the constitution to make it constitutional, Jawaharlal Nehru onwards. And all of them frantically, again and again, were amending the constitution for their purposes, to the extent that I still remember a cartoon that you showed in your video where someone goes to the Parliament bookstore and tries to buy the Constitution, and the person behind the counter says, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't stock periodicals." So an absolutely exceptional talk. So tell me about the next step of your journey, where you actually get tenure, but then you decide to quit your tenured job because you want to go to DC instead. You want to be in Marketus, and you want to join them for the India program. What was happening there? Like, take me through that phase of your life leading up to that and that particular decision.
So, I mean, I thought I would be at State University of New York teaching for the rest of my life. You know this. I'm not making this up. You've known me through those years. And there were a number of reasons for it. First, it's very hard to get a job where your partner also has a job and it's in a city that works for you. And to me, even today, New York City is home. It's the center of the universe. I'm so excited. I'm going there next week. Sort of like my heart, I think, still lives and beats in New York. So the thing was, we both found jobs here. We're both happy here. And this is where we will live and die. I've always kept in touch with all my mentors. And, there are like people in your life who'll always tell you, there's a whole group of mentors I have who'll always tell me you should come back to India. And, you should engage more with policy. Then I have a group of mentors who tell me you should come and work in government. I have even now some of my older mentors who are like, are you going to do this forever? Or are you going to go back and teach properly at a university job? Like, what are you doing with your life? So I've had mentors of every kind, right? And I'm very fortunate to have them in my life. But I think there was one thing I kept hearing again and again was, hey, have you done all this in your life just to teach 18-year-old American kids demand and supply curves? Right? Because Purchase was not a PhD granting institution, right? They had a bachelor's program, master's programs, but they didn't have a PhD program, which means in academia, you're really only doing good work as long as you train the next generation of economists. So that was one thing that would keep coming up. And I'm like, well, this is the job I got. I'm pretty happy here. And we just carry on. The second kind of comment I got was, you have this very, very specific and unique perspective and institutional knowledge about India. Why would you not go all in on that, right? And again, when folks like Tyler or someone else said this to me, my first reaction used to be very defensive and kind of, because my reaction was, what are you guys talking about? I did everything all of you taught me how to do. You get your PhD, you defend it, you publish. If you're lucky, you get a tenure track job. You do your job, you get tenure. I mean, I've done everything you want me to do. Like, what more do you want from me? Kind of, that was my very diffident and sort of childish reaction to the whole thing. But I think much later, I understood what they were trying to tell me. And what they were trying to tell me, especially Tyler, was don't put yourself in an academic box that other people have constructed for you. The whole point of being an academic is that you get to pick and choose what you work on, and you get to pick and choose how you think. And now you've managed to box yourself even there. So this is not going to be a very fulfilling life long term, because all the problems that you care about and all the stuff you're writing in your research and your newspaper columns, they're all about a completely different system. And then you leave all of that outside the classroom, and then you come and teach things, you kind of teach the canon to young students, whether it's in public choice or law and economics, or, just standard principles and intermediate economics. And that insight took a while to percolate, because the academic system is this crazy bubble, and you're evaluated in a very particular way, and you have to do all of those things if you wish to exist in that system and belong in that club. And Tyler's the one who offered the job. I got this job, I think, like a month after I got tenure. I don't think I'd even received the final letter yet when I got the job offer. It's a bit of a funny story. So, I knew I was going to get tenure because, all the informal stuff had been done. I didn't have the letter in my hand yet. I think the dean had already called me that we're sending a unanimous, it's been, voted on unanimously, and we're sending it to the president. And Nandu and I just looked at each other and we said, okay, now I guess we just buy a place, right? We're going to live in New York. So we buy an apartment and we move into it on a Tuesday, and on Thursday, Tyler offers me the job. And I've gotten tenure. The president has called me, but I'm still a few weeks away from getting the letter in my hand. And that was a crazy conundrum. So the way we solved for that was, I was supposed to be on sabbatical that year. And so I just said, so they'd already hired for me to, teach all my courses. So I wasn't going to leave anyone in the lurch. So I said, okay, why don't I come to Mercatus in my sabbatical year? And then, that gives everyone enough time to find my replacement and continue, because these things can get a little, you don't want to mess things up for people in your department and so on. So that's how that played out. And when I came to Mason, I had no idea what I was going to do. I just knew I was coming back and, carte blanche to kind of create whatever I wanted to create. And I knew that I really wanted to think about economic growth and economic freedom enhancing reforms. And I think we're still finding, our program's just 4 or 5 years old. So we're still very much figuring out what we should pursue. The 1991 project is just one of those things. But we also do the podcast, right? All of us individually and jointly write papers. Other than that, I have Emergent Ventures, which is a whole separate thing that, we can talk about. I don't teach the way I used to, but I teach a little bit. I still lecture. I give talks. I've done more interesting teaching stuff, like, teaching modules for professors and, that kind of thing, developing curricula. But that's sort of the business I'm in now. It's really cool. I got to pick the job I wanted. It's just enormous good fortune that it landed in my lap. This is the thing about having awesome people surround you and have amazing mentors. They tap your shoulder for incredible opportunities. And this just happened to be one of them.
How much of what happens in the knowledge society, in terms of the work being done, in terms of the things that people research, is actually shaped by the existing structures of academia, as it were? Because I would imagine that academia has these sort of rigid structures. It has certain incentives in play. There are certain things which are academic fashions. You are, of course, driven into silos, but even with silos, you may or may not explore, are sort of laid down there for you. And there's a terrible part dependence to all of that, and you could just get trapped in that forever. You could have felt deeply trapped today if it wasn't for one of your mentors to, offer you that opportunity to kind of move out, because you had bought the apartment. I imagine a year down the line or 2 years down the line, it might even have felt too late to leave now. But you kind of made that shift. But I'm just wondering about academia overall, because fine, you were in this heterodox university which is doing things in a different way, and it's the Mercatus Center is trying interesting things, and we'll talk about them later, and all of that is happening. But otherwise, are young people pushed into lanes and into journeys that are actually perhaps not that great for them, not that optimal, but without even realizing it, they are shaped by it?
So I think you're partially right, but I really want to be very careful about saying these are young people who are pushed into something. You're really talking about the most privileged people in the world. right? And to say that they don't have choice and agency over this is a little bit laughable. Now, there are lots of broken incentives within the academy. There's no doubt. I'm happy to list all of them out. The biggest problem is one of status, right? So at the end of the day, the academy is a club, right? And your value depends on what your value is to the other members of that club and how they perceive your work. Now, you can make that the end game, or you can just understand that that's one part of the game and there's something else, which is what you want to do. So I'll tell you where I find and younger academics or even older academics and I completely depart ways. For me, the academic system was always just a means to an end, which was this is an infrastructure that I can tap into that pays me money and gives me the intellectual inputs to do what I want to do. It was never a place where I got my personal validation or my personal happiness. That just wasn't ever the case. Maybe not ever the case. I mean, there were moments in the PhD where I was like deeply unhappy and things weren't going anywhere. And I mean, there have been times when I've felt really stuck. And a lot of it is because of the bad incentives within the academic institutions. But I have never particularly been someone whose goal was that, oh, I have to get into only this particular journal or my life is over, or this paper is a failure, or, I have to belong to that club or get into this kind of job or get validation from these people. I was just never bothered by it. One part maybe because I myself went to a very heterodox institution to do my PhD, so that could be part of it. Or it's just deeply endogenous to me, right? I'm also the person who chose the heterodox institution and who made all these crazy choices. So maybe I'm just a weird person. I'll tell you what is the difficult needle to thread within the academy. To say that I want to do what I want to do and that everyone else has to approve of it and respect it and love it and praise it. That is a tough place to be in. Very few people have that. First of all, very few people do work at that level, and I don't think I do. Very few people, even those who do work at that level, can actually crack the remaining pieces of the puzzle, which is to get tenure at the department they really wanted in and to get accepted by the colleagues or a particular journal and so on. And that makes them deeply unhappy. And I don't have a very good answer for them. I mean, I'd love to work with them to change the incentives of academia, but I think this is really also what's going on with them, right? They have to know why they are in a particular business. I was always in this. I have always treated academia as a pure consumption good for myself. I'm here to learn. And Amit, the number of people in this world, people talk about privilege in terms of race and gender and class and inherited wealth and things like that. To me, the true privilege is, do you get to choose what you do for a living? The fraction of people who get to do that is so tiny. And by the way, the very rich people don't get to do that either. They have to take over their parents' businesses or, political families have to go into politics. I belong to maybe the 0.01% of the world, and no less as a woman who was born in India, who gets to choose exactly what job she wants and do that every day. That, according to me, puts me pretty much at the top end of any privilege system or structure that you have. So now to say that you're trapped in that seems, thodi to sharam karo yaar, right? This is not a place from where you can complain and whine and things like that. Now, having said that, can the academy be more open? Can it have a less rigid structure? Can it be more open to, not just ideological differences, but methodological differences? Economics is so methodologically homogenous these days, it's frightening to me. So can it have a place for oddballs? Can it have place for people who make other people's work better, but may not be superstars themselves, right? These are just things that are not rewarded within the traditional system that we have today. And we do have to fix that, and we have to fix that collectively. And I think the first thing you can do is just call bullshit on the whole thing, yeah. I mean, half of the top 5 journals are unreadable to me. I'm not really getting much out of them. In every top 5 journal, maybe there are one or two papers. I still religiously read this stuff, but there are maybe one or two papers that I find truly interesting. And, it's a bit of a slog to read this stuff and say, okay, I'll take a couple of hours out today morning and I'll slog and I'll read it. Most of it is just a very, very narrow problem, which is very, very narrowly and rigorously, quote unquote, solved. Right? And I have very little passion or interest for that. So why are we not making more methodological breakthroughs? I don't know. We're not making as many theoretical breakthroughs. We are using the academic system as a way to figure out the pecking order and who should get jobs and who should get tenure and who should get placed. And all this crap has now gone downstream, right? So, you can't overproduce economists because then there aren't enough jobs and then they won't get tenure and so on. So now the PhD programs have started contracting. When PhD programs contract, how do you choose good students? Well, we don't know who is worth investing in for 5 years or 6 years and 3 years of postdoc and getting tenure. So let's make people do pre-docs. This is the latest nonsense that's going on in economics. So I know really smart kids who spend 3 years doing a pre-doc, which is basically working with an advisor or a professor on their research projects very, very intensely. It's a great apprenticeship or a mentorship program, but it's turning into a selection program, which means folks like me who came from a law school in India are never going to be able to get into a PhD program anymore if those are the rules of the game, right? Like, you're not going to have place for interesting oddballs who truly love economics. You're going to have people who have gamed a particular system, who want to climb the ladder. I'm not saying they're not going to do good work or they don't love what they do. I'm just saying you're attracting a particular type. So I think the way academics overall, and especially academic economics, is going is, I think it's going to become its own narrow thing, and it's going to become less and less relevant to the real world, to pedagogy, to being public intellectuals, and to being policy professionals. The upside, it opens a huge opportunity for those outside of it, right? Folks like you and me and Pranay, maybe I should remove myself out of it because I have been an academic for a small portion of my life. But there are other folks who are very, very, very bright, very astute thinkers, very astute readers who truly understand the logic of economics as a science. And now they have, sort of a big field to make a name for themselves and do great work. So that's how I would sum up that side of the story or those problems.
I think when I use the phrase trapped, I wasn't meaning that young people are kind of enslaved by the system in some way where they have no agency, but just that we are trapped in a system of bad incentives. And those incentives play out in all of these terrible ways. Like the exact thing that you spoke about, that you look at the journals and everyone is solving a really small and meaningless problem and they manage to solve it at the end of it, is what, Land Pritchett calls kinky development. That, and the core problem with something like RCTs, fashionable as they might be, that you can feel that, hey, I'm making progress simply because you're doing something which is both measurable and attributable. But does it actually make a difference to anything? And does this also mean that you're not asking the big questions that really matter? Which is exactly what is happening. And, my episode with Land and many of his papers kind of show that. I'll link those from the show notes. The other question I want to ask also is about the discipline of economics itself. Like, one of the best papers I have read in recent times, so I'm not a prolific paper reader, but one of the best papers I've read in the course of, researching the episodes I do is Biju Rao's great paper, Can Economics Become More Reflexive? And his argument there is that, look, until a century ago, you would have said that economics and sociology and anthropology are all essentially doing the same damn thing. It's a study of human nature. It's a study of human culture. We are trying to understand ourselves better. But suddenly we've gone in these different directions where economics has embraced a quantitative way and nothing else, and sociology has become more and more qualitative, and they've all gotten into such different silos that they're not talking to each other anymore. So much so that when he wrote a particular paper which combined two of these, economics and sociology, he had to break break it into half and publish them separately in different journals, because no one would publish the combined thing. And this is a great loss. Like at a human level, I think what it means is that there are no more Renaissance people anymore, people who are bringing multiple frames to bear on the world, because after all, everything is everything. But also that the disciplines themselves kind of struggle. So what is your sense of this, and how bad of a problem is this?
It's a terrible problem. But my sense is, these things, even within the academy, they are all cyclical. They kind of go in and out of fashion. So if you really think about it, law and economics, behavioral economics, institutional economics, all of this stuff is there in Adam Smith. Yeah. You just read it, it's all there, right? Some of the behavioral problems that Thaler talks about, they're very plainly written in Adam Smith. But they got lost. And then 200 years later, we rediscovered them. And then they came back in fashion. And I'm sure some of this stuff will get lost again. So I think in the very long term, these things kind of come and go. Every group and every club will have its fashions. And I don't think there's a way out of that. I do think that the problem that you were talking about with Biju, and that paper is fantastic. And, all of Biju's work, I do think there's a huge problem in that we have to constantly split things up. And I have personally struggled so much with this in my career, which is, I was writing about the Indian Constitution for American economics journals, and there's really no place for that. There are no reviewers for that. There aren't good editors for it. If you submit it to a political science journal, there's a very different style of writing and a very different literature and very different kind of argumentation. So if you want to fit it in a particular literature, in a particular journal, it's a very big problem. If you just want to write it, we've never had a better time. Biju's books are so readable and so fantastic, and all of these insights are there. I've read his books, right? I think Biju should just start a Substack or daily voice monologue or something, and just teach us on a daily basis. So now the methods of distribution are just so phenomenal that I can write the same thing in a journal article, I can write it in a book, I can write it in a Substack, I can talk about it on a podcast, and all of it is going to land differently with different audiences. You just need to contextualize it in a particular literature. The problem is we think something is good and rigorous only if it got accepted in a particular journal of a particular rank. That becomes the problem. But if you don't care too much about that, then don't care too much about that. Yeah, I'm fine. So there's this paper I have with Alex Tabarrok. Alex and I joke about it. The one on premature imitation. We've spoken about it on your podcast. I don't remember which episode, but this was 4-5 years ago.
The latest episode,
that we recorded.
The latest episode of Everything is Everything, as we are recording this, that happens to be episode 82, refers to that paper, by the way, and this discusses it.
Okay. We thank you. Once a week, someone on Twitter will talk about that paper. Once a week. They'll tag us. That paper has less than 10 citations. Maybe 10 now.
Wow.
But the last time I remember, it had single-digit citations. The paper is about 5-6 years old. Ho gaya thoda time. Alex is an enormously cited and very important economist. I'm not enormously important, but I think it's this paper has enough relevance that it should have been cited. But it just means it's not an input into a particular kind of academic output. But it is an input into a lot of people's world. It's an input in your work. It's an input in so many people who do policy. The other day, someone was telling me they sent it to some committee which has copied and pasted rules from Europe and US, and they forwarded this paper to them, and they're, telling them not to do that and the pitfalls. That's awesome, yeah. I'm very thrilled about those kinds of stories. Now, this is not going to get captured in your H index, and it's not going to get captured in your citation count, but only if you care about this crap past the point, right? So you can write really nice papers. You can even get them out and published, and Independent Review is a lovely journal. It's open source, which is why so many people are able to read it and tag it on Twitter, once a week or something like that. It's also one of the more readable papers, and anything I write with Alex is always great because Alex will any garbage I give him, Alex will make it gold. He's just that kind of a co-author and teacher and colleague. So I'm very happy with that paper, but it is what it is. So if I'm going to chase status and, chase a particular kind of citation count, then I can have a lot of grievances. But you can also just say, can I say fuck it on the pod? Yeah, right? We swear on your podcast,
please,
right?
Please.
Yeah. So you can also just say, fuck it. Like, who cares? And so to that extent, I'm not saying that's what Biju should do. He's a gentleman. He would never swear like I do. But, Biju has a towering reputation, and I'm sure his books will be read. And I think Biju should just get on Substack and do other things. And these things are enormously valuable, what he's doing.
We will have to convince Biju to do this. So, what you're essentially saying, and I agree with you, is that like the mainstream in other fields, in fact, academia itself is broken, but that is fine because there is a world that is outside of academia, which is a world of ideas, and it is that world of ideas that is really important for the real world. Academia is completely
Absolutely.
irrelevant. So you've
Absolutely.
got Tyler and Alex doing marginal revolution, and you used to have Cafe Hayek and EconLib and etc. All those great blogs once upon a time. And I want to ask you about how important, therefore, is it to be a public intellectual, where, like, in a sense, there are three roles that you have straddled, and one of them is, of course, the traditional academic role where you investigate a subject and you do a paper and you put that little bit of knowledge out there, and it is incremental and it builds. Another one, which we will come to after the break, is the ecosystem that you build with something at a place like Marketers or with something like Emergent Ventures. And a third is of someone who writes columns and who does podcasts, and you're getting your ideas out there. So, how do you think about these roles, and what are the trade-offs involved in deciding what to do and what not to do?
So, for all of this, I think any of this is possible only if you figure out how you are paying for what you want to do, right? So, if you want a job at a top R1 university, or you want very valuable column spaces and inches in a top journal, you have to do whatever needs to be done to get in there, right? But that's a question of real estate. For everything else, you just have to figure out how to pay for it. So figure out your payment model, because no one, no matter how amazing they are entitled to the universe's resources. So you can either pay for it by being independently wealthy. You can pay for it by baking and candle making and cross-subsidizing your stuff. You can pay for it by teaching, which is what most academics in a teaching environment do. You can pay for it by doing consulting work. I got lucky that I get to work in a think tank that truly believes in my project and will pay me for it. So that is an enormous amount of good fortune. Yet, before I take up the resources of the institution, I do have to decide, does this merit those resources or does it not? So if you're making a podcast for one, you can't use these resources. But if you're making a podcast for a decent sized audience, where you have that, the 1,000 true fans and, things like that, then it's going to start mattering. I don't care too much about the metrics, but we know that there is a very strong following for the podcast. Some marginal choices become a little bit tougher. Like, one of the things we do is the job market series. And the job market series, our listenership just drops to a third of the, regular episode. And this happens every year and then it bounces back. So it's like magic. Now, people are not willing to give a young unknown name a chance, or maybe this work is so new that it hasn't yet entered the zeitgeist, and so people are not yet interested in it, or whatever the reason. So the way I think about it is, how many job market episodes can we afford to do? Right? And there the trade-off is, I genuinely want to learn new ideas. I want to platform fantastic young scholars. I mean, the scholars who've come on the job market episodes are sometimes even better than the regular episodes. But you have to trade it off with, hey, we're using up a lot of resources and it costs the same amount to produce a transcript and produce an episode. So we have to be, thoughtful about those kinds of choices. So there are some trade-offs to be made like that, all the time. But barring that, I kind of lucked out, right? On the kind of institution Mercatus is. Not every institution has a production team. We produce multiple podcasts. We have conversations with Tyler and David Beckworth's Macro Musings and the Hayek podcast. So I was sort of riding on, I'm low marginal cost, right? But there's no way someone would have created a production team just for my cute little podcast. So got very lucky. The other kinds of trade-offs are, can you raise the money for it? Because we don't have an endowment at Mercatus, which means you need donors who believe in the project, and you have to deliver. So, we don't do any directed research. So it's not donor driven in that sense. It's not like someone pays us and says, you record this podcast with such and such person, or you write this paper that says such and such thing. But it does mean, we can raise money for the Indian Economy Program, or we can raise money for Emergent Ventures. We try to raise money for the podcast because it is an expensive medium thing that we put out. So that kind of fundraising has to constantly be done. So, earlier I used to subsidize my research with my teaching. Now I have to subsidize with something else. So I spend a lot of time, writing reports, talking to donors, trying to put ourselves out there so that we can add value to other people, and we can attract both the attention and the eyeballs of the audience, and also, the capital and the money that's required to do what we do.
So, in a thought experiment, if you remove the constraint of money entirely, and let's say that that's simply not an issue, you'll get what you want, what would you do with your time? I'm not asking what you'd spend the money on. What would you do with your time? Like, where do you feel most at home?
I feel most at home teaching and writing. So I have, just temperamentally, I'm not well suited for this job, which is, this is a daily struggle. It's like, roz subah utke I whine about this, and then I say, okay, enough whining, get it together, put on your big girl pants and get to work, right? So left to myself, I would rather be alone with a bunch of books and write. I love teaching. I'm very comfortable in the classroom. Those are the two things I would really like to do. And I'm lucky I get to do a little bit of that. The rest of it is just work, yeah. And you got to put in the work. Institution building is not easy work. To create a program from scratch and to take it up to a point where people want to invest in it, work in it, people want to follow it, they want to consume the work we put out, none of it is easy. But it is just stuff that needs to be done. And I have been given an enormously privileged opportunity to do it. So you get it done. And I'm learning new skills. I'm learning how to manage people. I'm learning how to tolerate meetings. I'm learning how to write like awful emails and reports. So I guess one day it'll all come in good use.
You're also learning how to do long podcast conversations, on which note we will take a quick break and give you a few moments of respite from this.
God.
And the next part of this podcast, gentle readers, will not be recorded after a few months, but after a few minutes. So isn't that nice?
That's awesome. I do need a bio break to drink water and maybe eat an energy bar.
Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still chatting with Jambavan. Shruti,
good God,
in the break, this lady explained to me who is Jambavan and why that is a good model to aspire to. Go ahead, Shruti. Elaborate once again for gentle readers.
Yeah, Amit, you're such a pain. I mean, you're just lucky. I love you. Otherwise, you're just difficult. Gaurav, you may have to cut this.
No, don't cut this.
Okay, so this is, have you read the Ramayana, by the way?
Long back as a kid, as a kid. But I've done episodes with Arshia Sattar and all that, so I kinda know, but not completely. But this reference I did not know, so to my shame.
So, I grew up with a grandfather, my mother's father. This is the one who lived on to 103, and, I spent a lot of my adult life also being with him and learning from him. he read the Ramayana. His is a fascinating life, which I'll tell you another time. But he was supposed to go to Sanskrit college and he was training to become a priest. And then stuff happened in the family. He lost his father. He had to, figure something else out and go make a living the regular way. But that training never left him. And he was, one, very devout. And second, just woke up every morning and read the scriptures, right? Chanted the scriptures. So I have grown up with my grandfather, like reading Pura Ramayana. So he would set a date for, whatever needs to be read. Now, most people who are familiar with the Ramayana or, have grown up in religious households know that the Sundarakand is one of the most important parts or chapters of the Ramayana. And it is read oftentimes if there is a big obstacle in someone's life, or if they're studying for something or they're preparing for something. The Hanuman Chalisa, this of course, he was reading Valmiki's Sanskrit version. There's also, the Ramcharitmanas. You can read the Hanuman Chalisa. When people are in trouble, they start reciting the Hanuman Chalisa, right? And one of the reasons for that is Hanuman is this incredible character who can rise above what he thought he could and do something extraordinary. So Hanuman is just, not just one of the most important characters in the Ramayana, also one of my most favorite sort of, religious or mythological characters, however way you want to describe that. And he's the son of the wind god. And he's immortal, right? He's one of the 7 Chiranjeevis that we have. So he's this very, and he's sort of, again, one of those across different yugs. He makes an appearance in every yug and he makes an appearance in Mahabharata and here and there. So Hanuman is that character. Now, where Jambavan comes in is, this is just before the, sort of like the part just before the Sundarakanta, where Ram has reached the edge of the ocean and he's also, completely distraught, right? This is sort of like the worst period of his life because Sita is gone. And there is an army of monkeys and there is Hanuman. And now the question is, how do we cross the ocean? And there's all this self-doubt and Ram having this kind of distraught, sort of life situation is not helping matters. And Jambavan is a wise bear form. He's a human/bear form. He incidentally came out, if you like, mythological stories from the manthan of the ocean. So when they're churning the ocean, Brahma creates Jambavan and Jambavan becomes another one of those, multi-epoch sort of characters who appears. So Jambavan is the one who reminds Hanuman who he is. And he reminds Hanuman that you are the son of the wind god. And after that, one of the reasons Sundarakand is also beautiful to read, and I encourage anyone who hasn't read the Ramayana to go read it. It is so beautifully descriptive because it really starts with, Hanuman, his looks, his arms, how he becomes larger and larger in scale and how he can fly and how he can cross the ocean. And then, of course, it goes to the other side in Lanka and his meeting with Sita and all of that. So all that stuff will happen. But it's such a descriptively rich and gorgeous, kind of writing. But Jambavan is the one who reminds him who he is and that he can overcome anything. And Hanuman is so important because when even the Lord is in distress, Hanuman is the one who will come in and save the day, right? In that moment. So I know there are heroes and, side characters. Now, Jambavan is this interesting sub-character that not too many people think of, but incredibly pivotal part, right? In how he does things. So when we were talking in the break about this entire project of mentorship and incubation and what Manmohan Singh did and what I try to do with Evie, I feel like our job is in an army of monkeys, you should be able to find the Hanuman. And in that difficult moment, Hanuman will no doubt be racked with self-doubt and, some kind of internal crisis. And you have to remind them that you are Hanuman, you can do this. And if they think they can, and they will. And, Tyler, when he describes this, he talks about it in a very different way. He says that he's in the business of changing the angle of people's ambition level. Right. So if you change the degree of that angle by 20 or 30 degrees, they're going to land in a completely different place. So that's like a very Jambavan thing to do. A good chance Tyler's read Ramayana, by the way. So maybe I should talk to him about this. But it just randomly struck me when we were chatting in the break. So that's the story of Jambavan. He's also like one of the wisest people that has lived in those times. His daughter is Jambavati, who eventually gets married to Krishna in the Mahabharata. That's a whole other side story. So, we can talk about all these interesting mythological side stories. Maybe not with me, maybe with Devdutt Patnaik or like other people that who do this for a living. But yeah, so he's an interesting character. And I don't think I can say we are like Jambavan, but I would like to say I think we should aspire to be like Jambavan. I think that's an underrated character.
That's a beautiful metaphor and a beautiful story. And I have a 12-hour episode with Devdutt Patnaik, by the way, but Jambavati wasn't mentioned in it. But speaking of Jambavan, I guess it could also be Schrodinger's Jambavan, because it's not just about spotting that one monkey who is Hanuman, but you could tell any monkey they are Hanuman and they're the son of the wind, and that angle of ambition would change.
Yeah. So that's actually part of it, very much part of it. But I think there is a role for scouts to figure out who is the Hanuman, because it is difficult to tap every monkey. But I do think that if you just tell people that they can. And that's, I think, my biggest value add to Emergent Ventures. I don't think it's the money. I don't think it's, time, mentorship. I think that I believe that they can do it. They believe they can do it. And that is so cheap, on the margin, because I believe in all of them. So it's very easy for me to say, of course, I believe in you. So it's like one of those cheapest sort of transactions that I can engage in, which has this massive sort of impact or output that comes later. So yeah, that I find very, very easy to do.
Let's actually talk about Emergent Ventures. I mean, chronologically, perhaps it comes a little later in your story, but let's talk about it now.
Please stop with this chronological crap,
stop
you're
interrupting.
Really exhausting
stop
me.
interrupting. That's why you're exhausted, because you're interrupting. So, what is the philosophy behind Emergent Ventures? Like, why did Tyler come up with the idea that something like this was necessary? What was a hole in the world that it was filling? And what is wrong with the world of funding and venture capital and philanthropic donations? As it were, which led to, the need for something like this?
So, I'll speak a little bit more about the United States. So what Tyler was trying to solve for is that a lot of the progress that we have in the US in terms of ideas, it relies on institutional funding. And that institutional funding model is fundamentally broken, right? So this is your NIH grants or NEA grants or any of these big private foundations. They ask you to submit reams and reams and reams of paper. And it's become a bit of a rent-seeking exercise where people who are well-credentialed and good at writing grants or are at top universities where there's an entire office that will help you write the grant, they're the ones who are more likely to get grants, right? A sub-part of that, other than the fact that it's been captured by the elite and the credentialed, is there isn't enough experimentation. Because when you run this kind of a program with a lot of paperwork and a lot of bureaucracy, bureaucrats can't take risk, right? So what will bureaucrats do? They'll take the safe way out, which means if you're credentialed, no one ever got fired for giving a Harvard professor a grant, right? But you could get fired for giving like some no-name person or someone who doesn't have a PhD or something a grant to do research. So that was the second part of it, which is there's just not enough experimentation and inclusion. And you can do all this, diversity, equity, inclusion, but that just means that at Harvard, we will also include people who look and sound like this. It doesn't genuinely mean we will include everyone who has a good idea. So I don't know the exact version of the story. I've heard multiple versions, but Tyler was talking about this with Peter Thiel, who is also one of the greatest talent scouts, I think, of our time. I mean, it's like the oracle. I think Peter Thiel also has this incredible way of rising people's ambition levels. And, he told Tyler said, I want to do this small thing and show proof of concept that you can do philanthropy a different way. And Peter Thiel told him that he's thinking about this too narrowly and in a very small way, and he needs to be more ambitious. And he said he will give the first million, and if Tyler manages to raise more money, he'll also bring in more money to the program. So that's kind of how it started. And very quickly, it has turned into a talent and idea spotting program, right? So I think now at this point, we've given about 1,000 grants across the world. In India, I have given 200 grants. So the program's huge at this point. But I think we have sufficient proof of concept that you can just have a 2-page application, no due diligence, no army of bureaucrats, 3 people run EV. That's it. So on the talent side, Rashid Griffith does it for Africa and the Caribbean and Latin America. Tyler does it for the rest of the world. I do it for South Asia. So that's the 3 of us. And we have like 2 people managing the program, right? Because you have to cut checks and do tax paperwork and things like that. And that's it. So it's a very, very low overhead, low on diligence and chasing. And we don't do all this impact analysis and all of that. We're very transparent about what we do. So we're not really screwing over donors or other participants. We're very, very clear that this is what we do. We don't do diligence. We don't do impact analysis. If you trust our judgment, please give us money. I think we've returned money when things have not been perfectly aligned to the EV mission. So that's where we are. So I think we have proof of concept for the philanthropic side, in spades. And what Tyler saw when he got the initial applications was that India is having a moment where there is some fantastic talent and a lot of great applications were coming from India. And Tyler was like, I think you should look at the India applications. And again, Amit, you've known me a long time. My first reaction to any good idea is, this is a terrible idea. We shouldn't do it. This is awful. I wouldn't know how. So all that usual thing happened. And Tyler was like, yeah, just help me with these 3-4 applications and, take a look at it kind of thing. Then I think someone gave money for an EV India grant tranche, like, scholarships in India kind of tranche. So Tyler said, look, this is a tiny bit of money. It's about $100,000 or something. He said, you can't really sink the ship with this. So why don't you try it out? If you're terrible at it, you don't have to do it after that. And COVID hit around the same time. And suddenly there was a need to get money quickly to thinkers and builders and doers in India. And apparently I'm very good at picking talent here. Who knew? So this is where we are. Now I've looked at thousands of applications. I have given out lots of grants. You're an EV winner. You've met other EV winners. We're at about 200. We do a sort of very casual meetup once a year. And I think it's one of the best things that ever happened to me. It's one of the best things I do. I am just able to amplify people's work, give them very basic resources and my faith. And they're all Hanuman, so they all, increase in size and scale and fly across the ocean and do incredible things.
So to give a little perspective on this for gentle readers, every year there's an EV India gathering which I go to, which is really full of young people. Like the average there is probably 20. Just by being there, I might take it to 20 in 6 months. And these are super young people, including like 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, who are doing insane things. And it is just mind-boggling for me to just stand around and talk to these people, because they are just thinking in ways that would never have struck me. You just learn so much in terms of their energy and in terms of the perspectives they built. I've also been impressed by how many of them are kids from small towns, so they're not part of the regular circles of people from the big cities who know the lingo and who think in particular ways. But what has really impressed me is the outside the boxness of this, that I think none of these people would actually have got proper venture funding, though a few of them have, eventually as they've worked on their projects. But this started with you, and I was very impressed by that whole philosophy that you guys have, that we are really looking for people who think outside the box. We are not necessarily, going to be constrained by whatever the fashions of the day might be. We are not going to ask you every 6 months, what have you done? Show me your progress report. None of that. You give the money and you're out. And I've taken a couple of really small grants from you along the way. And once you give it, no questions asked, you just do whatever the hell you want. And to me, that's very impressive, because for that young person, it is not just a freaking money. It is that notion that, oh my God, somebody believes in me. And then you go to that conference and you meet many other freaks of nature, if I may call them that. And it's absolutely beautiful. So I'm curious about a few aspects of this. Like, number one, tell me about how do you learn to spot the talent? Like, what are you looking for? What stands out? Like, what is a red flag? And what is a moment where you know that you have struck gold? Like, I think I was telling you that the crew we work with on Everything is
Oh,
Everything,
yeah.
we needed a new crew last year. So we were interviewing this 19-year-old girl called Namsita, who now edits our show. She's 20 now. She was 19 then. And she sat with Ajay and me, and one of the first things she said was, we asked her, how did you learn editing? And she said, I dropped out of school in the 8th standard and taught myself filmmaking. At which point, Ajay and I just looked at each
Yeah.
other, and it was like, okay, magic. We literally don't need to know anything else, because there is attitude, there is hunger, and of course, tremendous competence, like really good at
Yeah.
her job. Her partner, Vaishnav, is exactly like that, a couple of years older, dropped out of school. It turns out that I am now being accused of telling an apocryphal story, because she really had told me two things. She had said I started teaching myself filmmaking in the 8th standard, and she had said I dropped out of school. Actually, she dropped out of school in the 12th standard, not in the 8th. But I combined those two
Okay.
things and I said, yeah, I dropped out of school in
Nice.
the 8th then. So, what is it that you look for? And, what are those magic light bulb moments where you know ki, haan, ye hai?
So that's really hard. But let me go back to first explaining what we're trying to do, and maybe that'll help clear things up a bit. So one, my mission is very, very clear. I like having clear mission. I don't like mission drift. We want to support moonshot ideas. So that's one part of it. And very talented people who have high ambition, high agency, and so on. So now that I know that that's what I'm looking for, it's not that I'm trying to support every person and every, sad story, or everyone who's fallen upon hard times, or kind of a decent idea which could find its sea legs. No, I have a very, very clear mandate from what we have on paper. So that's part one. Part two, and this also links to the whole, bureaucracy and diligence and impact part, is you can never have a system that has zero error. It's very, very costly to get zero error. So, what we're all trading for really is type 1 and type 2 errors, right? You're trading off between false positives and false negatives. Now, the question is, given your mission and your mandate, on which end of that spectrum do you lie? The foundations are on one end of the spectrum, right? Where they have a really big problem with false positives, because those will get flagged and they might lose their jobs and things like that. False negatives, no one knows, right? Because those people never enter the system. No one's ever going to evaluate you on the basis of that. We are on the other end of the spectrum, right? So I don't mind some false positives. I'd like to keep it to a bare minimum, but I don't mind some. But I would really feel bad about the false negatives, right? And there's a good story here with Tyler. When I first started doing EV, the EV India applicants were just stellar. So Tyler called me one day and said, Shruti, EV applications are doing a little too well. The winners that you've picked, are you taking enough risk?
Hmm.
And I was like, that's a good question. Yeah, I have no idea. So I went back, and that time it was very early on. So, it was just, I think maybe 100, 200 applications I had looked at that point. So I quickly looked at all those applications again, and I made a quick note on why I rejected these people. And was it because of risk, or was there something else that was missing? Either they didn't fit with our mission, or there was something else that was a red flag in the interview, or something like that. And then I realized, I was like, no, I'm taking sufficient risk. So I'm not actually screwing up my end of the trade-off. And I eventually realized that, in India, we don't have a good scouting network. High schools don't have these incubator and accelerator programs, and we don't have informal networks. In the US, any one of these EV kids would have been spotted in middle school. They would have gotten tens of thousands of dollars in their high school incubator. They would have been in your Georgia Tech or MIT accelerator programs. They would have dropped out, gotten the Teal Fellowship. They would have done so many extraordinary things. In India, we just don't have that. So all these oddballs were coming to us, which means we kind of got the cream right on top, right? Especially early years, you end up getting that. So we also got quite lucky. And I was riding off of the enormous reputation and good signal of Marginal Revolution, right? Because we don't advertise Emergent Ventures. I think this is one of the very few places I'm even speaking about it. We don't try to promote it in any particular way. It's people, if they hear about it, they apply. And there's also people who apply are like, at 2 a.m, they're scraping the bottom of the internet and they're out of all other options and they come to us. So the early applicants were kind of people who read Marginal Revolution or knew about Marginal Revolution, but the word spreads and eventually, now actually most EV winners have no clue what I do as a day job. You know this, right? They have no clue that I'm an economist
Yeah.
or, that I work at the Mercator Center and I have a different program and EV is my passion project. None of that. They think I do this full time. So that's how it turned out. So that's the prelude to the question that you asked. I learned some lessons early on when I have prioritized the idea over the individual is when it's gone wrong. And what I've learned is, even if the idea is sort of halfway there or 90% there and there are some sort of glaring errors, if the individual's really smart and has hustle and ambition and is a doer, they'll pivot and they'll figure it out when they run into trouble. But if the individual doesn't have those qualities, even a great idea, they're not going to be very good at making it work. So I think over a period of time, because I come from the ideas world, right? I was better at evaluating ideas than I was at people. So my mistakes were on that margin. I'm sure we still make mistakes. We've never been scammed or defrauded, by the way. So, this whole thing of doing reams and reams of diligence and taking off 50% of grants as overhead and all, I mean, this is just a scam, yeah. We take between 3 to 5% overhead, and that also just to pay a couple of people's salary. Tyler and I don't get paid for EV, right? We have a day job that we do. This is just stuff we do on the side. We have a couple of program people and finance who need to be paid for doing their job and getting the money over. And that's the minimal overhead. But this can be done. And we've done it all over the world. We've done it in developing countries. I've done it in the middle of the worst lockdown in Kashmir. I've done interviews on a hard line with Onkar, who is now in Y Combinator running a space, tech startup. So it can be done. So in that sense, the proof of concept is extremely gratifying. And the fact that I'm in any way related to these like super uber talented people with such high ambition and agency, I mean, I can't think of anything better. Yeah, I think they are doing me a favor, actually, and not the other way around. And I think you will know that I'm not trying to be modest. You've met these people. So you know what I mean by they give me far more than whatever I've given them.
I mean, it's a positive sum game. I've met these people; they're extraordinary. But then you did find them. You are why I met them. And you guys have funded a lot of everything is everything as well. But I want you to talk about some of the surprising success stories early on. People who really surprised you and delighted you. Tell me about some of those which you hold close to your heart. And I know it's a really unfair question because whenever somebody asks me about which episodes do you like, and I'm like, actually I kind of love them all because everything is a labor of love. I can't pick one over the other. It seems terribly unfair. But I'm still going to ask you, for some that, to help you find a way out of this, some that really impress the other people at Mercatus and they're like, oh my God, what are these people?
This is a funny thing. Different things impress different people. Some people are very impressed by like these young kids who've, medaled at the World Olympiad in math or linguistics or something. Some people are very impressed with like someone who's doing something very creative and the musician. Some people are impressed with these startup folks. So depending on who you are impressed by, a different cross section. It is hard for me. And I'm not just saying this. I mean, I've put my money where my mouth is here. So they are all very special. Right? I have literally wired them a check. So I don't think I'm lying when I say it's very difficult for me to pick among the winners. I'll tell you some areas that surprised me, right? We kind of just by coincidence landed in a deep tech cluster. And I realized what was happening ex post. So basically, India's VC system was only prioritizing all these SaaS projects where, you have a DoorDash of India or an Uber of India or, whatever it is, right? So all these things where you had UPI already take off, you had the India stack take off. So now, 4 kids in a flat in Kormangla can get together and in 3 weeks develop like a basic version of the product. And then it's all about product market fit and, can you scale it and do you have the hustle? And this stuff is what was doing really well in the US. And in India, everyone was sort of salivating over it because they thought we have a billion or a 1.4 billion market, which we don't. We have a tiny market that can actually pay for some of these things. But people were kind of, there was like a lot of hot money coming in those things. And people weren't paying attention to deep tech. And because of the public choice work that I've done, I mean, you and I have talked about this even on the podcast and otherwise. India is just an upside down broken state, right? Like a lot of the public and quasi-public goods are provisioned by private people and private infrastructure, and a lot of the private stuff is now given by the government, whether it's toilets or, food entitlements and all of these other things, LPG gas and things like that. So we're really an upside down state. So I had those insights from my academic work and what I was writing. And I had a sense that everything is a pipeline question, and deep tech is just going to take much longer than 3 weeks in an apartment, drinking Red Bull to get to MVP. So when I started hearing the stories of these people and just how much they had hustled, and in deep tech, you have to do pilots, you have to test the product, you actually need to spend some money to make it look a little bit nice before you can show the prototype and things. So I was like, okay, these guys have already put in so much work and bootstrapped that it would be foolish not to give them a runway to take this forward, right? And every single person I spoke to, all the VCs, the people I keep in touch with, they all told me, dude, this is not going to work. Deep tech has no future in India. We can't scale manufacturing. So it was really one of those moonshot things only when I started doing it. And when they started succeeding, I was genuinely surprised. And in this, the most surprising are the space people, yeah. I'll mention a couple of them. One of them is Apurva Masuk, who runs Space Fields. And when he applied for a grant, it was a group of people who were running the space club in their college. And I don't even remember the name of the college. Like it's an engineering college somewhere in the middle of Andhra Pradesh or Karnataka or something like that. And they were running the space club and they wanted to develop a cleaner propellant. And again, because of, all the stuff that I read, we know that this is not about space research, right? A better propellant eventually comes downstream and works its way into, jetliners and your defense sector and everything else, right? So if you have a great, those vacuum systems that you use for in space capsules, eventually the downstream thing is that's what they use to attach compartments in trains. And in India, we do it manually and people die. So space research is not just space research, right? So past a point, if you're old enough and you read enough, you figure all of these things out. So I got very interested in this area. And he was telling me, and he's just this remarkable person. You've met him a few times now, very quiet, soft-spoken, but technically so sound and just such a clear sense of what he wanted to do. And we gave them a small grant. And I would have been thrilled if this company had just existed. Not only has it existed, the products exist. They have, contracts with the defense sector and government and with the space sector. And they've just raised I think they've just raised their first round of money, millions of dollars. And they're valued at quite, I don't remember the exact valuation. Those things also keep changing, between the updates that I get. But just this, I mean, if you had told me, I would have said that is the moonshot. That's the thing I'm willing to fund, knowing that there is a very, very, very tiny possibility that it will succeed. But when that succeeds, you're just like, dude, not only do I have proof of concept, it just goes in spades. Again, Onkar, you've met Onkar. I think when I spoke to him, he was like 14 and a half, 15 years old. It's the one call I've done on a hard phone line because he was living in Jammu. And this was, communications lockdown after 370 and also the COVID lockdown. And they had like very basic internet and stuff like that. I think his first project was something COVID related. But when I was talking to him about his passion, I said, what's the big dream? And he said, I want to democratize space and I want to build a CubeSat. And, we'd already had a CubeSat builder in EV US. So, I'd also become inured by then. I said, yeah, but CubeSat, lots of people build. What's the big deal about that? So he said, no, I want to build it not with custom made things. I just want to be able to go to a hardware store, pick up things and build a CubeSat, and it should be launchable because that's how you democratize space. And I was like, okay, that's incredible. And he sent me drawings. And after he gave him the grant, like 3 weeks later, I still have that video saved, I'll send it to you after we finish the podcast. He sent me like, like basic hardware, like completely jigged with household and hardware items, a tiny CubeSat. And eventually he even met, couple of years later, he sent me a picture outside ISRO and said, guess where I am? And he said, I just had a meeting with ISRO and they are planning to launch it. Now, eventually things went a different way. He became a Schmidt Fellow, got the Rice Fellowship, came to the US. And, now he's running with that other CubeSat winner from EV, who was from Israel. The two of them have started a space tech company called Bifrost. It got into Y Combinator. They've just raised a fair bit of money. And this is like his third venture now. But this is a conversation I had with him years ago. And had he not done that, because you have to work with ISRO for a few months to be able to actually launch the thing. But it was launch worthy by the time he finished building it. And like, he was like 15 years old the first time I met him. His dad had to accompany him because there was no easy way to get out of Jammu and get to the conference. There were no non-stop flights. And, for minors, we allow parents to accompany them and stuff like that. So, I mean, forget, these are just extraordinary stories, right? So I'll just pick the space sector. We've given more grants in space. We've given, we have Naman Pushp, again, 17-year-old young man, just said, I want to create a drone company, vertical takeoff, VTOLs is what he was doing. And all these young kids, when I ask them, they'll just turn the camera and show me like whatever they have built in their room or built in their tiny workshop or built on their, terrace or something like that. It's very cool to do these calls. It's very cool to actually get to know them. They're all extraordinary. Yeah. So I think this, very deep tech and especially space, hard tech stuff, I was genuinely surprised. So maybe I can pick that as one area that truly, truly surprised me. And given that it's space, I think the analogy with the moonshot works quite nicely. So maybe that's the example. But all of them are very special. And I'm not just saying that. You've met them. I can't. It's very hard to choose.
It is very hard to choose. And tell me some more areas. Deep tech, space tech is one area.
Guys, imagine a conference where Amit is like not even the top 50 most cool people in the room. That's the space this is. It's like, and now we have a bunch of them who've come on the podcast. So there's like one whole like side thing that will happen where people who appeared on the podcast will hang out with you. Another cluster is all the climate change stuff. People working on material sciences, people working on recycling to make, triple ply plastic into building material or composting. There's Pran, which is this incredible company which has, filterless air purifiers. It's just an incredible solution. Angad is another one of those people. Yeah, I mean, you just, 15 minutes of talking to him. Each of these people, you talk to them for 15 minutes, you just know they are so special and so incredible. I mean, Deepak, he's been on your podcast. Like, you've had the same experience I've had, right? Like, you just talk to him for like 15 minutes and he's it. Yeah, the young kids who, want a tiny grant to go represent, at the Linguistics Olympiad and they all medaled. And, some people will just write and say, I'm, from this village in West Bengal and I don't have money for US applications. I mean, he's now at Emory and he went to Emory. He could have gone to an even better school, but Emory was giving him a full scholarship. So he went there and he wants to do computational biology. His name is Shrijon Sarkar. Like math genius, this kid. And there's no way you would not know that he is that special when you spoke with him. And I know you always like to talk about how a lot of them are not, their first language is not English and many of them come from small towns and all of those things. But somehow, I don't know, yeah. I mean, none of that matters to me. And I've done interviews in Hindi. I've even done an interview in Tamil with someone who was doing like a solar project outside of Oroville and, couldn't speak Hindi either. And they just reveal themselves, yeah. The really special ones, in 10 minutes, they're amazing.
No, that's exactly what I meant. That it is these people, small towns, English may not be the this thing, who are truly special because they've got the hunger, different ways of looking at the world, not constrained by conventional thinking. And when you say that they reveal themselves, give me a sense of that. Like, to go back to the earlier question, in terms of metrics, what are you looking for? How do you know? Over time, as you've honed your skills, Tyler, of course, has written a book on talent and how to spot it. But what are your personal kind of metrics? Like, when do you get it? Is it just an unquantifiable gut feel thing, or are
It's
there?
it's a gut feel thing, yeah. It's so
Hmm.
hard to quantify. But I like to ask them what their big dream or ambition is. And every single one of them has told me something outrageous and then they've done it. That's so when you're on the call, like, you can't be bored. So if first of all, this EV, I've started learning so much. I mean, because I have to read up before doing the call because I don't know anything about nuclear fusion and I don't know anything about material science and I don't know anything about space research. So some of it sounds so outrageous and fantastical. I'm like, are they pulling my leg? Did GPT produce or hallucinate some science fiction, or is this for real? So first is, before the EV calls, I have to do a lot of prep and actually learn about stuff, which is very exciting for me. uh, the second part of it is, when you ask them what their big dream or ambition is, it's big. These are not people who are chomping away at some small margin. They think big. They have no inhibition. That's also why it leans so young. I think young people are just uninhibited, and we haven't messed them up yet with all these expectations. And this whole, like, hide your love away attitude we have in civilized society. Though it's one of my favorite songs. They don't have that, right? So they're just like, this is what I want to do. I want to make a CubeSat in my living room and ISRO will launch it for me. If someone said that to you, the grown up reaction normally is just to laugh them out of the room. But I have met so many gifted EV people that first of all, I mean, I've been a professor for so long, I would never laugh a young person out of the room, just as temperamentally. But I've met so many talented people. I know that when they say they'll do it, they'll at least try, and that's good enough for me. So that's one. The second is, I don't know how to quantify how I measure it. It's definitely instinct, but they are very, very, very high agency, action oriented people. They are not these dreaming types. You ask them how they got this far and what they've done so far, they will give you incredible answers. I mean, some of them, the lengths they have gone to get their first thing to kind of sort of work, to even come to EV with a project. It's like had one whole life cycle before I've even met them. So even though we are very early idea stage, we are at prototype stage, it's had a journey before they came to us. And that is incredible. And that again reveals itself. And I'm not very judgmental, in the sense that I I mean, I'm willing to live with, this is not perfect yet and we're still working it out and we're thinking through it, like that kind of judgment. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect before it comes to me. I'm happy if you're still figuring it out, as long as I think you're the kind of person who will keep at it and figure it out. And they're all very long term in their thinking. That's the other one. But they are special. Yeah, they're just so special.
Couldn't agree more. And just to quote from that song that you reminded me of, and it'll probably become my earworm after the recording, I'll listen to it for an hour on loop. Everywhere people stare each and every day. I can see them laugh at me and I hear them say, "Hey, you've got to hide your love away. Hey, you've got to hide your love away." This is what, the elites in the big cities will do to you with their conventional thinking and their notions of what can be done and what can't be done. But, so thank God for someone like you. And I also want to ask then, how do you think about the idea space and seeding the idea space? Like, you've also funded the great Dalit scholar Chandrapan Prasad. You've also funded Rukmini's latest venture in data. How do you think about that? The importance of that? Where does that go? Where's the thinking there?
It's the person. It's always the person. Do we need more work in Dalit studies and in economic sociology? Absolutely. but where is the next Chandrabhan Prasad? I mean, you find them for me and I'll fund them. So the constraint is always the person, yeah. I mean, look at Rukmini. I have been following Rukmini's work for at least 10 years before, we ever gave her an EV grant. And this is without knowing her. I mean, I've been reading her features and her columns for years at this point, and her work is just so stellar. She also won an EV COVID prize for the podcast that she did during COVID, where she was like the only person who was helping us make sense of this world. So she and Anand Krishnamurthy, who's also another common friend of ours, now a national award winner for his work in Ponniyin Selvan.
Shout out to
It's
Anand.
incredible,
Well done.
no?
Yeah.
My God, yeah, I was just like bursting with pride when that happened. I was bursting with pride actually even before the national award and all. When I just saw the film, I was blown away by his work. So anyway, leaving that aside, but both of them were like co-winners of that. And when Rukmini came with the idea, I said, I mean, absolutely, and she's the right person to do it. Number of think tanks like Prosperity, which Bhuvna and Besh, who do that. I mean, we just need more new institutions run by people who are extraordinarily capable and have high agency. And the way you know these people are doing well is not through impact reports. I remember I was at the IMF spring meetings and people from the India delegation were telling me about Bhuvna's work. And that's it, yeah. I mean, what more proof do I need that this is like a fledgling organization? I mean, in the scheme of, policy work, it's just a few years old. But look at the work they're doing, look at the quality of the work, look at the reach of their work and who they are engaging with and who's reading it. So, I mean, these guys are all just, there's no one that I funded that I feel like any other sensible person would have passed up on. They are just so good at what they do. Of course, we have some duds. We'll always have some duds. And usually the duds are, there was this project which was a fad for that person at that time, and then they lost interest. But the person is still a super talented person. It's just that project really didn't go anywhere. And that's also fine. I mean, I'm willing to live with that.
I mean, when I was playing poker, I remember the one guy asked a very astute question back in my days as a professional poker player between 2010 and 2015. And this friend asked this great question to the room, which is that if you find that no one is calling your bluffs, what does that mean? And the correct answer, of course, is you aren't bluffing enough. So obviously, so it's like the same question Tyler asked you, that if you do not have any failures, if you do not have any duds, then you
Yeah.
simply haven't taken enough risks. So
Yeah.
in a sense, congratulations on the duds as well, because that's what indicates that you're going that extra mile and really
Yeah.
backing the moonshots.
And my
as it
duds
were.
are also better than most people's winners, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't mean to brag, but I really have to about all my special babies. Some people's projects didn't quite pan out, but they are still incredible and they'll do the next thing and the next thing and the next thing.
Yeah, and every dud is a dud only in the sense of its proximate impact at that moment in time. But maybe the guy doing it learned something, gained some
Yeah.
confidence, that becomes something else, and you got to see that.
Exactly. Yeah. Most people say, your third startup or your third venture is the one that really does well. So if you funded the first two, have you funded duds or have you just put in the seed for someone who's very talented and whose third venture will succeed? I don't know. But fingers crossed. I'm excited for all of them. They're young. I mean, I still think I'm too easily impressed right now. I think the big impact I'll know in 25 years. In 25 years, when these people are connected with each other, they are a very nice group. And Amit, this community is so generous. Just so generous. They help each other so much. I mean, we've had cases where someone was trying to prototype something, someone had extra factory floor space and just said, I have this extra room in my factory and, you just need electricity and water and I'll just give it to you for the next 1 year. And that was that, right? So we've had like crazy stuff like that happen. So they're very generous with each other. It's a community of yes and, it's not a community that will keep putting people down and each other down. And, within the academy, skepticism is like your status symbol, right? How much can you put down someone's idea and find loopholes and all of that? And maybe that has a purpose in a particular kind of scientific endeavor. For this community, I think the yes and the generosity is incredibly important. And here the culture is set right at the top. It comes from Tyler. So because Tyler is the way he is, everything else downstream, flows the way it does. So it's a very generous community. So I still think we'll see the true impact of this project in 20, 25 years, because these guys will have successful ventures, and then let's see what they do. Because now they'll be willing to take a chance on the next person, right? So many people, once they've raised money, have asked me, hey, can I give the EV money back?
Wow.
So that you can fund someone. And my answer to them is always just pay it forward. Just take a chance on someone. Figure out your own EV. We have people who are running their own mini EVs. EV has lots of copycats, and I say this in the happiest way possible, right? So lots of people have taken the EV model and run with it. I hope more people do it. So we'll see the impact of this one day. But so far, I feel very lucky that Tyler, chose me to do this, and I get to hang out with these cool kids.
I mean, I think there's a seen and the unseen to the impact as well, in the sense that some of the impact you can see immediately, some you'll see in 25 years, but a lot, honestly, I feel you'll never see, because it is not attributable or measurable. It just happens, and
Yeah, that's totally fine.
just knowing, and that is the best part of it. That's what I kind of love about it. We'll put the link to EV in the show notes. I'd encourage all gentle readers to now, for a moment, go beyond listening and think of action. If you have a great idea, of course, apply. But more than that, if you know young people anywhere, or even old people anywhere who have moonshot ideas, just let them know about the program, send them the links, maybe make them listen to this, and let's send some more good people to your already exceptional network of young geniuses. And
Thank you.
yeah, and so let's get back to the other stuff you do at Mercatus, your day job as well. So tell me about
Oh my God.
when you landed up at Mercatus. You said before the break that institution building is bloody hard. So tell me about that. Tell me about what was your conception of what are you trying to build here? Like, how did Tyler look at it? How did you look at it? What was the challenge?
So, I was coming home to Mercatus, right? Mercatus has supported me as a PhD student, and I'm a Mercatus alum, and I'm the alum of the GMU Econ department also. So, to a very large extent, I mean, I am one of their EV winners who turned out well and came back home, right? So, that's how I think of myself. When I say institution building and capacity building, now think of something small like the podcast, right? Now, I have no skills as a podcaster. I even thought that it was a good idea because we were in COVID and I couldn't travel to India and couldn't reach a lot of people we wanted to reach. I wasn't teaching anymore. And you're the one who suggested I do the podcast. And then, there was a podcast production sort of capability within Mercatus, and we went with it. But you need people to devote their time and energy and believe in a particular thing and work with them and put in the effort. Because again, I'm just the sort of person, I don't think I'm entitled to, just like the universe's resources. So you have to get buy-in. And to get buy-in, you have to understand what is happening at Mercatus. What is their mission? Is it aligned with mine or not? And is it all going to come together? Now, this is a very basic example. Of course, it all came together. I mean, the team is fantastic. They do other podcasts. They love me. They were happy to support mine. But there's a tiny thing, like even to put together an event or a conference in India, you need so many people to like chip in their time and effort, which means every team at Mercatus, whether it's finance, whether it's the events team, people need to really work towards building what you are doing, and they need to believe in it. Right? You met Ashley Schiller, my incredible colleague who, does some of the development and fundraising work for EV. I mean, that woman is just a machine, yeah. This is all she does day and night. She just breathes whatever our passion is and just goes out there to support it. So you need this. First of all, I inherited a 40-year-old institution which has built a lot of capability. So I wasn't starting anything from scratch. Now, I needed buy-in that India is a good place to do it and that we have the capability to do it in India. Because before this, they had never had an international program or a country program. They just thought, they never quite had the capability to pull that off. So that was that's what I mean by, building that institution capacity. And now we do events. We're doing EV in Africa next. Now Mercatus can run. I think if all our space projects go well, we'll run an event on the moon in 20 years is the way my events team is going. So we went from an events team that was only doing academic stuff and policy stuff in Washington, D.C. and at other universities into doing these extraordinary things with like 200 people in the other end of the world. So that's an example of institutional capability, and kudos to them. But it takes some stitching together, which means a part of the day job is persuading other people to believe in whatever it is that you're doing or what you're selling, attending meetings, writing reports, figuring out budgets. This is boring grown-up work, but someone has to do it. Another part of it is just talent identification. So you met my colleague Shreyas Narla, you've met Kadambari Shah, right? You met Ankita Dinkar, you met Samrit Surana, who's of course now not full-time with the 91 Project. He started his PhD at the econ department. These guys are great, yeah. They're just amazing. Abhishek Chautagunta, who's, did a lot of his doctoral work with me. He's in Hamburg. So working with them on their papers. So I still write journal papers, I think only to help place their work at this point. Because previously we were talking about how I'm not that fussed about which journal I land in, or even if I land in a journal anymore. So, a lot of writing with them. And that is, again, a talent incubation with a very long pipeline. If you want the next amazing public finance person like Govind Rao, you need to start with someone who's like Abhishek, who's done his PhD in public finance and India and federalism, and, sort of just chip away and work at it. And of course, he does 99% of the work. I am the 1%. But that's the other part of the day job, which is just writing with people and, giving them whatever they need to go do what they need to do. That part is not so easily scalable because my time is the constraint. We had the 1991 project, which has turned out amazing. I can't tell you who said this to me, but imagine a very senior retired bureaucrat. When Manmohan Singh passed away, everyone was writing all these obituaries. And now we know from the 91 project that the traffic increased, right? So everyone was like Googling and they landed on the project and they were getting details. I think there were like front page, like Indian Express, and some very mainstream papers have taken some text directly from the project, which we're very grateful about, by the way, because it's a public repository. That's exactly what we want. People if you remember about 5 years ago, like 5-6 years before Manmohan Singh passed, a lot of the talk about him was like the failure of his second term as prime minister, or like, the success of the nuclear deal or Narega or something like that. People had kind of forgotten the 1991 moment. And in his obituaries, it just came back with a bang. And I think part of the reason it came back with a bang is because the material was out there for people to access, which you can only do if you have a public repository. Right? So again, we didn't do the work. The reformers did all the work. We've just made it easily accessible in a way that a regular person can understand. And when a journalist is on deadline or an editor is on deadline, they can just read something quickly, take it and put it out there. So the senior bureaucrat I was telling you about, he was like, Shruti, you've made economic growth and reform sexy again. And first of all, I never thought he'd say sexy, which is, I was like so charmed by that. But I don't know if we've done that or if he's giving me too much credit. But I think there's something to that, right? How do you measure the impact or the value of projects? First is people just knowing about it, I think, is a low-level bar. But now people thinking this is an important thing that happened. Now, none of us could have orchestrated that, such an important person would pass on such and such day and these obituaries would be written. Like, that's not why we did the project. But the fact that all this existed and, when people needed it, it was available to them and then they could very easily write about it and talk about it. This is how ideas sort of leave elite circles and the academy and enter the mainstream, right? And I have a very strong faith in the diffusion and transmission of ideas. I think it's just one of the most important things we need to do as academics, public intellectuals, even just as thinking regular people. So the 1991 project was really, that was our intention. And the way it was born was that time, Prakhar Mishra and Shreyas, they were working with me. Prakhar's now a doctoral student at SciES with Devesh. Uh, and they are like full on policy wonks. So this was the 30th anniversary of 91 was coming up, and they didn't know much about the reforms or about socialism before 91. And I was like, dude, if they don't know, really no one does, right? And you and I are pretty old, Amit. Like, 70% of India was born after me. So if I have lived through that moment and now as an economist, I can put my childhood and piece it together. Most people have no understanding of this or what life was like before 91 or why it happened or why it's important. So I was like, okay, it's just an important thing that we do. So even though it's called the 1991 project, it's actually a much bigger economic history and history of thought project. We cover ideas from the 1950s onwards. We cover ideas well beyond the 1991 project. It's got this big public repository where we put, a lot of India's intellectual work happened through committee reports, not in universities and not through the academy, but through these reports. So we have a repository of, I think, 120 committee reports, all the important books and ideas. So this is a living repository. We're still doing oral histories. We have to record with a few more people. We write new material, new papers, new essays. So this is work that we do, and I'm very excited to do it. It's a community project. Think of it as a, community history, public history kind of project. So I'm very grateful to every author, every writer, every person who's chipped in for the repository, our incredible developers who are also EV winners. He won his EV prize at 16, Somesh.
Wow.
Now he's a grown-up person who's working on this project. But, we met him when he was 16. So just, that's what that project is. So these are some of the aspects of my day job. But in a nutshell, every day I still wake up, I get to read, I get to write papers, Substacks, I get to podcast, I get to think, I get to meet an incredible cross-section of people, a lot of policy folks, a lot of academic folks, lots of young folks, in nonprofits or startups and things like that. So I have this, again, I just sometimes have to pinch myself at my good fortune. Like, the overlapping networks that I'm part of, just the sheer human capital and the quality of people in them is so high that I think I just learn by osmosis, by just hanging out with these smart people. I think I'm getting smart. I hope. Or making them dumb. I don't know. That's another possibility. Who knows?
Number one. So,
sorry.
Yeah.
This is the first bad dad joke you made. So I think, yeah, not bad. You held yourself back for 3 hours.
I'm allowed one per episode or at least one per recording session. Two of my favorite lines in poetry, though in a very different context, are "Man hands on misery to man, it deepens like a coastal shelf," which of course is from Philip Larkin's poem This Be the Verse. But I love that metaphor of a coastal shelf. Like when I think of knowledge, I think a lot of knowledge can just be swept away by the sea, swept away by the tides. But some knowledge, and it is up to us to make the effort to put that sedimentary layer then, on which others can add other layers, and then the coastal shelf deepens like that, the coastal shelf of knowledge as it were. And I think that's what you have succeeded in doing to a small extent with the 1991 project, that you are right, no one really knows about it, and no one really cares, and at least now it is there, that anyone who wants it can chance upon it, can read it. It's part of the coastal shelf, and that's really important. And I will now hugely sort of delight you by turning away from chronology and all of that LinkedIn nonsense, and go on to the general subject of how do you think about your coastal shelf, in the sense, your personal coastal shelf, in the sense that when one constructs one's life, one can do it, in various different ways, where you get paid to do something, so you do it, you love doing something, you do it, you're good at something, so you do it. In your case, perhaps a golden intersection where all of these come together, and both you and I are extremely fortunate to be able to do that. But a lot of the stuff that you do is done and then it goes. And a lot of the stuff that you do is building on to yourself where you are also growing with it. So, how does one think about this and the trade offs involved? The trade offs involved, for example, between scholarship and management and giving these grants, learning new things. How do you think about, like, for all these projects that you funded and thought about, how do you think about the project that is Shruti Rajgopalan?
I don't think too much
No,
about it.
think now.
I think now. So, couple of things about me. I think I'm someone who learns in an ecosystem. I read, I write, I do all of those things. I am not as fast a reader as you. I'm quite a slow. I have to slog through stuff, but I can learn through material. But I think I also absorb a lot from the people around me, and I think perhaps my greatest skill is in identifying incredible people and surrounding myself with them. So if there's one skill I have, I think that's it. And I have good taste. This has been true for a very long time. I mean, when I met you, you were not this hotshot podcaster that everyone knew about. We've known, so many friends. Like when I started reading Marginal Revolution, it was like this cute blog in the libertarian circles, but otherwise this cute blog somewhere, right? So I knew that this is a special thing when I chanced upon it and just stayed with it, right? So I just have, I think, a good instinct for people. And I think, like, if you ask me what I really wish to be, I just want to be one of them. I just want to be one of these people who's able to write really well and teach really well and think really well and add to that body of knowledge in the world. And the academy is incredible for one thing, yeah, Amit. I have to say, I mean, you get to hang out with your heroes. I have gotten to hang out and share a joke and laugh with Jim Buchanan. Can you just imagine anything like that? Right? I remember, I'll never forget this, Vernon Smith, we were doing something, I think for the Oxford Union or something like that. And when that conversation ended, he said, Shruti, you said such and such thing, and that's made me think, and maybe I'll write something about it.
Wow.
And in my head, I was like, that's it. Like, I'm ready to retire. I'm done. So just being able to hang out with these people, like, I'm just in awe of them. And some of them, like Alex or Tyler, or, I know them really well. But even now, I think sometimes I just have like this moment where I can't believe I get to hear this stuff firsthand, or I get to see them do this. I get a lot of books at manuscript stage. I still pinch myself over that. Like, I can't believe I'm part of the production process of this crazy person who is so accomplished, right? Gurcharan Das recently sent me, whatever he was working on, like the latest book on his journey as a liberal. And I mean, we all grew up reading Gurcharan Das, yeah? I mean, can you imagine getting a manuscript and he's asking for our feedback? It's so special. So that's one part of it. So I think I just knew these are incredible people and I just wanted to be like them. And I wanted to hang out with them and I wanted to learn from them. So that's one thing I'm definitely optimizing for. And I think I've done that very successfully. I think I'm surrounded by just amazing people. The second is, I think, don't take yourself and the whole enterprise very seriously. This is not really about us. You are Jambavan in a story called Ramayana, which is about Ram, where even Hanuman is a side character. So this is really, like, you don't know. Maybe, I'm sure, if you ask Devdutt Patnaik, there is a story where Jambavan has the starring role. But that's really not how one views oneself. Like, I mean, you're just in this. You're in a broader ecosystem. And we're all in this together and kind of along for the ride. And the more people who can do amazing stuff, we'll it's the tide that will lift all boats, right? So while I normally use that for economic growth, it's also true for ideas, right? If you're part of an ecosystem of incredible ideas, that more incredible ideas will come out of it, and maybe we'll really get somewhere. So that's the second part of it. The third is I'm relentless about having a good time, very selfishly. So I abandon books that are terrible. I'll slog through manuscripts and things like that because you have to give feedback. I'm part of a community and you have to give people your time and your energy. But for fun, I only read stuff that I really enjoy. I don't want to slog through crap. I listen to a lot of music. You've been in my life. You've come to my home. I start my day with my dogs and walking the dogs and writing and reading and music. For the first 3 hours of the day, that's what I do. And I love my immediate family. I have very close friends who actually have nothing to do with my job. If you ask most of my close friends what I do for a living, they will vaguely say, I think she's a professor or I think she works at a university or something like that. But they don't really know. So I have like a whole life outside of everything that we're talking about, which is an enormous amount of fun. I travel, which is, again, I mean, I get to travel a lot for work, but I also love to travel for fun. So that's really my life, So I'm relentless about just, having a good time and pursuing the things I really want to pursue. And, okay, here's a new record and now I really want to hear it, that kind of a thing.
Were you always intentional about having a good time, keeping keeping the first 3 hours of the day free to play with the dogs and listen
No.
to music, or did that happen over time? Tell me about that transition.
Oh
And
no, that is still happening. Yeah, I'm little like thoda bhavra attitude, like kind of just jump from one cool thing to another cool thing. So I have to keep taming that natural instinct I have to go towards every shiny object and every shiny idea and just say, hey, we got to get this done right now and let's do it. So I have become like a very compartmentalized person. I think after when I started teaching, because you have to very clearly demarcate time for teaching and research and prep and all the other things we do in the academic community, right? Conferencing, reviewing papers, all of that stuff. So I think that's when it started. I was like a hopeless mess till I finished my PhD. I mean, no particular time when you sleep, no particular time when you wake up, like no real responsibilities and having a good time. Now I have to be even more relentless about it because time difference means there's only so many hours I get with India, in which I have to do everything, including record 4-hour podcasts with you. Though I'm grateful that you're staying up quite late. That's sort of, so now I have to, if I don't write thing first thing in the morning, the day just passes me by. So I have to be very intentional about it, but that's very, very new. That's probably in the last few years, I would say. But routine and structure is generally good for me. The routine came late, but that process of, you're constantly doing things because you like doing them and without an agenda, that has always been the case. I've heard music my whole life. Right? I have gone to concerts my entire life. I have spent more money than is believable on records and concerts. And it eventually comes together when you meet a talented EV winner or, when you're writing something about Zakir Hussain or something like that. But it comes together later. But it's just something I've done my whole life.
so we began this half by talking about the sad death of Manmohan Singh. And as we get to the end, let's talk about Zakir Hussain as well. And in a general sense, your love for music and what music has meant to your life and how you got deeper and deeper into it. And also Zakir, because he passed recently and I know he means a lot to you.
That was devastating because I didn't expect that. I had tickets to his concert on April 16th. So it was just like a shock. And I'd heard him a few months before, and he's so energetic and like on stage, he's just electric, right? So it was just a devastating shock. And the odd thing is, I had no idea that I loved his music so much and he meant so much to me until it happened. I was in Delhi. So, I mean, I don't know if your listeners likely know this. My mother's a musician. Her name is Saraswati Rajagopalan. She's a Carnatic classical veena player who spent her whole life as a performing artist at All India Radio in New Delhi with the Vadya Vrind Orchestra. And she still plays and she still teaches and all of those things. So I grew up in a very musical household. I grew up I woke up. So Nandu likes to make fun of me because my entire childhood, I woke up to my mother playing music. That's how I woke up. And he said, Raja Maharajaon ko veena baja ke uthaya jata tha. And, you're one of these people. So I remember when my mom was visiting us in New York or when she visits us in Virginia, she'll wake up in the morning to start her riyas every morning. And I'll tell Nandu, just leave the door open because I can hear her music. And he's like, dude, you are like elite brat tastes. But I mean, birth lottery, right? So I just ended up in a household like that. So lots of music's going in and out of our lives. I've sort of grown up in green rooms and, sort of the side stage and in recording studios. We spent our summer vacations kind of pottering around at the All India Radio Library, and I've attended so many Vadivrin rehearsals. I mean, Vijay Raghav Rao is conducting, like these are like incredible. So and my mom also incredible sort of person. She took us everywhere. Very early on, we knew that if someone's playing music, you don't scream loudly and shout. I mean, you kind of sign or whisper politely. So that low level manners had been drilled into us. But I started going to concerts before I can remember anything else about my life. So I have heard my first memory of Zakir. And I remember this because I was in my parents' home when we got the news that he passed. We met him at the Calcutta airport, just randomly. And he was a big hero in our house. Yeah, he was already in the Vahtaj ads. This is 1989. And the ads had been running. And it's a musical household, which means... And also think about it, in 1989, who was in ads, right? You had Kapil Dev. You had like Vinod Khanna in some synthol ad. You had Zakir Hussain, right? Like you had like, this is pre-liberalization. You had like 3 or 4 known faces. And Zakir was one of them. And I mean, Zakir was like a big deal in our house because a musician being in this ad. So we recognized him immediately. And he spoke with us very nicely. Now I don't have a memory of this. My mom reminds me that he apparently complimented her that my sister and I have very musical names. And that's how it all started. I think maybe a year after that, neither my mom nor I remember the exact date, but I must have been 6 maybe, when I heard Alla Rakha playing at City Fort. I have a very clear memory of this concert because then conductor Vijay Raghav Rao knew them all very well. And he, when you're a musician, you get all these passes and tickets and, you're in those first few rows that are reserved for the fancy people. So we'd get passes to all these things and we'd show up. And I remember I was sitting next to Ma and Vijay Raghav Rao and hearing Alla Rakha in front of me. And of course, Zakir was accompanying his father. It's just like, can you imagine all this? So when I tell other people this, they just look at me like, dude, what kind of a childhood have you had? So that was my earliest memory of him in concert. And I started counting and I stopped counting at about 25. I have heard him live so many times. And, I moved to the US about 18 years ago. And he lives in the United States. He tours in the US. He's played everywhere I've lived. He came to New York a couple of times a year. And I went to every single concert every time because his concerts were just electric. So I've just heard him perform in so many different avatars, so many different times. And then all those memories came rushing back. And it felt like a deeply personal loss, yeah. I mean, all of us, I was talking to my sister about it. And every time I spoke to my sister or my mother or my father, we remembered a new concert we went to. So that was also like kind of piecing together our own little family history. And that was a hard piece for me to write. One, because I'm not a musician. I listen to a lot of music. I have a good ear. But, I didn't want to screw up the details of the music. And I didn't want to say anything, even a little bit off-putting or unseemly about just such a phenomenal artist. So you have to be careful. And it was so deeply personal, I found it very difficult to write. But it was like an emotional exorcism, right? It took me 10, 12 days to write it. But when I got it out, I felt much more at peace. And I was like, okay, this is out of me now. But I still love his music. And I met him. I've met him a number of times backstage. But one of the great memories I have is the Shakti 50th anniversary concert. We were all backstage and we were chatting. This is just such a ridiculous feeling to be backstage and to be chatting with like Shakti. I met John McLaughlin. Can you imagine meeting John McLaughlin? It's crazy. And Zakir, I have vinyl, right? So they very kindly signed my LPs. And I had the new Shakti album with the new members, all of them signed it. But I also had some old ones, Natural Elements and all that, the original 1976, 78 Shakti albums. And I introduced myself to Zakir and I said, I'm Shruti. And he said, you're Shruti and I'm Laya. And it was just like, I think one of the most memorable, charming moments of my life. And then we had to wait for a while to meet John McLaughlin, who I think that man just walks around with like his own lighting unit or something. He just radiates just like this incredible energy and is just such an incredible artist. And he was one of the few people who asked me my name before signing. So he said, what's your name? And I said, John, I have a great name for a Shakti fan. My name is Shruti. And he was like, get out of here. We have a song with that in it. And I said, yeah, I know that's the name of my Substack because Get Down and Shruti is a Shakti song, which is where I got the name for my Substack. And he was just so thrilled with it. And then we were discussing. I said, I spell it a little differently. And he said, yeah, Shankar, which is El Shankar that he was talking about. He said, gave us the South Indian spelling and you have the more North Indian classical spelling. And I'm like, John McLaughlin is talking about how I spell my name. Like, this is just the weirdest situation I've ever been in. And Nandu was laughing at me because he's never seen me starstruck. On a daily basis, I hang out with a lot of cool people. But when I meet John McLaughlin, I am officially starstruck and melting into a puddle. And so he signed my records and that was amazing. And that concert was amazing. I had like second or third row seats. And, when I was waiting to, all of them were busy and mobbed, right? So I had to wait for them one at a time to sign my my vinyl jackets. And guess who was hanging out? Bella Fleck, who was the opening act. And he's just chatting with me because, you see someone with LPs, this is a nut job, right? This is a crazy person. So, I was like, how was it? And he's like, oh, I've been here listening to them for years. And I feel like I've just been listening to Shakti from like the wings on the stage or like, the backstage. And then he's telling me about like, different concerts where he's heard them backstage. And like how when they performed at Montreux, like, the music festival, like people like Sun Ra and Wayne Shorter would like stand and listen to these guys backstage. Like he's telling me these stories. It was the most incredible night. It's nuts. So I spent a lot of time in my life hanging out with musicians and some giant musicians, a lot of them through Ma. I met M.S. Subbalakshmi and, if you come from a musical family, you get to meet all these people. Kare Mani, who's just one of the greatest. He came for our wedding and for Nandu. So he gave us a gift and, he insisted I open it there. And they were his CDs because I think he must have asked my mother what would Shruti like as a present. And she must have just told him she just wants your music and that would be the greatest gift. So Nandu still remembers that at like some hilarious story. He's like, Karekudi Mani came to our wedding and gifted us his CDs. Like, how does that even work? So yeah, that's kind of my life and my times hanging out with very cool musicians. Karekudi Mani and D. Suresh, they also played with Paul Simon. I can't remember the name of this album, but it's actually it's called Dazzling Blue. That's the name of the album. And it's a really cool album because I also love Paul Simon. And that these two are on it is just like incredible. And they were there to bless me when I started my new life at my wedding. Can you believe this, Amit? I'm repeating the story and I still can't believe it myself. Like that's the reaction I have to this. So yeah. So I've grown up with a lot of cool musicians around me. I have been blessed in that sense.
In the 18, 19 years that I've known you, I have never seen you as happy as in the last 20 minutes talking about your love for music. And it is kind of telling that you're not starstruck by Buchanan or Tullock or Mario Rizzo. You're starstruck by John McLaughlin, which is...
No, I'm also starstruck by them. But then I got to know them and read them. And they, once someone gives you critical remarks on your paper, I think it might the shine might wear off a little bit.
Were you ever a musician? No, did you ever sing or play something?
I played the veena.
Hmm.
I learned from my mom for many, many years. I played at all those, I got the scholarships and played for Yuvani on All India Radio. Yuvani was like, the teenage artist program and things like that. But I wasn't very good, yeah, Amit. Like, I mean, I don't, again, people think I sound modest when I say this. The one thing I've truly been blessed with is a very good ear. And I knew what it's supposed to sound like, and I knew what I sound like, and I knew the enormous gap in between, and I knew the number of hours it would take to get there, and I knew that I didn't have the passion for that. So, in one sense, I got very lucky that I knew all this beforehand. I also lucked out with a parent who didn't push me. Like, my mom just knows that you got to really love it to put in the 10,000 hours. And that love for me is economics. So I may not sound as giddy when I talk about economists, but I am that giddy. The way my mom wakes up at 5 in the morning and does her riyas every morning, I wake up at 5 in the morning and I read and write economics, right? So you got to love that. So that I knew, early on. But I got an enormous inheritance from my mom. I've imbibed her good taste. Some of the things I've gotten from my mum is, I heard U. Srinivas when I was like 6 years old. He was a late teen. He was such a young genius. But I remember my first U. Srinivas concert. Like, I have a perfect memory of it. I remember him playing. I remember what he was wearing. I remember his like barely post-pubescent mustache. And like, I remember the hall just erupting into, oh my God, what kind of genius did we just witness? So she took us to concerts very early. We also toured with her whenever she was touring across Europe and stuff like that. So I have the ability, I can go to any musical concert, even if I'm unfamiliar with the music, and I can hear it and I can enjoy it. And I find that that's a very big barrier for most people. Most people want to go to a concert or listen to an album that's already vetted. Or they've already heard that song and now they want to hear some more. You send me any piece of music, I will give it a very, very good, sincere attempt. And I'm also surrounded by other people who have great taste in music. So, if you want to, since we were talking about learning how to learn, I have mentors in every aspect of my life. I literally have people whose musical tastes I trust, who send me music all the time, and I will grow my mental repository of the stuff I hear, right? I have close friends who are film writers and they'll tell me to watch a movie or to watch a show and then I will watch it. So, this is the inheritance that my mom's really given me, that you can just give something new a try. I can go to the opera without ever having heard the opera and truly enjoy it. So that I think is, again, just birth, accident and blessing. Some people grow up in a business family. Some people grow up in people who are builders or architects or business people. I just happened to be born in a musical family, and no amount of my life or work can justify that good fortune.
It deepens like a coastal shelf. So we have finally reached that moment that you have been craving, which is the last question. We have
Thank
finally
God.
almost done. But the last question. So for me and my listeners,
I actually don't know the last
You don't
question.
know.
What is the last question?
for me and my listeners, recommend for us books, films, music, any kind
Oh,
of art at
no.
all that you absolutely love.
You want individual like book and album recommendations? Oh, good
Ideally,
God.
things that are deep to you, desert island kind of stuff, and don't overthink it. Just whatever comes first to your mind. Whatever comes first to your mind. We'll do more episodes, and you can give more recommendations
So,
later.
on music, the way I think about it is I really like artists, and not so much particular. I'm sure there are particular albums that I love, but I really follow artists. So, depending on which version of Shruti you speak with, like if you spoke with me as a teenager, it would be, Sid Barrett and John Bonham. And Sid Barrett was with Pink Floyd, John Bonham was the drummer for the Led Zeppelin. I mean, these were my just like I was obsessed with them, right? A little bit older, maybe late teens, early 20s was all jazz. I'm still obsessed with jazz. I mean, discovering John Coltrane was probably the greatest love of my life, who is not in a physical form like my dogs or my family or my husband. Coltrane is like lifelong partner in crime. So I still listen to a lot of that stuff that I listened to 20 years ago. So I would say Coltrane, like Shakti and Zakir. I really love, Ali Akbar Khan is, a musician who's just, so soulful. Anything he plays, I could. So, again, depending on what you ask, like if you ask me 5 Hindustani artists, I'll tell you, you go with Panna Lal Ghosh and Nikhil Banerjee and Ali Akbar Khan and Vilayat Khan Saab and Bismillah Khan. Like these are just giants. Like anything they touch is gold.
I want
right? You just
I want useful entry point for the listeners, because if you just give an artist just a body of work, they won't listen. So if a forest fire is coming to your home, what are the LPs you'd immediately pick up because you have to take them with you?
Oh boy, I have like 300 LPs, so that's a lost cause.
The first ones which come to your mind, don't filter now. Just.
But honestly, Amit, I'm not making this up. I don't remember just from the cover what rag he's played in which LP. I really don't think on those terms. So, okay, as an entry point, let me say, okay, let's make this simple and trust the algorithm. Okay, go to, Ravi Shankar or Vilayat Khan on Spotify, listen to the most listened to album, and you cannot go wrong. Don't worry about the rag. Don't worry about understanding it. Don't worry about decoding it. Just play it. If you like it, it's for you. If you want to hear it again and again, please do that. If you don't like it, don't give up on the entire genre. Move on to the next person. When I was younger, I really didn't like Indian classical music singers. Because I couldn't appreciate the nuance in it. And it's very tough because it's not lyrical, right? They use like 3 or 4 lines in a couplet and they keep repeating it over and over again. So it's not lyrical. You don't know what they're singing. So without a deeper appreciation for that music, you just don't get it. But Bhimsen Joshi is like one step removed from God, yeah? If there is a God, Bhimsen Joshi's voice can reach him, right? So the people, Abdul Karim Khan, that's, Bhimsen Joshi's guru's guru. Anything he sings, right? Bade Ghulam Ali Khan Saab. Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. Again, if there is a God, Nusrat's voice has definitely reached him. So pick up the great canon and the great artists. I would say go to YouTube to their most listened to concert or even a short clip. Sometimes it's like a 10-minute clip of, some lovely kawali that they are performing, which is amazing. So that's the entry point into everything. I like listening to entire albums. So when I discover a new artist, so for instance, I'm going to Esperanza Spalding's concert in a couple of days in DC. She's incredible. I don't even know how to box her, but jazz singer is one of the descriptions I would give. And I don't remember the names of her albums, but the way I would do this is just go to Spotify, pick out the albums and just listen to the entire album. That's the discipline I have, maybe because I'm old or because I'm from a vinyl culture or whatever it is. So I would say, so definitely Coltrane, all these Hindustani, MS Subbulakshmi, I can listen to anytime. Lalgudi Jayaraman on the violin is like, I think he's among the pantheon of gods in my household. My mother loved him so much. My entire childhood, I think I've only heard him. He was also an excellent composer, added a lot to the Carnatic canon. All the tilanas that he composed are like a huge contribution. T.N. Krishnan, another just incredible violinist. If you want to talk about like newer Carnatic musicians, I love Sanjay Subramaniam. I've heard him live. He's just special. I love Ranjini Gayatri. I know they're very controversial nowadays, but I don't care. Same with T.M. Krishna. I know he's very controversial, but listening to T.M. Krishna when he's in the zone, he came and performed in DC and it was like a 4-hour concert. And I think he was just in a trance, yeah. It was like, I don't think we were there for him. Like he was just like this out-of-body experience and we were just lucky enough to witness what was going on. So pick the greats and just start there is how I would say it. I would say the same thing for econ books. You can never go wrong with The Wealth of Nations. Ignore the introduction. The introduction is always written by some stuffy economist who is being an Adam Smith scholar.
You said this in the first half. You said this in the first.
Oh, I did? Okay. I have no memory of anything, as you know. And by the way, we recorded this first half 7 months ago and I haven't heard the recording of it. So I don't know what I've said.
I know.
So in my defense, So, just pick up The Wealth of Nations and just read. Anything Thomas Schelling writes is just amazing. I would say The Calculus of Consent, anything Ronald Coase has written, if you're a law and econ person, I think it's incredible. So like these are the people who are part of my canon. I still read blogs. I'm not into this highbrow stuff. I've been reading Marginal Revolution for 18 out of the 20 years of its existence. So I've, that kind of a brain. I follow a lot of columnists. I've been reading Tim Harford forever. I've been reading Martin Wolf forever. So, these are just people you read. Yeah. So it's hard to do this desert island thing. I don't know. Desert Island, there's a lovely scene in Shawshank Redemption where Andy gets thrown into solitary because he played, I think, The Marriage of Figaro. He plays the record for the entire prison and locks out the guards, and then he gets thrown into solitary. And then everyone, his fellow prison mates are like, was it worth it? And he's like, yeah, I had the music with me here. And he's sort of touching his heart and his mind. So if I'm on a desert island, I have a lot of music in my head. I don't have to, take the records with me. But yeah, this is the sort of stuff that I like. I'm sorry, this is not useful. I know.
It's very useful.
I love Vikram Seth. I'll read anything by Vikram Seth. He's just one of those special people. This year, speaking of the way I learn, one of the things I'm planning to do with a couple of very close friends is my favorite Vikram Seth novel is An Equal Music. That won't surprise you since all my worlds are colliding.
In fact, I love that more than A Suitable Boy, though I loved A Suitable Boy.
I love that more than... Same. I love that more than The Suitable Boy. And so one of the things we want to do is we want to do a read along with all the music. Because I think now I have a greater appreciation for the music than I had at the time when I first read it. So I have a huge Western classical connection, by the way. I have, you've seen it, right?
Yeah.
You've like so much of Beethoven and Bach and Mozart, all the greats. I have them. I mean, I have the same Beethoven symphony played by, 6 different conductors and philharmonics. I have old 1930s vinyl from, von Karajan's recordings with the Berliner Philharmonic, stuff like that. So that's, I guess, the stuff you save. Maybe, yeah, von Karajan is something you save, I guess. The Menuhin, playing Tchaikovsky or Mendelssohn. I have these crazy recordings. I have Jascha Heifetz, another Lithuanian Jewish violinist who escaped Soviet and ended up first in New York and then on the West Coast. They're just like, so the nice thing about the Western canon is you can hear the same symphony, and now I've heard it enough different times by different people that I know what I like. I know which version of Beethoven's Seventh I like the most, right?
Which version?
And that, recently I discovered this. There's a lovely one that Zubin Mehta conducted with the Israel Philharmonic. So it's one of the underrated symphonies. I know everyone goes for the 9th and the 5th, but for me, I really like the 7th. Like it's a really poignant and special one. If you hear Leonard Bernstein talk about it, he's like, there's nothing in this. It's like, 4 notes and it's so flat and so boring. I think there's even a cute video somewhere or a reel where he's making fun of it or explaining it. But I really like the 7th Symphony, and I really like Zubin Mehta's version of it. Tchaikovsky, the violin concertos by Tchaikovsky are the greatest. So I have them played by Yehudi Menuhin. I have them played by Jascha Heifetz. I think I have a CD, and even on Spotify. I've heard Joshua Bell play them live, with the New York Philharmonic. So again, I've, give amazing life, right? So I had, seasons tickets to the Met Opera, seasons tickets to the New York Philharmonic for the 10 years that I lived there. So I've heard a lot of this stuff live, which is a gift. If you want my list of books, I would say George Orwell. I think it's something I've read since I was a young girl. You start with Animal Farm when it's like a simple tale of cute piggies, and then realize that the piggies are not so cute. And, I've read that book number of times at different points in my life, and it just speaks to me so differently each time that I read it. So it's one of those, and everything he writes. Recently, last year, for the first time, I read one of his memoirs, Down and Out in Paris and London. Yeah, what an incredible book. Yeah, he's just someone, you can just, he can thrill me and teach me and move me all in one paragraph. He's that kind of a writer. So Orwell is definitely that. I love Vikram Seth. We talked about Vikram Seth and Equal Music. Gulliver's Travel is another one of those books. I've been reading it, since I was relatively young. I'll keep going back to it. Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass is another one of those books, I'll keep going back to. Have we spoken about Solzhenitsyn Nitson?
In the first half, actually, we spoke a lot about books. So
Yeah.
let's talk about movies.
Oh, movies to pick? How you pick? Yeah, I watch 5 movies a week. I watch everything.
What are the ones which really hit you?
The stuff I keep going back to are the comedies, right? Because that's the emotion that you want to keep going back to. So I think I can watch Khosla Ka Ghosla. I think I can watch Khosla Ka Ghosla at this point on mute because I know every dialogue, right? I can watch Mr. India. I think I should write a book on Mr. India at this point. I've watched that movie so many times. So Chalti Ka Naam Gaadi. I mean, these are just like any time you just play them from anywhere, and I can watch this stuff. Movies that hit me. I don't know, yeah. Don't take the whole thing so seriously. It's like, if you feel like watching it, watch it. I like movies, like I love animation. I love Finding Nemo and, all these Pixar films. I love Tom and Jerry. I grew up with Tom and Jerry. By the way, so much of my musical taste come from Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry is won Oscars in these short animation category for, you have Franz Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsody playing in one. You have Johann Strauss playing in one. You have so much jazz. I mean, it's delightful. So I think my entry, Wagner, I've seen The Ring being performed at the Met many years ago. But the first time I heard The Ring was in the Bugs Bunny, because they did so much of Wagner's music in Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner and stuff like that. Marriage of Figaro, we talked about it. That's been done. Barber of Sevilla has been done in Bugs Bunny. So, don't take all this stuff. All this stuff, I can watch all these cartoon thingies anytime. I can watch all these clips. There's a Tamil movie called Michael Madana Kamarajan, another comedy, which is just like fall off your chair funny. So I can watch that. Yeah, so just, diverse. I love, you can play any old Laurel and Hardy, Jerry Lewis, that old Peter Sellers, like that kind of comedy. Charlie Chaplin, I'll just watch it anywhere, anytime. One of my favorite Laurel and Hardy, we keep coming back to music. There's one of their short films called The Music Box. And have you seen it?
I don't
it's just
remember.
how many times, I mean, it's a classic Laurel and Hardy setup, right? They are supposed to deliver this music box to a mansion, which is like a little bit further up on the hill and has lots of stairs. It's how many times and how many different ways can a music box come tumbling down? And you have to take it up all over again. And it's just, I mean, I love that stuff. So that's the kind of stuff I keep going back to. Yeah, I don't watch all this Fellini and all. Yeah, that's all you guys. I mean, I leave all these very serious artistic movies to you. Once every, I'll watch some of the more independent films. Like Uday Bhatia will recommend stuff. He's a film writer and a close friend. Tyler will recommend stuff. And then I'll go watch that, in the theater. But I'm not someone who will watch every new movie out there or, every art films. I don't do Oscar runs. I don't do all that stuff.
Have you seen The Disciple by Chaitanya Tamane?
I have, and it is such a lovely film. Yeah, he is another really special person, yeah. He's that movie was incredible. What was the other film he made? His first film? Court. Oh my God.
So your two passions, law and music, coming together.
Exactly.
His
next
film has to be about economics now.
Maybe not. He might goof that up. No, I'm joking. Anything he makes will be incredible. He's just a really gifted storyteller. But I also like all your masala stuff, by the way. I know that people are very highbrow. I'm sorry. I love your standard masala mainstream picture, which is full paisa vasool. I wait for it. I will watch Shah Rukh Khan first day, first show. I'm one of those girls. I love all your old canon of masala films with the great R.D. Burman music and your lost and found plots, Yadon Ki Barat and Teesri Manzil. And Yeah, so I'm very mainstream in my film watching.
You are the Heterodox Academy. Shruti, thank you so much. This is amazing. A nice long episode. This is episode number 20, by the way, of The Seen and the Unseen, in which you featured. So, congratulations.
Okay. So now I can retire.
Not yet. Not yet.
You know, Mike Munger recently went on Russ Roberts' show for the 49th time. So it'll be
Yeah.
50th soon. I just went on Mike Munger's podcast yesterday. So that was really cool. So I'm like the Mike Munger to your Russ Roberts is how I like to say it.
You absolutely are, except that, back in the day, we did all these episodes because the show was like half an hour long, 40 minutes long. It would be one subject. But now that it's
I've
like
also done multiple 5-hour episodes with you. Please, I have
That
put in
too,
my
that
hours
too.
and earned my badge.
You have absolutely earned your badge. So one day you can physically be present at a seen unseen party and everyone can clap for you. But in the meantime, thanks so much. This is so great.
Yeah, learning how to learn. This is how we learn how to learn. And a big part of my learning how to learn is your podcast and your writing and your Substack. And oh my God, the most important thing, I forgot to tell people, you're my writing coach. How could I forget?
You have done my course, but I'm not technically your writing coach.
No, you're my writing coach. I mean, you'll give me feedback on crap I write and you'll be brutal and you'll tell me fix this, fix that. And you're like my writing coach in the following sense that you're the voice in my head when I write. Right? So if things are clunky, it's like all your rules of, break them up, use simpler words, boil it down to its simplest form possible. And I remember you told us in the first lesson, like, remove adjectives and adverbs. I'm like, wo kya hote hain? Because we just do this intuitively, right? I don't know what's an adjective and an adverb. So I was like, oh, now I have to be really conscious about, like, what are the rules of grammar and, like, what words I'm putting in. Now I have GPT for that. So when I write something, what I do is I toss it into GPT and I say, mark all the adjectives and adverbs in bold.
Wow.
And then I cross out whatever I think is superfluous and I keep the rest. And then the same thing for, like paragraph breaks and sentence breaks. So you're like the voice in my head. So I feel like, yeah, I should definitely credit you for if my writing is bad, Amit is to blame. He didn't do a good enough job. If it's good, Amit gets all the credit.
Excellent. So I will get all the credit for your magnificent Zakir Hussain obituary, which, by the way, was a very moving piece, not just comprehensive about the man, but conveyed your depth of feeling for him, which was wonderful. Do you have any further thoughts on learning how to learn from when we last spoke, by the way? Because in the first half, we did chat a bit about that. But if one had to sort of systematize it, that, like, when you set out to learn something, what are the steps that you take?
Just stay at it. It's not going to be enjoyable all the time. So first figure out if it's worth learning. That's important. And then just kind of stay at it. So recently, my knowledge of science writing is like woefully poor. I think most of it comes from science fiction. So at this point, my idea of science reading is like H.G. Wells and Asimov, which, wonderful as they are, I think I need to improve. So one of my friends who reads a lot of this stuff has started sending me recommendations. So again, it goes back to I surround myself with people who are very, very, very good and will curate stuff for me, which I understand I'm in a very privileged position and it's, not something I take lightly or boast about. So, and then I'll give them honest feedback like, hey, this worked for me, this didn't work for me. And then they'll send more stuff my way. And then hopefully I will figure out both through the Kindle algorithm and other ways, how I do this. Google is enormously helpful because when you don't understand something, you can find a simpler version of it. ChatGPT is amazing. My favorite prompt for sciencey stuff is explain this to me as if I'm a fifth grader, and it really does a stellar job of that. So, a lot of the like terminology which I learned in 8th grade physics or something, which I just don't understand anymore, I'm able to quickly Google or learn about it. And so I'll just make reading lists, and it won't be like the top priority of what I do that day, but I'll just set out and say, I want to read these 4-5 books this year. And then I'll actually read them. And if they're terrible, I'll abandon them and then scold the person who's given me the recommendation saying, what is this garbage you gave me? And if they're good, then, hopefully more good stuff will come. So that's one thing. But when you ask me what's the thing I've learned about it since we do the last episode, I feel like, all this, systematization it all happens in hindsight. I don't even know half the times when I'm learning something and when I'm absorbing something. I didn't know, that Zakir Hussain obituary genuinely was a surprise to me. And more hilarious, it was a surprise to my mother and my sister and my close family members. They called me and they were like, my mom is my music teacher. And she said, I had no idea you knew so much about music. And I'm like, I must have had a good teacher who is clueless. But I genuinely didn't know. And I genuinely didn't know until I sat down to put it all in some, ek silsile se. I just had no idea. And how have I learnt it? I have learnt it by going to concerts for 35 out of the 40 years of my life. So we're always learning, and I think that's the thing. If there's one thing I leave people with it, it's be intentional about your life every day, though I would still say don't take it too seriously because you're always learning. And my cardinal rule is just surround yourself with good people. And if you are not like me, privileged to have access to, just write Tyler Cowen or Amit Verma and just say, hey, can you suggest X, Y, and Z to me? Listen to their podcasts or listen to their, what curated list they put out and what is it that they are sharing with the world about how they're consuming. So much of my learning now about AI comes from Twitter. And it's from people half my age. Right? So all these young, cool EV winners who are substacking and writing, or like Dwarkesh Patel, who is, podcasting. These are the people who are teaching me about AI because I know nothing about it. And I'm learning about this tech and what's going to happen as we go along. But if you asked me, I don't even know that I'm learning. But if we do this podcast 10 years from now and you ask me, how did you learn about AI? My answer would probably be, you remember when Dwarkesh Patel was a young podcaster or when Zui was like a young blogger? That's how I learn. That's sort of the answer to this. So we're always learning would be the answer. Is that too vague? Sorry.
No, it's absolutely true because people often think about learning as something specific that you do in an intentional way. But the point but the point is when you sit down and try to learn something specific, the gains are limited in the sense that you're reading something, trying to learn it. Your prefrontal cortex, I think that's a part of the brain which lights up. You can hold 4 discrete chunks of information at a time, not pieces but chunks, but nevertheless beyond a point you simply can't. But then when you put the book away and either you sleep or you go for a walk, the rest of your brain lights up. The neuronal connections happen. You could listen to some nice music and shit comes together. You sleep overnight, you go to bed thinking about a problem and you wake up and voila, you have some insight there. So it's just a way that you live, and it's not a specific thing, and you have to bring them together. So everything you said, makes a lot of sense from that point of view.
Yeah, but I hope it's useful to people.
I mean, everything
pull a thread and run with it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's useful even if they don't know it. And listen to podcasts. That's how you hang out with cool people.
Yeah, listen to podcasts, but also read. I mean, reading compounds, Amit. Yeah. It compounds in like such an extraordinary way. It forms your taste. It teaches you what is good reading. It helps you write better. It helps you recognize the next person you need to read. I mean, same with listening to music, right? I mean, people forget the value of compounding when it comes to formulating your own tastes, which is really the lens through which you filter how you learn, right? So this taste formation just takes a long time to form. No one's born with great taste, but you can cultivate one, but that takes time. So start early and just compound, like avoid consuming garbage if you can. And I know garbage is fun. It's great fun to scroll and doom scroll and look at Insta reels and memes. But as far as possible, just go for some really good taste stuff. And if you don't know, start with the canon and you'll figure out what your taste is.
Wise words on that note for the final time. Goodbye. If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. You can follow Shruti on Twitter at @Rajagopalan. You can follow me at Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and on any podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.